watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And I'm Rebecca Benningfield, and I'm just going to act like none of that even happened at the beginning of our show. So those things just are inevitable at times, inevitable. But thank you all for being here. I'm happy you all are here as always. And just so everybody knows, we are the one and only twin solar system podcast that there is in the whole world. So that's pretty special. And we're the only ones that have Samuel Hofman joining us every week. So let's go ahead and get Sam added with us. Here we go. Hey, Sam, how are you today?
Hello. Very, very kind of you to say that. And aloha from tropical Montana, coming to you live from my hermit cave up here in Montana, in Lolo, Montana. And I'm glad you guys are all out there listening. Yes, it's another new week, and I'm very excited for the show. And copied out and been doing homework since 3 a.m. So bear with me, people. I'm about 3,000 miles an hour today. So hello.
Oh boy, hang on, everybody. So, well, let's see what else we have here.
Yeah, here we go.
I know there's been a lot going on, from the red skies to all the floods, and Africa, of all places.
Very awesome Sky Week. Oh my God! I mean, I every week I see stuff out there that is just so beyond reality now compared to even a few years ago, and I am in unbelievable levels of awe. Jaw wide open watching YouTube. That the rest of the world isn't going, holy crap, what the hell is this? I mean, I saw events from China that literally look like, pardon the expression, Armageddon in the sky, and in Russia and in India and everything. And of course, we'll go on to that here in a few minutes and talk about some big world reports, because like I said, I've been doing my homework since 3 a.m. So I'm ready to give a worldwide weather report today. So hang on, everybody, and we'll go from here.
Perfect. All right. Well, let's go ahead.
I did warn you.
I know. Like I said, yeah, we got a lot to share. So let's go ahead, and we have our full cast with us today. So that's a treat. I always appreciate that. So let's go ahead and bring on our good friend, Miss Gillian. Hey, Gillian, in Scotland.
Hi.
Sorry, I should have given you a closer heads up. But how are you today, Gillian? How is Scotland?
Oh, it was a beautiful day. I was really busy doing my thing at work, but last night this week has been like literally everything's been jammed in 1 second to go. It's like something's messing with time or whatever, but everything is, and you've got like 5 hours to sleep.
Yeah, people.
The time.
A lot of people have been talking about time issues. Like all of a sudden, like time feels like it's running different, and they don't know why. I think that, and I explained it to someone just a few minutes ago. It's about an hour ago. That because of the electrical disturbance between the planets, when these larger planets come close to us, I'm sure that it electrically affects. It may not affect actual time. Although we do know that radioactive decay ratio equations no longer work, so that's an electrical thing we can talk about in the future. But I think that our brains and the electrical changes that are going on within the realm of Earth electric and our perception of things and how our brain perceives things is I think we're logging the passage of time in a little bit more accelerated rate, because boy, it sure seems like the days are flying by again. And here we are. Guess what? Right. We're at September tomorrow, and here it is. August 31st.
We're going to September 1st.
Hey, Sam.
Where the hell did August go?
I know, a new drawing.
Yeah.
In 2
Oh
weeks.
God. Yeah. You had to remind me again. Okay. I
I
got
know.
it.
Oh
I
my
got
gosh,
more
2
homework
shows
to do. Yeah.
and 2 shows. Yeah, no, the show. What I see is we
Yeah.
just have
Yeah.
show after show, like continuously, daily. We have a show. It feels like, but
Right.
I don't know.
Aren't you
It's crazy.
glad we stopped doing 2 shows a week?
Oh my,
I mean, 2 shows a
Oh my
week almost killed
goodness,
me.
we would have met ourselves
It
getting
really
up,
did.
man.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, that was rough. It was hard.
Oh, I
No,
think
it was
I
fun,
think I'd have Samsonite luggage underneath each eyelid. Yeah, you know.
but
'Cause,
well,
oh God, I was always looking up stuff for the next show. I was busy, and I couldn't keep up. Well, I kept up, but I couldn't do the rest of my
I
world.
know this is
Hi,
bad.
William. Yeah, go ahead and get to the rest of these guys. Bring them in, and we've got a lot of people on the comments section already. Glad you're all here. Thank you for your repetitive
I haven't looked
appearances
yet.
and visiting and staying with us and being such strong supporters and good friends from around the world. I can never ever thank all of you guys out there enough because this whole the whole premise in which that Rebecca's shows and Gillian's websites on Facebook and how I do my work and new members and old members alike. We run off the information that you share with us every week. And if you guys don't share that information with us, we don't get as broad a based informational sources. So thank you, people, because you are the ones out there that make this work. And I'm just happen to be the repository centralized place and Rebecca as well, where all of our wonderful people out there, our members, long-term, many over decades long in some cases, send us this information so that we can culminate the information that we share with you on our weekly podcast, the Citizen Science Podcast on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. YouTube. Like,
Perfect.
subscribe, hit the setting bell. That way you're always notified, although we are kind of, suppressed in our algorithm. And go ahead and bring on the rest of the people that I'm sure are back in the green room waiting.
Okay,
And I'll shut up,
guys.
Sam.
It's gonna be one of those shows. I know, right? I'll
Copy,
just be here
copy. Java.
till late.
Java. Yeah.
Let's see what Jesus has to say. Our good friend Jesus in I want to say Vegas. He's not in Vegas anymore. He's in Utah. Hi, hey,
Hi guys. Hello
Salt Lake
everybody.
City, Utah.
Yeah, no, it's not Vegas anymore, but I mean,
High upon his
didn't
Rocky
lose our
Mountain
Vegas.
altitude. He's even higher up altitude than I am, and he gets better views than we do. And welcome, Jesus.
Nice.
We
to
love
be
you,
here.
man.
I missed-
Glad
missed
you're here.
guys
Thank
last
you. I know
week,
you've been
but
very
it's nice
busy
to
this
be-
week working your butt off.
Yeah.
Look,
But
butt's missing. I don't know whether someone stole my butt. Oh,
No, I made some time.
he's
this
black.
week,
He's dark.
but,
We're having a stall effect. Go ahead. You were there, and then he's gone. I've noticed that we had a stall early before we even started the show. So
Yeah,
be prepared, people.
it's gonna be one of them days.
We're
But I've
technically
been having
sorry for any.
I've been having really
Good.
bad internet issues, and I could see already pixelating up, Sam, your pictures. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you be doing the
Oh,
robot
boy.
thing. But I just want to say, everybody, welcome to the greatest show on earth, the one and only place where you're gonna get this information that our government seem to be unwilling to acknowledge. So stick around.
Here.
Learn a few things or two. Or three. I assure you, it is a wild ride, and you won't be disappointed. We have a lot of great stuff today. It's been a very cool week, Sky Week. I have some really cool stuff coming, and I've seen a lot of cool stuff being posted. So I can't wait to get into that.
Perfect. Yeah, I got some of your videos.
We are number one.
We're the only
Montana
We're the
Skywatchers.
only one. We're more like the
Yeah,
only
Nibiru
one.
system is already here.
Yes. Right.
Nibiru
Carol.
Followers
Hello,
Anonymous, Northern Skies. We're all sister sites. All of us took a decade to come together. We have been friends for 12 and 14 and 18 years, and we are a group from around the world. We are not just, talking about what I saw a picture of today from New Jersey. No, we're talking about what we saw this week from around the world. We're a collective group of citizen scientists, and we have earned everything that we're telling you. And you're not going to get this truth anywhere else, because we don't sell out to corporations or affiliates or governments, nor do we have any qualm, problem, or hostility toward any such previous mentioned entities. And we are here, and we're not biased. This is all collected, gathered science that we've all earned and worked very hard for, and we do our homework. So if you can't listen to us, you can't listen to anyone. Please do continue. Shut up, Sam.
We're number one and the only one. Just gotta throw that in there.
Right.
I was talking about that with Tara just yesterday. How somebody posted something. I was like, that looks just like my post I had recently, and Tara was like, yes, that's so cool. How it's like we have our sightings one day, and then over the next few days we see everything being posted that matches exactly or almost exactly, because it's always similar but different. But it's very similar, the streaks, everything is the same, slightly different depending on your view. But it's so interesting to see that how
angles may vary according to where you live on planet Earth.
Yeah. But it's one of my favorite things to do is to post something and then start looking at the posts that come in and be like, yep, I saw that, and it's from around the world. It's from other states. It's from, and you just can't make that up. You can't call it an anomaly. You can't
did you guys
coincidence when it's happening all over the world. So yeah, it's very.
Did you guys notice the captures that came in this last week of the side angle illumination of planet Uri? Oh my God, we got some of the best pictures that I have ever seen to date of Uri within the last, even 4 years, of the angled illumination of the side preface of planet Uri, because she's now closer over the top of us, which is the 180-day cycle we talk about every show. And if you don't know that information, you need to get on board with it and ask us. Do take time, come to Facebook, come to YouTube, and I noticed the YouTube comments have dropped off. People, if you have questions,
I
write them down on the YouTube show tomorrow.
I forgot to mention it, but
I read all of that.
I forget, but last week I wasn't here. I was watching the show, right? I just finished watching last week's show. But when I first went on to see it, I swear to you, I saw the view count go backwards. So it was at 459, and then as I was watching it, it went down 9 views. As I was watching the video, it went down.
I believe it.
I swear to you.
I believe it.
Tell you guys, I was like, something's definitely wrong here, because we don't seem to get more than 500 views. It's always stuck around 500. A couple of them have seen more, but yeah, I saw the view count go backwards. I'm like, why? How could that possibly be a glitch or something? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I am highly suspicious about that.
Hey, Zeus. You should have seen my week dealing with the state and my mail and my public connection to benefits and because of my retirement / disability state. I went through it again with them, and I'm being messed with, and we are being messed with in ways that no one would believe if I sat there and did the finger pointing conspiracy theory crap. Say, well, okay, the culmination of information that says, excuse me, you cannot be this incapable, you cannot be this non-functioning. This has to be intentional. There's no other way. The evidence is so overwhelming that you're being screwed with in so many ways. It's undeniable, and we see this, like with literally every show. What is this? 77, Rebecca? 77 show 77.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm good. Cool. I'm on top. I'm accurate. But yeah, the evidence, and I am not trying to scream or cry, cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. No, I'm saying the overwhelming evidence that we're.
Let's call a spade a spade. Like it is what it is, and we hate this conspiracy because we we are based on facts and things that we can prove, but that's one that we're just going to have to
time-proven information.
That's one of those things that we can't prove, but we do see the signs of something definitely happening or not happening.
Let's get our last but not least guest up here with us, which is our good friend Christoper. He's the one in Vegas.
I'm sorry, Christoper. I forgot. I apologize.
Well, I didn't forget him. I see him. So.
Dang it. Hey, we gave him that 5 minutes to cool down after coming home.
There you go. That's right. I'm glad he made
and
it
Christoper today is, I believe, doing a cameo in a muscle shirt, and it's like, ladies, eat this up.
There he is. Hey, Christoper.
Hey.
How are you?
Oh man, yeah, I needed that 5 minutes to cool down because it's really hot here today. So yeah, but I'm excited.
Oh yeah, you made a liar out of me.
What?
You switched shirts on me because I was just pointing it out because when we first saw him in the green room, he was wearing a black tank top and showing some real shoulder muscle and looking pretty awesome for the man that he is. And I was just going to tease you about that, and then you go and change shirts on me, man.
You have to wear like 5.
I should have known better. I should have seen it.
It's just nuts. Like you have to have like 5 pairs of different clothing, items with you every day, just to make it through the day here in Vegas because it's really hot.
So you haven't even got a cool down at all yet?
You never lived in Oregon before, did you? Yeah, when you live in Oregon, you have to have at least 3 changes of clothing because it's so moist and wet that or Minnesota. In Minnesota, if you live in Minnesota, you have to turn your mattress every month. Otherwise, on the bottom of your mattress, you'll grow mold.
Oh,
I mean, it's so weird. You be thankful you don't live in a very humid environment. And there's drawbacks, good and bad, to both. And speaking of which, I have some more information leading to that exact same thing, having to do with moisture-bearing air and the coming time of climate change. And I did a lot of homework. I mean, I went cosmically crazy this week in how much study that I did and the levels of new science and information that is coming across on YouTube and being shared around the world, and old information that I went in and actually took a dive into. And so we're gonna have a good show tonight. And I apologize for getting that you were there, Christoper, and waiting in the green room because me, Sam, shut up. I actually really did have too much coffee today.
That's
so
okay.
I apologize to everyone else listening.
It's not just you. I've had my share.
I'm sorry. I'm having fun. I am actually in a very good mood because yesterday and the day before sucked. So anyway, yes, we're all feeling this crazy planet. Oh my God, we live in bizarro world. What the hell is going on? I'm sorry, but
I just want to tell Carol in.
Oh God,
thank you,
Carol. Thank you very much.
The red skies.
Early getting us
the
off.
Sightings from Minnesota. The sightings around the world that came in this week is just insane. I mean, oh my God! What? Oh, look! Wow.
I cannot wait.
And this is, we are at the coolest stages of the close passing planets, and every day is a new grand adventure in what the hell the skies are doing around the world, and yet nobody is going, oh my God, this has to be extra normal. This has to be something beyond knowledge. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are experiencing that and don't have the finite information that we very few fortunate have gathered over the last 14 years. And, me knowing about it for 43, 44 years now, trying to get this information to you folks. And this is why, of course, Rebecca goes to the great Samuel Hofman. And I view this as just a generic to me. And we're all, members of the same team here, because I'm not great, because you guys are the great, because you're my friends and you're around the world and you're my best friends. And I love you dearly. And everybody that's listening, and then Alexander Walls is our new friend, and Experimental and Tara, and which means that we now have to go to the comments section now that we have everybody in here.
I know.
And welcome everybody here. But you guys make this work. If I'm this crazy dude sitting up here in my hermit cave in Montana with my opinion, and nobody's listening, then I mean absolutely jack shit. So the important thing is you guys out there. And I did my homework, and I have a worldwide weather report and forecast coming for the next week for around the world. And we'll catch up with that after we get done with the comment section. Take it away, Rebecca.
Right, cool. Well, let's see who is here. I can't say it's here first because kind of like what Jesus was saying, how the numbers change. Well, the first comment, whoever comments first can change by the hour or something, but we'll just go down the list. So,
Hi, David, Audrey, but go ahead.
I want to say
Carolyn, thank you, Carolyn.
I want to say thank you to S. Colette. I saw your sizable donation. So I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being our friend, and thank you for being part of the show, and thank you for your support. That was very nice.
Being part of it.
Very nice. Yeah,
it helps us. This is how we have to get along. We need support in order to continue the show for everyone, because this does cost money, and we have equipment to replace year after year after year, and we pay for things that we have, and we desire, and I hate to say require, but we do need your support, because you guys are the citizens scientists out there that make this machine work. We've been doing it for a decade with no pay, and we are tapped out like everyone out there. We know that you're suffering from a poor economic situation, but currently the United States has got the world's best economy going. So if you can afford yourself that Hallmark card and that cup of extra expensive coffee, please send us one as well. A couple of bucks in the mail. Send Rebecca some money, because she pays for a lot of stuff every week to make sure you're getting this show for free.
We're all here.
So thank you for your patronage in advance. We love you dearly.
We're all here thanks to Rebecca putting this together, because personally I don't have the time or the knowledge. I don't know how she's gotten so good at this. So here's my
this is from Jesus.
My drop in the bucket.
Thank you.
Can I say something too?
Here.
It's nearly a year since we started. Do you know that?
Yeah. We started last October. So
it was this time last year. You kept saying to me, "Oh, don't be glum. Don't give up. I'm going to do something really special. You'll see. You'll be, you'll be part of it. You'll see." And I was like, yeah, Rebecca, okay.
I know.
No, it's a show. It's a show. I've got this wonderful idea, and we're going to share everything. You'll see. I said, okay. And here we are.
77 shows later.
This is a strong way. Go ahead, Rebecca. Go ahead.
What? Nothing.
We have a huge.
Yeah, 77 shows later. Look at us now. It's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, and we apologize. We have a huge lag in between us talking.
There is. I know.
We have a huge lag, and we talk over each other because we have a lag in between. From Scotland to Oklahoma to Montana, etc. And the reason I'll say this again for the record,
and we get a little excited too.
The reason that you go, we are, and this is, as I was just going to say, we are. This is the opportunity for us, all of us, and we are all, with the experts or the extra team here that is sharing this information with you from Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Nibiru is already here, and soon Christoper's YouTube channel. We're all sharing this information because A, it's important. B, we get the opportunity to talk to each other in a manner that we don't get normally, and we figured we might as well record this and share this live with you guys rather than doing it in the PM, rather than just having what we call an admin meeting, which we used to have at Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and quite a few of our sister sites out there, like the Alaska sites and Ollie. I'm not going to try and pronounce his full name, but Ollie over there in his Nibiru site, and we don't mention him often enough. Do you have a link to Ollie? He's doing work. They skew a little bit sidebar off of my information, make me a little uncomfortable from time to time. But he's doing great work, and I try to let him adventure on his own, and I'll occasionally hop in and correct him as necessary.
I think overall he
has.
Has the right idea. He has the thing, but I do think that he kind of does things in his own style. It's kind of what's.
Yes.
Yeah, and every once in a while he puts together some left field, right field point of view information that is interesting, and I like where he goes with some of his information, although they do stretch and semi bend some of our information. They don't break it. Nibiru Watch Africa, and I do apologize. I can never remember. But we consider him and them a sister site, and I figured I would call them out and make them feel comfortable that I am aware of their presence and I do check their material. And thank you for the information that you do share. Although it has to be a little bit, in my opinion, this is how I run my site, and I'm not telling you how to run your site, but in my site, I'm a little bit. I do apologize because this is the Western science attitude that I often rebel against, and yet there is what we call empirical science network where you have to gather the information with multiple, and we usually say 5, 8 to 10 examples of something before we call it fact. And what we share and how we share it is a little bit more extreme, where you share more generalized information, which is great, but it can be distracting to newbies. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but new folks.
I tried to. I know what you're saying, Sam. I tried to stay. Recently, I made a comment which I don't commonly make about things that I don't really like commenting on things I can't really prove or show you a good video on. But there is a lot of things sometimes.
Right, exactly.
I have an opinion also on a lot of things. I recently did make a comment on something because
you learned it.
Out of this world. I just had to make a comment. You made a video of it, Rebecca, recently about that shadow thing that just went up in the sky. It just looks like a shadow.
I'm that.
Like, there's things up there that we just don't get. And I think if you let yourself
I did that. Was that
because it is a rabbit.
Was that Alexander's video, Jesus?
I was it Alexander? I think it was Alexander. I'm not sure who it was.
Let me get it here.
Yeah, I did type in an explanation over that. That is the shadow of the long box cube in the distance between the sun at the angle light, and then it back shines the rising shadow. And Jesus, you have earned.
What if we're just seeing the shadow?
You have earned your opinion
in the distance. Because look, we see this in sea trails. We see the shadows, and there's got to be plenty of distance between the shadow and the sea trail. There has to be. It looks really close, but there's got to be.
And yet,
there's got to be plenty of distance there. So what I was thinking, it was maybe it was
so weirdly close
at a picture, and we just saw the shadow. So. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation.
And your brain argues with you how close it is, and yet it's not close. They're way out there. And I always say this over at every show. I say we see far more than we realize, and not near enough as we should. And it's this argument in your brain. And this is a good portion of why generically most people who are not even aware of this, they don't know that they don't know. Because it physically argues with your perception of how Hollywood has illuminated in our brain what a close passing planet would look like. And once you go, and all of you guys out there, and you're all nodding your heads, once you go past that belief status, that playing field, the ground base that and reach out to the possibility of, holy shit, that's a big object right there. How the hell can that be? Yes. And once you go past that point, that's where you see them. Then all of a sudden, boom, there it is. Shit. Oh my God. Because, like Sherlock Holmes, when you eliminate all of the other possibilities, no matter how ridiculous or unbelievable it is, and you've got this only left, that's the fact. Yeah. The fact of it is those suckers are there, and we've proven that. We have all of you guys have seen, and you've all reached across that boundary going, I can't believe it, like, oh crap, there it is.
Tara,
there it is again.
Absolutely. I really want to Be
right back.
I really want to iterate on what Tara's just said. If there was nothing up there, there would be nowhere for a shadow to land on. Absolutely. I don't think that people understand that you need a surface for a shadow to appear. When the Vegas video came out of aliens, that was in question, they said it right there too. That's why I don't get why people don't put that together. You have to have a surface. You have to have something for a shadow to appear. And it's like light. You will not have. Wow, this is the one I was talking about. Yes.
Oh my God! Look at that.
And you can see the curve of a planet right up there too. Yeah.
Yes.
But you have to have. If you have an understanding of light and shadow, you will understand that there has to be planets. There has to be something up there. That's solid. That's
okay.
That's blocking light. That's making shadows. So. Yes, Tara. Absolutely.
Yeah, what is that?
Go to where it starts to darken out, and then hit pause, please, Rebecca.
Whoa!
Right where it starts to darken out, and I will point out to you where the long box cube is.
I see a boxy now. I see it now. You're right, sir.
Right.
Okay. See the. Okay, let's look at the center of the picture, and then go over to the left middle.
Okay.
That's the long box cube right there. See that straight line over at the light illumination lower left and then upper left? That is the long box cube. It is going away from us. We're looking at the back butt end of the rectangle.
Wow.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
That is what is casting that shadow. And as the setting of the transition of the illumination, as the sun sets on Earth right there, that is the long box cube going away from us towards the left center sun. Underneath that dark blue area and the lighter blue area, which is right at the butt of the long box cube, the lighter blue area is a Saturn, and the dark blue area in the upper right corner is Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side of the sun, as always.
Right. I just want to make sure everybody heard that this is from Alexander Waltz in Germany.
Love your work, buddy. Love your work. We love your work.
He has some awesome captures, and we actually are currently existing on a huge portion of his information. Thank you, sir. We could never repay you for your contributions. You are a very treasured skywatcher. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
I want to say, William, nice to see you here. I'm glad that you are in better spirits and you're feeling better.
Yeah, good to see you.
Keep it up. It's good. It's good that you're feeling better, my friend.
Yeah, we always worry. We do worry.
And hi,
where are we on the comment section?
I know. I was going to say, let me get back to where I was. We'll start.
Okay.
I just want to also mention one thing. I know everybody already saw this, but that perfect curve, dark blue.
Yeah.
That? I mean, that is just, that. I wish you could see my cursor. I was pointing at it.
Yeah. That's,
anyway.
See how large that dark blue area is? That yellow moon is very close.
That moon is unbelievable.
I think you need to get your eyes checked because it stands out pretty clear.
Oh, well.
And I had that exact same.
We also have to talk about
me recently, too.
We also have to talk about the sightings in Minnesota this week.
I was going to ask about that. That's red. That's red.
Unbelievable. Red. Yeah. The reddest skies we've ever seen in our entire lives. And that does absolutely have to do with a refractive light illumination of a very close passing planet is Saturn. Just like on, go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous. You guys, and Rebecca has a video on this on YouTube, so go and click on her link and this.
Yeah, I seen something red in the Northern Lights last night. Something red, and it looked like it had 3 little pit moons. It was amazing.
Oh well, that and Saru is affecting our skies and our illumination as well in manners that I could spend the next hour talking about. And in the captures that came in over the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, etc., and the transition of Saru and how she's affecting the light cut off above the sun in most sightings is unbelievable, phenomenal. And of course it fits, and it just fits right into exactly what we're always talking about. and how accurate we are. And you guys, nobody in their entire lives have ever seen a sky like this. No one. This is new. This is refractive color illumination from a very close passing. Planet is Saturn just after sundown. So the angle of light is shining on a planet above us. Yet we are in darkness. So therefore we see the illumination of that color because it's there.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't there, we wouldn't be talking about it. And it would be going, oh, okay, what could be whatever. No, these are unbelievable sightings that we are seeing right now, including the unbelievably massive orange-yellow base cloud illumination from planet Ceres as well, which I talked about earlier. These sightings in our sky are never before seen. We're pilgrims in a strange land now in this whole scenario of the passing planets, that we've never seen anything like this. And we have watched for 14 years, and we have documented, and we have taken copies of pictures from around the world by the hundreds of thousands ever since every day. And we know where the planets are, we know what's going on, and it is drastically time for everyone to listen that we are in climate change transitions because of these passing planets. And this is an event that is so unbelievably immense that if you don't take every second of this in and try to remember all of it, then I feel for you. I really do. I feel sad that you aren't seeing what is occurring, and it's unbelievable. And I love it. I mean,
you're missing how it was showing. Also, you're missing. You need to know this stuff, guys. Last week, what I posted, I was expecting some heavy rain and heavy winds. We didn't get it. But it's good to be aware, because had something happened, at least I would have known.
Look at the horizon. Look at the real sky color.
I would have known, with enough time. I saw it 2 hours before, and then 2 hours later, it did a very close pass right above us. I saw it in the distance, and about 2 hours later, it came up right above us. Not close enough. It was very close, but not close enough to cause a stir. But it is good to pay attention to these things, guys, because these things
not that I want to freak anybody out.
Drop some golf size, tennis size.
These are apocalyptic skies.
Yes. These passings are so close, guys, that it's vital.
Once in a lifetime.
It's vital to pay attention, because it could affect you in more ways than just emotionally. There's a lot of safety issues here if you just catch this in time, and you learn what it is that you're looking at, guys.
Absolutely. Incredible.
Yes, Joyce. It wasn't storm.
Thank you,
it was a close pass. It was Attu and its moon and its asteroids. It was very close.
They all are.
Well, we didn't have
180-day cycle.
It wasn't close enough to give us a storm, but it was very close, very, very close. And we had just before our last close passing. We had like a foot and a half of flash flooding around here, and that's considering that we got a very good drainage system here because of all the snow runoff that we get every year. We have a really good drainage system, and even that, considering we got really heavily flooded.
Wow, I have never seen anything like this before in my life. Red sky. There's a major storm coming in.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yes.
Everyone keeps saying that.
Yeah.
Historic. Never seen before. Once in 1,000 years.
Of course, we're blue.
Hey, so I've been meaning to ask something. And maybe, perhaps you know the answer, perhaps you don't, but I'm going to ask anyway. So I've been seeing something that it's kind of a trend, but it's something that I've been seeing all over social media. How the younger generation seems to be aging faster. That really does play into the rate of decay, right? That's been you say it's been accelerated or it's non-existent. Can you touch on that topic?
Yeah. Well, as of well, when the onset in the early years, Montana Skywatcher was doing, we did a lot different science in the early years because there was more available links to everything. Now, a lot of information has been removed, excess removed, although it still exists, and they rename shit all the time. But back when we were getting real good science, they were talking about how the radioactive decay ratio mathematics, which is on a standard way that you judge radioactive decay of certain elements, blah blah blah, and this is the timetable for it, and everybody runs off of old piggyback science. Anyway, long story short, they noticed that the radioactive decay ratio had drastically changed, and their equations no longer functioned.
Wow.
Which a lot of normal functioning doesn't work for science anyway, because they base it off of Einstein. And if you base your information off of Einstein, then you're running off the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which adds a margin of error, which is beyond even debate at this point in time, because that's from 1880, and we don't need to run off that science. Anyway, back to the topic. Things have changed. The second star arrival was 2010, 2011, 2012, and it's entirely possible that if you were to take into account some sort of a gravity well from Einstein, which I do and never did agree with, that representation of reality.
It sounds ridiculous, personally. I think about it.
It doesn't work in my head. I apologize. It does not work in my head.
Absolutely no
Never
sense.
did, which is why I wrote my paper. Yeah, it's why I wrote my paper, because it didn't fit in my head. And then, of course, they don't come and bother a 17-year-old high school student in Montana for being wrong. So I wrote my paper, and then they slapped me with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for whatever reason. I got about 4 that we could talk about, and I have talked about them on other show. But anyway, so I believe that the possibility that the proximity of the second star is affecting some of the electrical bases of maybe the aging process, and we talk about time running way faster than we remember it, and I do agree with you in many ways on that one.
Yes.
So there is the possibility that, an acceleration of processes, definitely. We are all ascending from the new ascension of 2010. We're at a intelligence quotient culmination equation where we get smart now. A few years ago, it was every 3 years, and then a year or two went by, and then it was every year we would learn something new equatorially throughout the human equation. And then now it has boiled down to, within the time period of the passing of the Mayan calendar and the entrance into the sixth age and all of that, where we are now perceiving a intellectual nuance or epiphany at a higher rate that we ever have since the many millions of years of the evolution of mankind. If you follow me, and I hope you do follow, where that there was a long dragged out, I had to plow the field to get here, but we are now evolving at a rate that is far faster than we ever did. And this is part of what the new ascension is.
I absolutely can
It is.
see it. I can see it. I can, I remember you mentioning, Sam, this is why I was bringing it up, because I remember when I first came to Montana Skywatchers, you were mentioning something about boiling water, how it seems to boil much faster than it used to. And I tried it after you mentioned, and I was like, holy shit, it definitely does seem to boil much faster than I recall it boiling.
Well, on that same basis, for example, within our earthly atmosphere, and this is a climatologist general knowledge, for every 1 degree temperature increase that we have on planet Earth on our ground level, the oxygen ratio above us, the barometric pressure, etc., is allowed to hold 7% more water. And this is why we are seeing worldwide flooding at a higher rate than we ever have, part of the climate change, is because what they're talking is about this minuscule amount of temperature range variant according to their climatological model. We are already way beyond that, and they're not announcing it. They're lying to us.
Of course,
They're
it
not
also
telling
seems
us, which is
it also
I have.
seems like the water recommended daily intake seems to have increased as well. And it
Right,
seems like
right.
our needs,
Internal
our,
barometric
our
pressure as
water
well.
needs have definitely increased as well. You know.
Increased, yes. Well, because remember, let's go all the way back to physics, and let's also go to metaphysics from the Buddhist Om chanting and all of this. As above, so below. So we're having this electrical manifestation occur all in the crossing paths between two solar systems. This electrical transfer is unbelievable. And we all feel it. The dogs feel it. The animals feel it. The earth feels it. August 2nd, for instance, just pulling this out of the middle of the air, around the world, there were so many landslides and geological harmonic disturbances around the world. There was landslides everywhere on August 2nd. Now, the rest of the month, and I cannot wait till the SOTT Worldwide Weather Report comes out for August, because it's going to be very long. And we're seeing harmonics. We're seeing volcanic activity. Oh, by speaking of which, 3 Krakatoa kicked up again. And remember, Krakatoa is a big one. It's a very important volcano, and there's a reason behind it, because the ocean is close to around it. It's very volatile. Were it to blow right now, it would change worldwide weather. And we have quite a few of those off right now. There's some in Kamchatka. There was a major typhoon that went through Japan this week, and if you guys are ready, I can do the worldwide weather report, because I do have 5 pages right now.
Well,
And
I was going to
unless
say,
you've got something else going,
has a
Rebecca.
question. I was going to say, JB had a question.
Oh, okay.
Timothy,
Sorry,
I thought you were talking about that.
Where is JD?
Well,
We
first
have
he
been
was
having crazy
asking
lightning.
about, he was asking about the red skies and if it's Saturn that's
I
so
saw that
close.
too. I got
And
that too.
he needs to understand we're not talking about Saturn.
When Saturn is over the top of Earth, because it's coming in and it goes over the top of us at nightfall. When we on planet Earth go into the dark side, because the sun doesn't go down and the light switch isn't turned off, we turn away from the illuminated side of Earth. We are on the dark side. When that occurs, when we, the viewer on planet Earth, go into the night sky, that illumination, which you saw in the videos from Minnesota past sunset, that red illumination is the sunlight that is still being cast on the side of very close, very large red planet is Saturn, which is over the top of us. At that time, it would be in the north by northeast, or northwest, north, and northeast sky overhead at past sunset. That is why the entire sky is that red. Close planetary refractive illumination.
Thank you, Sricolette. Thank you once again for your generous donation and for being here. Consistently, I see you here, so that's good.
If they were there, wouldn't we see them at night? Well, we do. We see them. They're just so big that we're seeing the color.
And also, guys, you got to understand too that they're very quick passings. Like they're not going to hang out all night. They pass by very quickly.
No, they move.
They're not just sitting in one place.
I remember
they pass very fast. So if you're not out there watching at the right time, they could pass right by you, block the stars, and you wouldn't even see it. So keep that in mind.
Remember in the early years.
Please keep that in mind.
People say, "Can you give me coordinates? Where do I look with my telescope?"
I know that in the movies.
Where are you, JB?
Yeah, I know that in the movies they show the planets that they're just sitting there, and they're willy nilly, and they're not moving. It doesn't work that way. Everything is in motion, guys. These planets move very
And
quickly.
they don't show
We
an
don't.
atmosphere around them.
Yeah,
They don't show the planet's atmosphere. They just show
Thank
you the
you.
surfaces
that's
and the
right.
oceans and
Exactly.
whatever. And the
And I think that's where everybody gets confused because you have this idea of what it's supposed to look like that's
yeah,
not
look at
based
that.
in reality at all. You know.
I was going to
Pause
mention okay, it's a picture, so we're good. I was going to mention a gentleman named Donald from TikTok, and I see him in the comments. So hi, Donald.
Awesome.
And
I've never,
that was
I've never seen that name here.
oh
So,
yeah,
welcome.
well, he found me on TikTok, and that was his first question or concern was, how come we can't see the planets just dead on, and so I made a TikTok back saying, that doesn't work that way. They have their own clouds. They're just wrapped around in their own clouds. So what we're seeing are their clouds. Anyway, it's cool to see him here. And after that explanation, it clicked for him, and he is
Great.
fully on board now.
Hi,
So
Tracy.
he is,
I'm
there
good.
he
That's
is. Hi,
awesome.
Donald.
That's awesome.
So right.
let's
Yeah,
give an
Yeah.
example of what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at the center of this picture. There is a white circular illumination.
Mhm.
Yes.
That
That
is
was
the
the first thing that
faceplate,
got my
the
eye.
crab plate, the front base of is Saturn's yellow moon. It puts off an illuminated circle plate in front of it. And we've seen it, oh God, what do you think about 5 years now, Jesus, where it goes back all the way to, 2019, where there's this front, because there's an ion trail that rips around the side of a Saturn's yellow moon off of that faceplate that illuminates. It does this push thing. And it has, I'm sure, electrical because proximity to a Saturn, because it's
It
really
is the
close to the planet,
craziest
red
thing.
planet
It
to
is the
Saturn.
craziest thing. I had the
Yeah, it
hardest.
is.
I had the hardest time
The winged planet.
wrapping my mind around that thing there. I just could not
Yeah.
wrap my mind
Rebecca,
around that faceplate.
Yeah.
If you'll bear with me, I will go to Facebook and I'll grab that picture for you, and you can match this. Unless you have a copy of that drawing of is Saturn's yellow moon close up with the faceplate, the hand drawing that you worked on, and you redid it. I will go and look as well at the same time if my darn computer will get there, because I'm scrolling slowly.
I worked on it.
I hope I don't pack out.
I don't know what I did.
I will, because I'm changing channels here.
I'm
The
flipping
more pages
through.
I add, the worse my internet becomes.
Is it this? I doubt it, but let's try it.
Let me come back. It's still scrolling. I can't see it yet. Big stall. Big stall.
Yeah.
Here's another ice
Still can't see it. Still can't
I
see
got
it. We have a huge lag here.
Wow, big one.
Jay,
Yeah.
we've
You
seen
might have
many
to send it to
times.
me.
Well, no, that's not the drawing, but I'll go to Facebook, and I'll bring up your. Okay, now I'll see if I can find a quick copy of it.
I love that picture.
Dry throat happening here. Okay, okay, this one.
Okay.
I'll send it to you. It may take a second, everybody.
Sorry.
Bear with us. We do apologize, but I did send it to you on Facebook just now. You should have it now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. Look at that. Yeah, that is the faceplate as well. And the wrap around to the right, and it also goes to the left, and then it goes around planet is Saturn. Planet is Saturn is the winged planet, and it all comes off that central faceplate. It kind of looks like a soft shell crab shell, and yet it's also this thing that illuminates as well, and it's weird, it's odd, and I don't even know if what the hell it is. It could actually be an object, but we've always seen it as a traveling faceplate from push, because Saturn is a little bit larger than Nepesi, but direly and drastically smaller than Atu or Uri, for example. Whereas Saru and Nibiru are even way bigger than gas giant Uri. So it's hard to keep in context the size. But Matim, Saturn, and Nepacity are the three smaller planets of the overall 7/8, if depending on how you include Imru or not, in the model of the binary equation. And I hope that makes sense to you people out there. Anyway, do you have that drawing? And if you grab that last picture and sort of, and then show that drawing, we can talk about right there. Right, we've got that yellow moon literature. There's a minor circular faceplate on it, which creates the ionization drag off around planet Isatum in the winged planet illumination that we have seen all the way back to 2016.
It's what puts off the wings. It's what makes those wings. I had a great video showing exactly that on both sides. You could see that exactly this picture, basically this drawing right here was that video. You can see the faceplate in the front, and then how you saw the basically what looks like two wings just on the side of Isatum. It just wraps around Isatum. It is the coolest thing. It's cool and eerie.
And we have hundreds of pictures. We have hundreds of pictures going back years, which is, I draw this stuff out of my head.
And it's like nothing you've ever seen.
It's the weirdest thing. It's weird. It took me years to wrap my mind around.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Yep.
Like that.
And you go back to the 2018 shots when Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon were over the top of the sun, and they were doing this really freakish, weird winged illuminated solar pattern. Which there you go. God, you're good, Rebecca. You're fast. And that is if you look at it, at the top of the sun is Isatum's yellow moon, and then just behind it is Isatum, and that big winged effect is when they are way back off in the distance, and then Nibiru is to the right of it. But this is like 2018, 2019, just as they started. Now later on, it went over Isatum went farther over to the right, and then they started forward toward us as of 2019 and 2020, and that's when it got really fun because I was watching this and I knew that my drawings were matching everything that I was drawing. So I see the left picture. Dated drawing was 2021. Now this picture goes all the way back to, I'm thinking, 2017-ish. And those the two blips in front of it are asteroids, but they're in front of Isatum's yellow moon. Now we believe, if you look at this picture closely, we believe there may be two moons on either side of Isatum as well, and you can see them semi-defined in this picture, sort of like the base of the horns. If you look at it, the Saturn's yellow moon, we believe, has three moons. This is also part of why the winged extension from Isatum's yellow moon to her two smaller side moons, and why it reaches around planet Isatum, because they are so close in orbit to each other that they have an actual ion positive negative cloud illumination, self-illumination, hyper proton generated self-illumination, which we have seen in the electric universe, not gravitational. And we've seen effects and documented all of this going back many, many years. So take our word for it. We are not, we're not telling you sailor tales here. We're telling you facts.
For me,
that's the two.
Seeing is believing,
right?
Yeah. But then remember, you can't trust your lying eyes. It's an old joke lately. Yeah, that's the Saturn, and you can see the yellow moon. You can see the yellow moon directly above our sun, and this is back when it was directly over in the winged effect, which is also in Egyptian hieroglyphs, by the way.
Right.
So we've done our homework. We have cross-referenced this information from thousands of people around the world sending their material in, and we have cherry-picked through the stuff that all correlated to the status platform that we base all of our information as experts in this topic. You will not find any free site out there handing you Nibiru information like we have. And we have been here longer than any of the money boys or the Dr. So and so or the Mr. whatever on his channel and even before a lot of the people who do actually, like Daniel, whoever, we talk about that guy or any of our, we don't even discuss
It's
what goes
sci-fi.
because they seem like,
Sci-fi Dan.
yeah.
That's the-
Okay, Sci-Fi Dan. And I'd love to talk to him, and he's actually been kind in a lot of ways, although some of his comments were, we're absolutely the craziest imaginary possibility that anyone could ever think of, that any of this shit was possibly real. And yet we've been documenting it, proving it, and are experts about this information for 14 years now, ever since my non-disclosure agreement came available, that we could start forming, doing public information and sharing it. And I've known about it for 40 some years. So if you aren't going to listen to us, then who are you going to listen to? Take it away, Jesus.
Andrea, just want to say, if you get to the set, please share some pictures. I just gotta say that. You sound very excited. I would love to see that.
What's going on?
She says they're filming the new Predator movie in her area.
Wow.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
that'd be
cool.
Yeah.
Yes. This is for JB. Some pictures of Saturn's yellow moon, and it just depends, like how close it is as to what it looks like. Like the further away it is, of course, it's going to be smaller, and it looks kind of like a sun, or it does look like a sun, really. And then the closer it is, the more it looks like a moon with clouds and all that.
Yeah, and you will see you will see that dingy yellow glare in the sky. You usually just right of the sun. At certain times of the day when the lighting is right, you will see a very dingy yellow that's there.
There it is.
And we've had reports from the Southern Hemisphere because they have a different view angle than we do. These are awesome. These are awesome.
JB, stick around.
When they match.
You have no idea. You are in the right place. This is some crazy real. It's so crazy. It's so crazy, but it's actually real. It's just out there, but it's real. I assure you, it's real. Now these are cool pictures.
Now keep it. Yeah. There's the ion tail. Yeah. Now on the left, or excuse me, on the right hand drawing on the bottom right hand, those 3 or 4 straight lines there, that's that faceplate that we talk about. Now, depending on the angle of the view, currently it's way more over the top of us now, so the angle in the faceplate has gotten larger and bigger and looks different now, but it's awesome. And we get sightings of that every day, every week for 6 months now, and a year, blah blah blah, all the way back to 2019, coming bigger. And the drawings are so absolutely accurate.
Yes.
And here you have examples of it right here.
On that one.
Go ahead, Christopher.
The way you drew the faceplate on the drawing on the right, I think it's one of my favorite drawings you've done. But I can place, I can do an overlay on a picture, and you drew it, the angle of the faceplate so perfectly. I can just lay it on a picture, and it just lines up every single time. It's wild. It's just wild.
And the fact is that I draw these before it happens.
Yes.
So please explain that to our friends out there. I'm not going to self-brag, but please do go on.
Well, okay, so 2022, he drew the one on the right. I only started in October of last year, so I probably compared this with my own photographs probably 50 times by now, and it's just incredibly accurate. It's awesome.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I was trying to find a certain video, but we'll get to that in a second. It had a good Saturn in the clip. We'll get there. But anyway, or Saturn's moon.
2018.
Yeah. So these are just some different ways it can come across.
Right, or the drawing you
Yep, and we've been watching this
drawing you did
information
last month.
What was that, Chris? I'm
Please
sorry.
continue.
I was just saying the drawing you did last month, the extra drawing of Ice Adam's yellow moon, for when it was, becoming a lot larger.
Yeah.
You drew it,
Yeah.
and then the very next day, it showed up larger than I had ever seen it. It was just awesome.
And
Yeah,
I
right now.
do this because this is what I see in my head.
Right.
And so I don't sit it down at the computer and draw these and copy in any way. I don't copy pictures at all. I sit in the living room before I ever turn the computer on, and I just draw what I see in my head. And I've done that since day one. Of course, in the early years we did paper cutouts, and oh, look at that! Look, oh, go back. Go, God, please go back. Just one. Right there.
You knew you're gonna.
Let's look at that.
Yeah,
Wow.
I knew you were excited about
That is the faceplate. That is the crab shell. That is the self-illuminating faceplate of the front of much larger is Saturn's yellow moon in front of his Saturn. And it does this illumination electrical thing. Now it's past sunset. Look at the horizon. See, we're looking at the orange sky at the bottom where the trees are. Okay. That's the real sky. Everything above that, there's actually two plus planets in this shot.
I'm guessing
But
Nibiru,
that's self-illuminating, close proximity, whatever electrical manifestation in its faceplate of the front of Saturn's yellow moon electrically. Why that ion tail rips across both faces to the other side moons, that electrical connection and dysplasia of event in space of its exterior
like a shield,
atmosphere,
like a heat shield.
Create
It's like the heat
into
shield on the
into
space
the
shuttle.
wing.
Sorry.
Right, it's this because it moves so quickly. And it's also in front of Nibiru, which I imagine has a huge electrical connection and drag on it, because they're always connected. They're always right next to each other. They don't break away from each other. Nibiru and his Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru's two moons are on one arm extended. If you had a two-armed octopus spinning, which is what we'll call the orbit model. This octopus has two arms. On one side, on one arm is Nibiru and his Saturn. And on the other arm is Saru, Uri, Atu, and Nepesity, and Matim on the other arm. And they rotate, and that's their orbit model. And on that separate orbit model, those things on the left-hand side, which have been Saru, Uri, Atu, Nepesity, and Matim, have moved away from us and yet over us, as is Saturn and Nibiru have come over the top of our right shoulder and above us now, and are passing Earth and becoming illuminated in the light beyond Earth, which is why we're seeing the red skies, because his Saturn is now over our right shoulder at night, as Nibiru is behind us on our right shoulder at night, causing more illumination in the skies at night, because there's a refractive light even off the planet Nibiru, because it's massive. It'll put up a light blue hue. And then everything that Uri and Atu and Matim and Nepesity are doing. Nepesity is doing some close passes still. Super bomb, rain bomb, weather events all over.
Yeah.
Close passing asteroids are happening. We are in the 180-day cycle.
Yeah.
Strange freak weather going on. Quick passes all around the world. Not
Well,
that close, but just enough to rip into this area or that area.
I've never seen such green skies here in Salt Lake since I've lived here. I've seen them in New Mexico, but I've never seen them like this here. I thought it was going to be, a topic of conversation on the local news. I don't even look at the news, but I watch the news just to see if they mentioned it. Nothing. Not
Nothing?
a word. Nobody.
No, they're they didn't tell you that. Like,
none of my passengers noticed. Nobody. It was a busy day for me.
well, they don't connect. They don't connect world weather events.
That we had purple.
They're not
lightning
connecting world
and-
weather events. It's all broken up.
Yeah, that
Oh, don't
too.
forget orange lightning.
Yeah, we had a green. We had purple lightning and green skies, and I'm like, come on, guys! Like, how do you
Nailed it.
not? How do you not at least curious enough to question them. I don't know. I don't know. Tara, again, once
Close
again, I
passing
love that
planet.
comment. I was gonna ask Rebecca to highlight it because I love that. We are not about fear here. We are about being informed. Yes,
June.
we aren't gonna paint this pink and beautiful and nothing's gonna happen. We're seeing a lot of bad things happen, but we don't
That's Fury
try
and
not
June.
to focus on that part because we can they could drive you mad if you focus on the fear part of all this. Just do what most of us here do.
Right, no, you can't.
Be in awe, be in shock, be in awe, be in amazement, and take a front row seat to the greatest show on earth, and just let the chips fall where they may. That's all we can do, and be aware.
Yeah, you
And
cannot
take
base your
whatever
opinion off of
precautions
fear.
you can, but we try not to focus on the fear because you can drive yourself mad, and it's not healthy.
The best thing if you want to focus on something is to take pictures and to prove it to yourself more.
Yeah.
That helps you
Definitely.
with the emotional side
No.
of it because it is an emotional
If-
experience
It
as well.
really is. It really is. What you're feeling right now, JB, is early enlightenment, and it's a roller coaster of emotions. And just ride that wave and get comfortable with it. But there is a lot of things that we've been taught that are different. It doesn't work that way. The planets aren't going to come crashing into each other. Everything that the asteroids are magnetically connected to their body, their planets. So nothing will easily just, we don't steal nothing from them. They don't steal nothing from us. So they're not going to easily land or hit us. Not to say they haven't or they won't, but it doesn't work.
12,500 years ago. 12,500 years ago, at the tail end of the Ice Age, we had the something younger event. I can't, hurt the brain. Me, I have always trouble pulling names out of the hat.
You're talking about
Dryas younger.
The younger Dryas.
Younger Dryas. Yes,
Yeah.
12,500 years ago, they do believe that a very large asteroid did hit Earth and change everything. So we also have to take that into account. And that's why I've taken a deep dive into past history, especially recently in the 500, 550 BCE empires and cities and age of reason and everything that was going on. And people think that the BC, they go, oh, caveman, dragging his knuckles in his club, or pulling the cave woman by the hair into the cave, all that crazy crap. And that's the perception of science that people have. And I'm going, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
Well, that's
Some of the greatest, Persian Empire.
That's why it's so limited, the knowledge, Sam, is because we think that a few thousand years ago we were in caves and we evolved from cavemen just a few thousand years ago, but we have been here way, way longer than that.
Well, and it's like you were just saying, they don't crash into Earth, and people have to realize that the Nibiru passing, I mean, even we just go the generic, every 4,000 years, with 3,654 to whatever years. I mean, we have no way to accurately say that that's correct, but generically 3,654 years ago, and then 3,654 years before that, and then 3,654 years before that. And it all lines up to the Great Flood, the loss of Doggerland, changes of civilization, climate migration, volcanic activity eruptions, continental planetary plate movement, and movement of the North Pole, and shifting of the sands of the Sahara, and the shifting of what, at one point in time, the Persian Empire wasn't so dried out and desert and sandy, nor was Africa, nor was Mesopotamia, and it was a different climate. And nobody takes that into account, that in these past events of the Nibiru system, because the planets don't crash into each other, but we are direly climatologically and climate migration, sociologically speaking, the generations of humans and the philosophy and carryover of information from one cycle to the other, including the cuneiform system and unknown languages, and how long ago, all these lost cities that are around the world that we can't explain. And that's because, what we talk about Western science or empirical science that I am arguing with all the time, and yet we use that premise to base our information. But the point with it is what we in the Western culture hold as fact is nowhere near the exact real representation of what is going on. And we have to enlarge our point of view to Persian science or Indian science or Chinese science or Japanese science or Northern Germanic tribes or the Pictish warriors or any of the other cultures throughout history, and try to look through it the different points of view at that time in history, 1650 BC, etc. So, and then even previous to that, the cycle before that. And then you go back to the 12,500 year younger asteroid hit climate model, could pull the right word. And then we look back at the Mayan calendar, and one of the harbingers of doom on the Mayan calendar is asteroids. We talked about the four squares around the central square.
Yeah, we see it all throughout. We see it all throughout history. Once you take into account the binary system, and you take into account the plan, the Nibiru system crossing, a lot of things make sense. A lot of quote unquote mythology makes sense. A lot of petroglyphs make sense. A lot of cuneiform tablets. Everything just it's not just the pictures that put this together. If you go back in history, I've obsessed over the Younger Dryas as well. I've obsessed about going back and seeing our history, because when you see it through different eyes, it is way more understandable, and you can really digest the information and be like, oh, this really does correlate to what we are teaching here.
And when we talk about the fear factor, and the fear factor is that we are still here cycle after cycle after cycle. So you have to, that boils down to the logical next question would be, well, how are we going to relate to the fact that this is here happening now? Including the fact, and this is something that we scratch the surface on regularly, including the fact that we are not here alone watching this happen. There is that huge ass faction or multiple factions that have been parked over the top of our heads since 2019, 2015, and 2009. Close proximity to Earth, and yet, still to this day, Jesus, no one comments when we talk about the cubes. No one.
No, it seems like one of those topics that people kind of take it with a grain of salt, and they just kind of don't touch that subject. Honestly, I didn't touch that subject. I didn't touch that subject for a long time, Sam, until I saw it myself.
And we watched them come in. We were,
until
Montana
I saw
Skywatcher 1.
I saw the side orb. I saw the escorting ships. I saw that so freaking close that it just blew my mind how nobody was seeing it at the time. It was just so freaking obvious. And if you go to my
we talked about it in Montana Skywatcher 1 for like 8 days.
Go to my Facebook page, guys. Go to my reels, and you will see a lot of that's where I post most of my favorite videos that I take. I believe that cube one is there as well. So if you want to check that out, go check it out, guys. And I want to say, Tara, I know that you've been on I just want to say, for being such a new to this, you have a really good handle on all of this. Yes, I agree. Part of their power is to keep this a secret, to keep this information away from us. I think when it comes to world, galaxy things, the real true currency is knowledge. It's not money. It's actually knowledge. Knowledge is one of the things that keeps us down, that keeps us doing what they want us to do, that keep the world the way they want it. The lack of information is absolutely their control over us. And the faster we get people to
I will point out
to think a little bigger, to think more of on a global spectrum, on a galaxy spectrum. Maybe we can start seeing some change. But as long as we think just down here, we think about our petty differences, we're just gonna be stuck. We need to move forward and change the way we do things, guys, because we've been stuck just being the worker bees, and I think we could do a little better. I think we could do. It's time that we ascend to something a little bit more. A little bit more.
We need a unified event.
Yeah.
We need a noticeable, and I deplore even mentioning this, but like Chelyabinsk, for example, was that asteroid coming in and blowing up just before it actually entered too deep into the upper atmosphere, which is why it boomed and blew up so much with such a large shockwave, which was like a Tunguska event. But anyway, we need another, and I hate to say this, we need another event that wakes people the F up. And sorry, I did not drop the F-bomb, but I just abbreviated. Anyway, people have to wake up, and we have to realize that we got to stop being pissed off at each other. And there's a larger event going on right before our very eyes, including a climate change that is going to kick our asses, and it already did this year. Or did you not notice the events that are going on around the world right now? I mean, we are still getting our asses. It is flooding right now in Europe. And has been for the last couple of years. Did you notice? It is flooding in places all around the world, and people everywhere are losing their houses, and huge amounts of dollar value, and the world economy will be affected by this. Not if, but will.
We're seeing
and it's going on, and it's going on, and the information is not being shared on the natural news.
And farming supply, and food.
Yeah, all of that is
our
being
food supply. We are gonna feel it. We are gonna feel the food supply being. Avocados will probably be going up higher in price here soon. Mexico is not only seeing a lot of flooding. So a lot of things are being affected, and a lot of our produce comes from Mexico. So we're gonna see a hike in limes, a hike in avocados, and God knows what else. But yeah, we're gonna feel that.
There's flooding in Belgium. There's flooding in Holland. There's flooding in France.
A lot of it has to do with what's going on, but they'd rather point it out to be inflation, which it is also inflation, but I think it's a little bit more complicated than just inflation. There's just so many things happening in the world right now.
Yeah, I know. Spain was saying that
European weather.
Somebody from Spain was saying because of the floods and that they didn't have enough olives or something, and they were supposed to send to Italy. And they couldn't press the oil properly.
The number one olive oil and olive producing country in the world. Spain has done that since the Romans.
I love olive oil. It's already expensive as it is.
We paid $26 for some olive oil yesterday.
Yeah, well, I don't buy anything else.
It's insane. But I love it. It's the only oil that I will use in my house. I don't use any other seed oils.
I use butter and olive oil, and that's it.
They are horrible for your joints. It just
for your body.
Yes, definitely. It's expensive, but it's cheaper to be healthy, guys, than having all kinds of doctor bills or being on all this medication. So yeah.
That's the side of Uri right there, rolling in front of us.
Yeah, look at that.
Incredible.
Little cotton.
The cloud's going one way, and there's a planet.
The bubbly bottom base cloud.
Hey guys,
bubbly bottom base cloud.
I'm gonna pull a Sam. I'm gonna go grab a Coke.
Okay.
Yeah, I just did. I snuck away and I grabbed a Coke, and I forgot to open it in front of you guys. I apologize. Usually this version, is sponsored by Ricola and Coca-Cola. Although there is no actual physical affiliation, and I was just joking. Anyway, no lawsuits, please. Hi, everybody, all you groovy guys and gals out there, and welcome to our show today. Pull out our microphone and blow everybody that has headphones on out there. They're ripping them up, going, "God, shut up, Sam." Okay, sorry, coffee, and I'm now drinking a Coca-Cola, so you're really in trouble. God, what a week! I was so blown away by the fact that we could see Yuri as intensely, unbelievably well, and I'd like to thank Andy Pohl out there in the UK and Gillian, you did great work this week. And Christoper, I saw your stuff as well. Great job. And Rebecca, everybody, go to Rebecca's YouTube page. She needs the subscriptions and she needs the views. And is that
it's growing. I look at my stats, on YouTube, and all the numbers are in green, which indicate, everything is moving up. So thank you for everybody for, doing what you're doing, because it's working.
You can see the rotation.
Yes.
That's not our normal weather, guys and gals, even though, yes, this is sort of fisheye lens, but you can definitely see the rotation of that passing body. And then it moves. It's going out of the way. And then there's something else behind it.
Awesome.
And all this stuff moves. But it's over the top of us right now. And we're in the middle of everywhere you look, there's a planet around us now. And they're so close and so huge that the only real vision of the actual sky is if you look at the horizon. Now, remember, when you go outside, don't look out, look up.
Yep.
Remember, look at the dark areas first. Go out with gray-black sunglasses at different times of the day. Take your own shots. Share them with us. We'll compare them. We'll give you examples. And if you're a new person at this and we give you comparative examples, and please do keep trying if we don't see you right away. We do try to get to everybody, although, ask Rebecca, we are quite busy. We run quite a few sites, and we contribute to a lot of our sister sites, and then video work and editing and time, and then family and home life. So please keep that in mind, and we will try to get to everyone. But the best way to do this is to actually learn to look at the dark areas of what our normal sky used to be. Now, depending on your age, you may view things like, well, this is a normal sky. No, if you really want an answer, go back and look at a 1980s, 1970s, 1990s movie and look at the real, what used to be the sky. And you're going to be in for a very stark surprise. Thank you, Rebecca. Perfect timing. Yeah. Planet sky, planet sky. They are sky fillers. They've been sky fillers for 8 years now.
It's easy.
We've watched them approach. We watched them. We had the luxury of watching them come up since they were small. And now you guys who are new don't get this opportunity. Now you're waking up to the fact that they're right damn well on us, on top of us, going beyond us. You missed half, if not, a few segments beyond half of the full show. And that planet right there is Yuri. That was like 2 years ago. It was very big.
Well, they're going to be on their way out, so you can still catch a very great show.
Well, I expect even better visual acuity as they leave. I think we're going to get a better view on the way out than we did on the way in, because they came up from below us. And we, for the most part, we were watching the dark sides of them, the back of them, because they were between us and the sun in our view of light, which has been the greatest, and we get a few side illuminations for brief periods of time throughout the years. But now they are so unbelievably huge that you can see, like in this example, is sky quality versus the passing rotating planet. And we've had the opportunity to catalog all of this information over the years because we do it every day for 14 years. And back to we are number one. And I enjoy where we are. I do. There's days I get body rushes from hell because we are the collective that we are, and the group of people that are working together to prove exactly what's right in front of you right now. And Rebecca is a fantastic, excellent main contributor, director, producer. You're an excellent producer, and your work is exemplary, and thank you, and you do a wonderful job. Thank you. I'm proud to be here today. Thank you.
Yeah, really, I do. I mean, it's only because of you being so patient, really, because all those years of piecing this together. It's like, I had all these questions and I made all these mistakes. And every time I made a mistake, I'd learn, what not to do. So it all come together.
And you did learn.
Yeah.
The point is, you did learn, and then you moved forward, and then.
I found out really quick that it's best when you're new to kind of just soak in the information before you start making calls on things. Because I made an early call. When I came here, I was really excited about all this. I was a little too excited because, again, who wouldn't be? I think I find this to be one of the coolest freaking things ever. I totally nerd out on this stuff. But I was a little overzealous and a little bit Sam did get on my butt for that, and
I know.
And then
I love you, man.
Because I did grow up in a family that wasn't afraid to tell you no, when they needed to, or tell you to do things a certain way. I didn't take
and
it
you
personal.
earned your place.
I told myself, you know what? For right now, I'm just gonna shut up and just read and look at the information and take my own captures and all that, and the rest is history. But
and I do
coming in. We made a lot of mistakes, but we loved what we were doing, and we knew we were in the right place, so we got good at it. We got better at it as we went.
Right.
So.
I am told that I'm a little intimidating, or there are, and we've seen examples of where some people think I'm an absolute asshole, and where I don't try to do that, I do try to share.
It took me years, Sam, to really figure out that you weren't an asshole. I didn't know. I couldn't read you very well at first. I knew what you were talking about in your heart was true. I knew that when you were talking about, you were excited, and it was just so, your excitement towards it was so intoxicating. It was just like, wow, I gotta, I want to hear more, especially when it comes to planets, because I've always loved that stuff. It's been something I've always loved, and then to hear you talk about it was just the most exciting thing. And when I came into here, I was just so excited as well. But this stuff really comes. A few things happened though. I wanted to share this information with people, and I truly thought that I could wake people up, and I think we are, just not as quickly as I thought it would happen.
Yeah.
I realized quick.
Yeah, me either. And
that some people would be teachable, and a lot of people, it doesn't matter what you show them, they're not going to. Some people just.
I'll remind you.
And that was
I'll remind you when you were filming.
That was very upsetting.
When you were filming back in New Mexico, when you were living in New Mexico, Jesus, and you were filming, and you had that close pass of Attu's moon for the first time, and you were filming that. You got to admit that when the reality of what you were looking at while you were filming it set into your tennis shoes, what did you see?
It's something that'll change you. It's just life changing. You'll never be the same, and you'll never look at the world the same way. It's a paradigm shifting, as Nicole said once. It's paradigm shifting. Everything that you think goes out the window, and it's upsetting, and it's exciting, and it'll anger you also, because you realize that we live in a world of lies. It's a whole roller coaster of emotions, and I'm telling Donald, be patient. Be patient with everything that you're feeling right now, because it's difficult, exciting, and it's every emotion you can think of when you see something like that.
I remember when I first seen it, I cried for a week because I thought they were going to crash into us. I honestly did, and I would go to the internet cafe every week, once a week on a Wednesday, to see when Sam put out he had a small video back then when I started watching, and Sam put out Understanding the Skies, and I would go every single week to go and get my fix of Understanding the Skies once I first seen a planet.
Cool.
And that's when I first met Jesus, and I think Jesus phoned me in South Africa and said, Gillian, for the first time. And I was like, oh, it's so cool to hear an American say my name. That is so
Your
cool.
favorite story.
I had a hard time with your accent. Your accent has gotten a little less now that you're in Scotland. But when I first talked to you, I had a little bit of a hard time with your accent, actually.
Well, now I don't sound like Audrey anymore. I don't sound like Audrey anymore.
yeah. It was a lot more prevalent then than it is now that you're in Scotland. I think you've lost a little bit of it now that you're in Scotland. But yeah,
she stopped using South African references. Before, Gillian used to use a lot of South African speak, and she didn't even realize it. Now that she's up in Scotland, that's drug her up over to the brogue. But anyway, well done, Gillian.
Yeah, I think I'm like two different people. Sometimes it's really weird. Yeah. But I just remember when Sam said that we don't crash, we repel. I was like, all right. That'll do. Wow.
Oh, we've had example. We lost Christoper, I see. We've had examples of so much information coming in over the years that we've been able to formulate a larger understanding of what's going on around us. And in the early years, we didn't even attribute the planet names, and we took many years to prove that. And we were very cautious in how we got here. And it's important to keep that in mind. And all of this information is time proven. And that's the hilarious thing about, Jesus and Rebecca and Gillian. All of us have now an understanding of what these planets look like and their atmospheres and their ground types and their size in ways that we never understood, except to sit there and watch from 2014, 15, 16, 18, 20, 24, etc., to the proximity and them coming back, Nibiru coming back, and Saturn coming back, and all of this in this transition to show the right left orbit model as they rose before us. And all of this information has been proven and documented and reserved and saved and now being shared. And now you guys are the experts because you've taken a way huge journey of information that I bet you haven't even realized the extent of what's already cataloged in your own minds. You can understand, once you start understanding orbit model in your head, once you realize that we are swimming right in the middle of these planets and they're over the top of us, and that orbit model placement hits you, you've grown in huge measures. And it took quite a few years to get it absolutely in my head, mostly what's going on. I don't fully understand it, but I do. And this is how I'm able to draw a lot of it is you just keep doing it. The more you do it, the more you understand. And that's what we're doing here every week.
Actually, I was going to show a video next. Let's go ahead.
Then please do.
Play, as you're talking,
dun, dun, dun.
Play. Bear with me 1 second. I know. It's like, I think I was going to start with Jesus.
I hope I haven't.
As he missed.
I haven't been preaching to the choir, but anyway.
So, yeah, and I heard last week that you almost didn't play my videos because I wasn't there. Just to put it out there, if I'm not around, play it, please. I always watch. I watch every single show. I watch every single show that we're on. Sometimes I'll skip the parts where I'm in because I don't like watching myself.
You know what you're going to say yourself.
Sometimes it takes me a whole week to watch the whole thing, but I watch every show. So if I'm not here, I'll watch it later anyway. So.
Yes, David Gregg is at the Glasgow Banter, he says.
Bear with me. I have a new one. I have last week's and I have the current, but I thought I had it saved. Let me double check.
It was a very interesting week. It was very interesting. And most of what I got was during the show last week that I couldn't make because I was at work. I guess the universe had something else for me to do because it was a very cool day.
It's
Oh,
loading.
Andrea's asking a question there.
Hang on 1 second.
My
What's she saying?
scroll wasn't keeping up. I lost my scroll.
yeah.
Wow. A lot of comments went by me. I do apologize.
Red
Holy
skies,
cow.
which reminds me. She says, there's solid red rainbow. Is that a planet or the effect of a planet on our sky?
Oh, that's funny.
Well, it
Andrea.
depends on which direction you're looking.
This is north. This is north. I want to point one thing out, guys. Can you pause it when it's right there?
Tell me when.
That's
Right there. Can you pause that right
That's Atu's moon and
Back
the
in.
red asteroid.
Yeah, look at the streak from the top left corner, how it goes down, and then see how down right on the bottom where it ends, that streak ends. It looks kind of brown gold, like a brown goldish color.
Yeah.
Okay, I want you to focus on that, right?
Sorry. Bear with me. Whoops.
I don't
That,
from
of
a
course, is the red
distance,
asteroid.
This is still pretty distant, but I want you
Very
to
large.
I really want you to focus on that little area because this was earlier in the day, and then I took video 2 hours later, and then
Okay.
I want you to see what I'll point it out in the next video if it's the
Okay.
next one. I'm not sure if it's the next one, but
That's the thing that looks like a big
Red?
tongue. Huh.
Bear
Big
with
tongue.
TikTok is
Yeah.
demanding my attention. 1 second. Okay, that white band, is that what you're talking about?
yeah, right at the end of the white band that goes down,
Uh-huh.
right at the end, right down below Atu's moon. There's like a little. It turns a little brown, a little gold. It's
Yeah.
very faint, but it's there. You can see how it goes from
Okay.
white, and then at the bottom you can see like gold,
Sure.
it's a gold brown color.
Okay. I just
And
wanted to-
also
Yeah, I
the
call that
Texas
peach.
cube.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'll show you
Yeah,
something.
peach.
The
part of
Texas
it.
cube is there
Oh,
in the mid right, and then the upper right is Atu's moon.
Sorry, I just wanted to. This picture, I can't stop thinking about it. The one on the right, that white band. I don't know. It just, I had to show
Yeah.
everybody. You know,
Very-
it's like that's the same thing. It just
That's the
tilted
same thing.
over a little bit. It's
Yes,
rotated
exactly.
over. It's the
Exactly.
same. Anyway, I love it.
And
Okay.
it's almost above the sun, just like it is in that video.
Wow.
Yes.
This is a little distance still, guys, but it's incoming. It's coming in closer, and it gets really close. But this is still very distant. I was able to take a video of it still, and it completely. See, there you go. There's a picture. There's a picture. See how it's a little gold, how peach,
Yeah.
as Jillian
Yeah.
said. You know, you see the band right at the bottom. You can see that there's probably asteroids.
And look
They're
at the
asteroids.
horizon light on the
They're
left, and
asteroids.
look at the horizon light on the right.
That's right.
Look at the
Exactly.
shadowing on the right, whereas the sky on the left is the real sky
Monster.
color at the horizon. Everything
Yeah.
above those white lines on the lower left is planet. And then in
That's
front of it, the white illuminated clouds is moon.
That's right. Exactly.
I know.
That is, yeah, lead asteroid and all of that is crossing over in front of the Saturn yellow moon.
I got
This is
one
the
like
same.
that this
Okay,
week too.
this is the same thing facing north. 2 hours later, guys. Now that same color.
Okay,
That
but you
peach
are filming
color.
on the left-hand side of
Now-
where the sun is. That is
What's-
Atu and Atu's moon with the red asteroid going downward and central model.
Yeah, this is the same direction 2 hours later. This is the same color, guys.
Right.
It's just closer, right? Because it's had 2 hours to come closer, or us, or we met each other, right? Because we're moving and they're moving.
Wow.
But this is 2 hours
Oh
later.
no,
guys.
actually, this is
again,
come
if you
forward on the
pay it-
left. But with the earlier
Okay.
picture was on the right. That went by and over your right shoulder. This is what's coming in front of your left frontal. This is Saturn's, or excuse me, the red asteroid and Atu's moon, and the previous one was Saturn's yellow moon with the lead asteroid crossing in front of it, which was where that downward slope was. Previously, I was wrong when I said Atu, but it was yellow moon. Lead asteroid
okay. So here's where I get confused, Sam. Because this was 2 hours. This was in the midday, right? So the sun.
Yeah, they're quick. Remember, they move, and you're also watching the sun, the Earth turn away. So the left, as we turn away, the left is going to be more prominent as the right is going to go beyond us.
Okay, so this is south, right? This picture's south. Okay, the other one that we just saw is north
at what
at
time?
The same time. All right. So
this is south.
Which one is
at
the
what
one
time
that
of day?
Is this? Gosh, this is the first one was, I think 4, and then this one may have been like 6 o'clock, right? Just prior to sun.
Well,
sunset.
south would be Uri. South and southwest would be Uri. And Atu is beyond us, but above us at sunset. Whereas Saturn's yellow moon is in the northwest to north sky at sunset on our right. So remember that we are in the middle of these planets and they're all around us. So at sunset, they're all around us. This is looking what again?
This is south.
What direction is this?
This is south. South. This is directly across from the other picture that we saw just literally before this one. This is at the same time.
Yeah, south at sunset would still be Uri. Yeah, south at sunset would be Uri.
Yes, well, again, it's confusing.
And then if you turn from the south to the right and you look due west at sunset, you would see Nepesity over the top and Seru over the top, and then Atu behind you, and a Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru to your right at sunset.
Okay, so go back to the last picture, Rebecca, would you?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've been trying to figure this one out for a whole week, and I couldn't wait. This picture right here. This is north at the same exact time as the one we just saw, but this is north, the other one to south. So what are we looking at here, Sam?
North at sunset would be the Saturn's yellow moon, lead asteroid crossing in with the Saturn behind it. North at sunset.
Yeah, is that what we're seeing on the bottom of it? That little corner thing, kind of that kind of sharp corner there. That the lead object. Is that what you're saying? And then add to, I mean,
the lead object is the lead object is round blue with the white tail on the bottom of the collective. Now they're all the long box cube is also in this shot, as well as the side orb, which is the central orange illumination, is the side orb of the long box cube. At the center, just above center, there's a very large orange dot, and that is the side orb of the long box cube illuminated. Remember, I have a 43-inch screen.
Okay.
I totally showed the wrong drawing a few minutes ago on that. Sorry.
No,
I saw the shade.
Remember, everybody.
I totally.
It's bleeding.
I didn't follow.
See the three white lines? See the three white lines?
I do. Look at that.
The horizontal white lines in the middle of the upper middle left area. That's the long box cube. And on its right-hand side is where the side orb would be. And look, ta-da, small circular illumination. The lead asteroid is probably the dark blue area closer to the center, lower by the trees area. That dark blue dot, where it's darker than anything in the page. And then Saturn's yellow moon is on the right-hand side in the blue area, from the regular normal sky all the way up to the light blue to the dark blue. That's the Saturn's yellow moon. And then the shadow trail of the lead asteroid is the blue on the left-hand side, because that's the back side of the Saturn's yellow moon.
This new view that we've had of this
It's
cycle has
wild.
been so confusing
It's
to
going
me.
over us.
And honestly,
It was in front of us.
it's been a little annoying because it's like you got things to where you pretty much kind of know what's going on, and then right now everything is
And
so
then it changes.
close that
Yeah.
it's just so it's
Well, it
been like
was that we were
it's just having to relearn.
we were
things.
watching a Saturn's yellow moon at sunset in the northwest, and then it went to the north, and now it's going over the top of us, almost to the north by northeast point of view, depending on when you look. Now at sunset, it's coming in from the northwest, moving to the north, moving to just over our right shoulder if you were looking due west. So keeping it, they move, and again, this is why we always trying to count in where the light is coming from. Okay, here we know the light is coming on that picture right there from the far left, lower left. So we're looking at the side. This white cloud is the side of planet Saturn, and right there, that dark circular area on the right-hand side is the Saturn's yellow moon with the huge faceplate right in front of you. Lead asteroid, green asteroid. They're all on the right-hand side. We see it time after time after time.
Yep.
And it matches. And it matches. And it matches.
It's that easy.
And the cool
really.
thing is we've never seen a Saturn this close before. We've never seen any of these events. And if you look on the shadowy area on the right lower, you can see a purple because that actual planet right back there is red. So there's a purple, shadowy, affluent, refractive color at the base of this moon and the planet. It's Saturn. And of course, Nibiru's right, and then there's a space in between, and et cetera, et cetera. They're there. We see them over and they're hiding up there with it.
I've been doing this 6 years, and sometimes I get it completely wrong. Sometimes I wouldn't say completely wrong, but sometimes I still get it wrong. It's
Oh, me too.
It is.
I do
It
too.
has been it's been an unusual year. It really has been an unusual year.
They move and they're changing, and they're in a place we've never seen them before, and now they're going over and beyond us. Now we've seen that sort of event happen from 218, 219, 220, etc., where they would go slightly beyond Earth and then facially illuminate. But now they're physically going beyond us, and they're rotating in their orbital two-armed octopus. They came at us and they were in front of us. It was an out view. We watched them approach as we got close to them in our normal orbit model. But now we're going under them and in between them, where we weren't doing that 2 years ago. And now it's a whole different, boy, they're huge, and the refractive colors and the lighting and the base clouds are far more large. I mean, look at this. I mean, you have right there, look what's illuminated and look what's at the bottom. This you're looking at Atu's moon. See the bubbles on the white light illumination on the bottom, where this whole facial thing in front of us here is white and illuminated. And look slightly to the left there. There's that big shadowed circle, which is the red asteroid in front of Atu's moon. Beyond the light, because the light's behind us. This is facial illumination that we've never seen before of the passing planets. And it's just the coolest part of all of this, and yet it's so huge. It's impossible to actually accurately understand this unless you're swimming in it every day.
Right.
Look at the angle of illumination. Look where the light is coming from. When was the time that you saw 20 years ago the skies that looked like this?
Never.
The light is coming from the far right, probably sunset, early evening, and yet there's this big, huge, massive thing way above. See, now if you look over on the building on the left at the horizon here, above this little tan building, there is the top of our cloud system, which is cumulus nimbus clouds, which is 38,000 feet or so. Everything above that is not normal clouds. So it's way, way, way high above us. So you're looking at the side illumination of Atu and Atu's moon.
Yes, I was gonna say, look at the shadowing on the left, guys, and how it's lit on the right. You only see that if there's a round object there. You won't. If it was just sky, guys, or if it was just clouds, you wouldn't see that. The only way
right
you'll
center,
be seeing,
you can see the craters of Atu's moon.
Yes, yes. The only way you'll be seeing something illuminated this way is if it's round in nature, guys. That's the only way that you're gonna see half lit, half dark. That's the only way. Hence why we have day and night, guys. We live on circles, on balls,
Take that, flat earthers.
I always think of everything in as tennis balls or basketballs. That's always
Right.
how I visualize things.
Oh,
How would it be if I held a flashlight to a tennis ball? How would it shine? How would the lighting work if I rotated that ball? And I really want to make a video where I could show people that kind of play with the light and put like a sphere and use a flashlight. I really want to do that, but maybe in the future I'll do that. But you have to think round, and you have to think, how would light affect something that's spinning and rotating at the same, spinning and moving at the same time? This is a night shot. My phone does pretty good night shots, actually. Pretty glad to see that. Look at the shadow, guys. That is the moon causing a shadow on that cloud on the planet behind. This was a night passing not long ago. This was maybe a couple of weeks ago. Look at how it looks like we have stars in front of there. Those aren't stars, guys. They are not stars. They don't match any constellation. They're not a constellation. They're not stars. They're asteroids or something else. They're asteroids, most likely.
oh, speaking of,
No friends.
oh, did you guys know? Did you guys know that we have a dazzling new comet in our skies?
I did not know that.
It is C2023A3.
Name.
Let's see. Tuchin Shan Atlas is the name of it. Tuchin Shan Atlas. It's a comet, and it will be visible in North America in the northwestern sky in the northern hemisphere. And so I saw it the other night. So keep your eyes out. It's a very bright comet. The tail should be quite cool over time. It is what they call a great comet, and it is very similar to the one like Hale-Bopp in 1997
really
or McNaught in 2007. And it will be a very visible comet, and you can see it now, and you will for quite a while. So do check into that. It is C2023A3 Tinshan Atlas. And you can look that up. And it's on YouTube and on the Near Earth Object site, US Gov. And you can look that up. Thought I'd share that. I took a bunch of notes today. So anyway. Sidebar.
Good to know.
Planetary.
Yeah,
that is
you're
the site of
right.
Uri.
Right.
Wow.
Atu and Moon are usually the easiest ones to identify to me, and also a Saturn now. But a Saturn has been so close that sometimes it's a little difficult for me. But Atu and Moon by far the easiest ones to identify. That that little.
I have seen videos.
The effect that it does is just uncanny. It's unmistakable.
And again, that dark area is a planet, and the dark area behind it is also a planet. And you do not go outside your front door without having a planet around you. That is the side edge of Uri. That's why it's that dark and blue. That white clouded area on the lower left is her base cloud. Repetitive cloud patterns happen over and over again. That is a very dark blue edge of Uri. And her axis is tipped, and her you can see her stripes. They're at a weird axis lately because she's rising.
You can see the real sky.
That is a close pass of Atu's moon.
Wow.
I can slow that down.
That is Saturn's yellow moon. That's Atu's moon right there. And this is after that other picture she just backed away from. Remember, they move quickly because we're under them. And they're close, and it's weird, odd how they're close.
Boy, watch this.
Yeah, that's just Saturn's yellow moon in front of its atom.
That was a cool
Huge.
sight.
right at sunset.
This one right here, I gotta say, was one very
I love
very
it.
cool sighting. As
Planet.
obvious as it gets. This one, there was like
that's
nothing in
good
the
old-
sky. The only thing was this
See the
curve right
craters
here.
on good old planet Saturn. That's that red band right there. Is planet is right there. That's it.
You see the
Planet
craters?
Saturn with the Saturn yellow moon in front of it. That orange red area with the pock marks, those are craters.
So there's
Wow.
another side illumination, guys. You
Planet
got the
is
sun to the
Saturn,
left.
does not have water on it.
Yeah.
It's red and rusty. That's what puts off all the iron oxides, yellow tail, and all of that electrical whatever that is going
See-
on with the Saturn and her wings
see,
and all of it. I mean, she's
Here's
like
a
a
video
flying
of
garbage
that
can.
we were talking about earlier, Sam. Okay, so this is south, right? This is south. That's east.
Okay,
East, and of course
okay.
north.
You can see the stripes of that.
North.
too. Okay, that would probably due north at sunset. Due north, yeah, that would be where
Yeah.
Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid and all of that would be. Look at that rainbowy and coming out from way out from underneath. Which is on the
And
other side of Atu's moon and Uri.
I live about.
God, they're all. It's like we're right in between them.
They're just wrapped
I
all
live
around
about.
us.
Did you guys see the commercial airplane there, dude? How small it looks, and how
That's
distant
the
it
salamander.
looks.
Hit pause. Hit
I
pause.
live about 12
Hurry.
miles from the airport.
You're right there.
So,
Oh, go back. Hit pause. Go
Yeah,
back two
I got it.
frames. Yeah, right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you see a very close salamander holding onto the side of planet Uri?
That is the first thing that when I saw
The head is in the middle upper right, the two arms, the middle body. You're looking at the salamander. You're looking at the tan asteroid and all of the shit hanging on the bottom edge of Uri. And the refractive light you're looking at where the sun is putting out these three shafts in the middle and one to the lower. That's the cutoff line of where planet Uri is cutting into the light. And you're looking at the bottom of the salamander asteroid group on the side of planet Uri.
Yeah, this was the first one.
Which
of
also
the first
becomes the
times
winged
that I was
dragon and
able to
all of that.
identify- This is one of the easiest identifications of Yuri I've ever had. Because seeing those creepy, weird
And dead center tan asteroid.
asteroids,
Look
they
how
give me the
big that
creeps every
thing
time I
is.
see the salamander asteroid group. This was easy to identify, which is saying something because Yuri kind of. I don't have much experience with Yuri. This year's been
Wow.
has been a Yuri year.
That is lead asteroid in front of a Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn. Look where the light is. And this is just at sunset, which is sort of way past Earth. This is new,
Oops. Let's go back.
very new.
This is probably a couple weeks.
Like a week?
Sam.
Okay.
Wow.
Couple-
Yeah, it's going beyond. Look where the illumination is, and yet it's
Yes.
on the upper right hand shoulder of where the sun is. It's on the opposite direction. That's sunset, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So that is literally where is Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn is and all of that, and Nibiru is behind it, and
Right.
it is beyond Earth at sunset. Literally somewhere, anytime from north to northeast sky. If we look at it at the light angle, where the light is hitting the buildings, it's directly behind us and yet sort of left.
Yeah.
See the light on the telephone poles?
Yeah, I do.
So that and it is going. Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru are going beyond us now at sunset, and they were for the last 6 months, literally in the northwest sky by north sky, and now they are going beyond us. And like I keep saying, we're going to see facial illumination in ways that are going to be even cooler. When they get smaller, they'll be easier to define in one photograph, where we would have to stack 3 up here to see the entirety of what we're looking at right here. And that's part of the problem is that they're so large now. It makes it very difficult to identify which is which by the base clouds, etc. Pathway, flow patterns of the rotating, orbiting sun asteroids below each of the planets according to where they are. Now, currently, what's really weird is the lead asteroid has actually moved over as far as it has to the proximity with the Saturn's yellow moon, and I don't really think that's what's going on. I think it's actually closer to Earth.
It's been a little unrecognizable to me, the lead asteroid. I don't know why I've been having a hard time recognizing it.
Well, stepping in from the left when you're looking at the occurrences of the Saturn's yellow moon from the right, and it's not that they're that close to each other, but it's our out view of them. Lead asteroid is closer to Earth, whereas Saturn and its Saturn's yellow moon are farther away. So it just happens to be in its placement coming from where Uri and Atu are, yet the lead asteroid is way out there and a different left arm angle coming in from the left yet, but still coming in front of our out view of what's on the arm on the right. So that's why it's confusing. Yes.
It seems that Mono87 wants to know, can this mutate our DNA?
Yes, in a manner of speaking. Yes, the addition of the secondary star is part of the planned ascension for some people to take us into a mode of hopefully evolving. That is part of the overall plan that's affecting here. And so, yes, even that. And actually, what we can actually self-heal. You just have to remind yourself that you can. And this is why we talk about the metaphysical occasionally. And there's a lot to what you can do to elevate yourself and your mind and your placement in how you recognize your old soul and how you move forward in all of this. I think everybody here has grown in many ways very recently within the last few years, and they can probably attest to that as well.
Yeah, I'd say so. Definitely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm reaching for cough drop number one.
I know, it's like I'm thinking about everything, and it's like, yeah, quite a bit actually. Yeah. So
that's quite a statement. It's quite a thing to think about. You sit there and you think, wow, how much have I changed? How much of the people around it, how much have we all changed and adapted?
Yeah.
And
Sam,
and
I got a question. I got a question. How can you eat Ricola and drink Coke at the same time? Please, I can't wrap my mind around it.
Aren't they disgusting? I mean, those cough drops, aren't they yuck food?
Yeah. I've been thinking about that for a week.
I actually
still at the same time. How does he do that? I can't. I just can't. I can't.
I like my Ricola, definitely. I only sip at my Coca-Cola because I don't normally drink pop unless it's for the show. So because my voice goes on me from talking nonstop. Shut up, Sam. And when I start getting hoarse, then I grab a Ricola and I stop drinking Coca-Cola for a while. And no, I don't mix them. And I don't do the whole Ricola. I will usually take it out of I have this little marble plate that I put my cough drops on that sits next to my computer, where that's all I use, sort of like a tiny little coaster for my cough drops. And I put my cough drop on there and I will suck on it again in 10 minutes and pop it out of my mouth, because I have learned the hard way. Try not to talk with a cough drop in your mouth because you will choke.
Uh-oh.
And after the second time on, I think show 3 and show 5, I almost died behind the microphone to deal with cough drops. So I learned. So I'll only suck on it for a minute and then I'll pop it out. I promise you.
Okay. I was gonna recommend you for beer meets food or something. You know, something. Some kind of.
I watched a bunch of his new stuff again.
Food channel or something, because that's definitely
we have to plug Beard Meets Food because he's on YouTube, and I watch a lot of his material. Watched it this morning too as well. Look at that.
Just don't go to Mentos and Coca-Cola. Whatever you do, just don't switch to Mentos.
Oh my God, no! No Mentos and Coca-Cola. I know better than that.
These are those.
You feed those to seagulls in San Diego.
Sam, you told me about Andy and his
for anyone that's there.
Sorry, this is from Andy.
Was this Andy's?
Awesome.
Andy?
Well, I haven't seen Andy.
Well, remember we talked about that.
Andy's in UK.
Remember we talked about that hexagon, not hexagon. Excuse me. That Earth to brain, the cube going away from us, showing it as butt end, and here again you're seeing the side view in the dead center in the square. It's an angled rectangle headed downward, leaving a trail behind it here as well. That's the long box cube in front of his Saturn's yellow moon.
There's some people in the comments that I don't think they've been here before. They're asking what the cube is.
Oh,
carbonated drinks with food. Well, I'm not eating any food, Andrea.
Sorry if I missed your comment or questions.
I had breakfast. I did not have lunch, so.
And I want to tell Carol Ann, thank you. I just now saw this, so it's like a surprise. I'm scrolling through there and I see that, so thank you, Carol Ann.
Thank you, Carol.
He's like a huge supporter, like huge supporter, really. So
she's our children, our biggest children.
Really is. And she puts in a lot
cube,
of hours.
Mono 87. Okay, the cube, Mono 87. The cube is not a planet. The cube is an intergalactic spacecraft. That in this case, the long box cube, which is on the right-hand side of the sun, has been parked in the same place since 2019. Is an intergalactic craft that came in over the skies, and we saw arrival around 2017. The Texas cube, which is on the left-hand side of the sun, and arrived over Texas, which is why it's called that. It arrived in 2015. Then the Intergalactic Federation cube, which we call the Empire Orb because it literally looks like the Death Star, including personal sightings by myself. And we know that they are here. And we have thousands and thousands and thousands of sightings going back many, many years. And for some reason, this hasn't gone viral. And to this day, we were just talking about this earlier in the beginning of the show, is that we mention this all the time, that they are here and it's well documented that they're there and they're real. And we watch them move into place. And we've had even children point them out in the skies when they watch them fly by. And for some reason, people don't want to talk about it. Although at Montana Sky Watchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Northern Skies and Nibiru is here now and Christoper's YouTube channel, we all talk about it regularly. And yet, for some reason, we get no comments. There is an multiple actually, intergalactic forces that have been parked above Earth in close proximity for many years now. And I'm wondering why you guys don't see them when I do.
That was a great picture. That one right before this one, the lighting was just so obvious that it was that it's a planet, that it's something around in nature. I love Andy's work.
That's the side of Uri again, side of Uri.
Yeah, look at how this is lit up, guys.
We've had
Look at how it is lit up. You have
after
shadowing. You have only light on a certain part of it because that's as far as it can reach because it's below the horizon, right? And then you have shadow.
The tan asteroid in the front of the side of Uri again after dark. Yeah. The bottom of Uri is being illuminated. The little reach down thing, middle bottom left, that big bright dot, that's the tan asteroid. The illumination on the middle right hand side is the side edge of planet Uri, illuminating in the after sunset. Side of the planet is being illuminated, even though our side of the sun, our side of the planet Earth is now dark. Those planets above us are still being illuminated as we go into darkness, and we can see them better above us.
Yeah.
You can see the stripes.
Trying to get a picture of Uri, like a drawing.
Side facial illumination, asteroid reaching around, getting illuminated. Reaching around from out of the shadow. That's the tan asteroid. We know it does it. We've been watching it for years.
Sorry, guys. It's in there somewhere.
There are so many asteroids attached.
Oh my
attached to
God, look at
Yuri,
that.
and they don't. The big ones don't hit us; they stay connected. But there is crap that falls free out of all of that. There again, this is Yuri coming in, and we're seeing illumination underneath. The right hand, it's coming from the right hand side. The illumination is at the left. We're seeing the volatile gas giant Yuri with all of her asteroids underneath her, and there's millions of them. God, we have not seen that video from NASA and those folks in many years or in many shows where we watched that incoming cloud of asteroids, and I think people have forgotten what's coming
Do you
over the
want me
top
to
of
play
us
it?
right now as we speak in the
I can
180-day
play it.
cycle, and we're about to
Yes,
enter
you played
September,
it.
the big month.
Let me get it. Let's get it. It's so good.
I want to point that out to people because we're swimming. We are swimming in the debris asteroid field under Uri and Atu, in between Nibiru and Isatum, and all this shit's going over the top of us right now. So this is the last month generically of the 180-day cycle, and occasionally, and a lot of times, there's some major events at the end of the cycle. So we're in previous cycles before, we haven't seen it go to October. We've seen it go to December. So there's no telling, it may run again until December. We don't know proximity versus how these cycles are panning out. It may get worse. It may get better, or stay the same. I don't know. Yeah, notice this. I'm amazed that they ever released it. And now this was in November of 2023. This is right at the end of the 180-day cycle when all of that stuff is directly close to us. Now, these white dots are not stars.
Right.
They are cosmic material. Clouds or space clouds, gases collecting around these asteroids. Now, you'll notice different groups going different directions in little stuff and big stuff. Notice how it moves. Connective bleed-off patterns right there to each other. Between large, now remember some of the dark areas. Look at the dark areas, not the light.
Now, this video is just, this
Look
video
at
really, this video just gets me.
Yeah.
It gets me. I do not understand why this video didn't go viral or wasn't a bigger fuss. I don't know, because if you can just see this and just not think anything of it, something's wrong with you. Remember, this is from the ISS. We're not supposed to see clouds up that high.
Look at that.
Right? How do people not question that? Like we're
What
not
is
so
that?
Look at that stuff, man.
crazy.
Yeah,
That
that's like
is
the
the
hammered
tan asteroid.
bracelet.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like
Oh,
Looks
like the
rough
hammered
surface
bracelet
to-
right on our butt.
Right there where you have it frozen. That is on the left-hand side. That is the tan asteroid under Uri.
but it's just clouds
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah,
all day. All day.
Clouds in
That's all
front of
I
the
see.
ISS station.
Look at all those little speckles, boys and girls. Look at all those little speckles. Those are like little chunkies, little chunks with their smoky stuff around them because they're reacting in space. Look at that stuff. It's like friction. You know, at a Grand Prix and you see the smoke? Stuff just like... And they don't see it. How can they not see that? That there's something there, that something is making that reaction.
You know, I had somebody recently say something while they were in my car that I really agree with, and I hate that I have to agree with. But most people are more concerned with what are we drinking tonight?
No.
What's the football game score? Like, you know, I hate to say, but that's really as far as some people's thoughts go, and that's a shame because we are capable of so much more than that. Our brain is just capable of grasping so much more than just basic stuff, and I think the world has been set up for us to just focus on things down here on Earth and nothing up there. You know, I definitely think it's purposely done, and it's why always like to say think bigger. We have to think bigger. We have to think more than just our little bubble. What affects me? We have to think globally, guys. We have to think galaxy wise. We have to think bigger. We're always going to be stuck in the same place.
It's
You
true.
there, Sam? You kind of pixelating out.
Yeah, I'm watching. I was just waiting for Christopher to say something because he is shaking his head.
I'm just
And,
I'm just taking it all
Gosh,
in.
I'm dreading this, guys, but I wish I could hang out for another couple of hours at least, but I'm gonna have to go.
Oh,
I
well,
really
your
don't want
senses,
to
right?
because I'm really enjoying this session of ours, but yeah, I really gotta go. I do want to say I have I have just want to say thank you to my friend Rachel. I don't know if she's watching, probably not, but just want to say thank you. She got me something for my birthday. So she knows that I nerd out on the UFO topic, all that. So she got me and her tickets and rented a room for us for my birthday
nice.
to Phenomicon,
Fun.
which is going to be right outside of where's that ranch? God, this is gonna drive me nuts. It's Skinwalker Ranch.
oh,
So we're basically going to
Oh,
Skinwalker
my.
Ranch. We're
yeah,
having
love that.
we're gonna be close to right in the same town where there's Skinwalker Ranch. They're having
Yeah.
a convention. It's not like Comic Con,
Don't
but
get eaten.
so we booked dinner with the cast of Skinwalker Ranch, and then there's some of the Ancient Aliens cast is gonna be there. A few other people that I really don't recognize.
Be sure to name drop.
Yeah, very interesting. I'll be
Be sure to name
recording,
drop our site to those folks.
Well, that's the thing is that
Yeah.
before we signed up, before we bought the tickets, they tell us that we cannot go representing any podcast. But I will take video, and if I get a chance, I want to show one of my videos to one of them to see what they think. I really want to show them that the one with the stripes.
There you go.
I want to show them that video. If I can, I'm going to do that. At very least, I'm going to do that. But I will be taking a lot of video. I probably will be going live, so wait for that. It should be interesting.
Cool.
It's sold
Love to
out,
see it.
so it's going to be a lot of people there. It's going to be very fun and interesting.
Awesome.
So look out for the me going live. I will be
Okay.
recording a lot of stuff.
Who are you going with? Did you say? Are you going with someone?
I'm going with my friend Rachel. She's a good friend. She bought the tickets for my birthday back in June.
Oh, lovely.
She told me I'm gonna take you to a steak dinner for your birthday, but I have your real present in September.
That's really awesome.
September.
All right.
right.
I love you. You're such a good friend. I can't thank you enough. That is the best present you could have given me. Anybody could have given me. That's
Yeah, bring
it
your
says a lot.
notebooks, take
It gives
notes.
you something that they know that that says that works into your personality, and I think that's what she did was give me
Go
something.
to that sign where it says Skinwalker Ranch and take your picture.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna do all that. And then they have the petroglyphs. We try to book a tour to the petroglyphs, and then to Skinwalker Ranch, but it was booked. We only were able to book just a dinner with the cast members. So
They are quite popular on YouTube right now.
It is. It really is.
Always
It
the
really
silly
is.
stuff. Yeah. Anyway,
And
don't get
love
eaten while you're there.
I love Ancient Aliens. I think Ancient Aliens is where my journey actually began, where I started seeing the world in a different way and seeing.
Oh,
that,
these guys.
There's yes, exactly. Those guys are going to be there too. Childress, David Childress, one of the guys that comes out is going to be there. So it's going to be really fun. I've never been to a convention of
I'm
any
jealous.
kind.
I am jealous.
So this should be fun. Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
bring a
working-
notebook so you can take notes on how we get to do that.
Oh,
later.
absolutely. I got everything ready to document everything. I told her I'm gonna have you record a lot, recorded me and all that. She said, I'm all for it. So it should be interesting, guys. But
There you go.
all right, guys. So I better go. I gotta go to work.
Okay.
Calls, but
Drive careful.
Okay.
I'll be gone on the
Be
4th.
careful.
The 4th through the 7th, I'll be out there and I'll be taking pictures and all that good stuff, and I'll be posting it. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, that'll be fun. But all right, guys, love you guys. It was fun. It's always
Love
fun.
you too, Jesus.
Be careful.
Wish I could
Bye-bye,
stay
Jesus.
longer,
Love you
but duty calls. We'll see you
Yeah.
guys next week. All right.
Perfect. Good seeing
Okay.
you.
Bye,
Okay.
guys.
See you
Good
next
night.
week. Bye
Have a good
bye.
night. I will be listening though.
Hmm.
Bye.
Definitely. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Bye, Jesus.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Everybody's saying bye. I love it. I love it.
Hello,
And-
Sandy.
Thunda
Cheeks.
is here. Here's Thunda.
Hi, Thunda.
Good to see you. Let's see who and Sandy Cheeks. Yep, I see Sandy Cheeks.
Did you see
Good to
that,
see you
that
again.
Alexander had made a statement about the video and the fact that everything's been sort of pieced together? The ISS.
No, what?
If
I
you
don't
go
think I
back,
saw
you can
it.
see
Uh-huh.
he says something about
Oh,
it.
from Alexander. Okay. Let's
Yeah,
see.
because you know how he's really good with the
He
getting
is,
up close and
yes.
the details and stuff. He's noticed something.
About what's it about?
Says,
Can't any of you see this? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you going to go,
okay.
Chris?
Okay, I
can
got
do
it. There it is.
Yes, I'd watch some of that. I loved it where it was going to the dark and the back, and
Yeah, because he
Awesome.
loves that, the dark and the light and the dark and the light. I knew that would light his bulbs. He would see more than us. Can you imagine? Alexander,
Yeah.
you work with that. See if you can
capture somebody
send
else
that to him. Yeah. See what he could pull out of it for us.
excellent
Right.
work. And that's part of the trick is learning to look at what's actually in the dark and not pay attention to the illuminated stuff, and then reach to the light. And once you start doing that, it really brings your depth out, and you learn. And we talk about gray black sunglasses, so it helps. Don't get the blue ones or the pink ones, or look through welding glass. You're not going to see the right things. And God, we had another series of people taking photos. Remember I'm still getting people talking about the seven suns, and
Oh,
I had
no,
more
not
of that
that thing
even
again.
after last week's show.
Yeah, and I see
Yeah,
JB had
and
said
that
he
is, do
wanted
not-
to see the box
do not
again.
film.
Yeah, I
do
wonder
not
where my
film through
cube is.
glass in a high rise.
I wonder where my cube picture is, because I could never believe it when I first seen the cube as well.
Oh.
Do you have my cube picture,
We
Rebecca?
probably have it saved.
Which one, Gillian?
Well,
the
when?
cube? I didn't catch. Which?
It was
We have dozens
2017
and
or
dozens of them here.
2018
Oh,
in March.
I did.
What is your early? Do you want me to send you a couple of early cube shots, Rebecca, from the old files on kind of
We can, or I have a big
Or-
pile of cubes. If you want to look there, we can.
You have the oldest one, the one in deep space,
I do. I'm
and
pretty
we
sure.
can talk about
it's
that
so
one,
cool.
being that we want to bring it up.
Hopefully.
I can grab it real quick because
should.
I know pretty much where it is. We can talk about the early sightings from the original sightings
I do
of the cube, the Texas cube in space, was long before it ever got to Earth. It was sighted on Google Space, and then some people were watching it, and I managed to get a copy of it. And I am looking for it now. It's all the way up in the T, and here I am in Z. Doesn't do me any good. Got to go to Texas. Gotta go to Texas. STU. Okay, come. I'm at you. Earth's brain backwards alphabet. What a joy. Come on. I'm scrolling through so damn many pictures. It takes forever. Okay, early Texas cube. In deep space, 2009, before it even got to Earth. Now, it arrived in 2015 over Earth, came out of a wormhole, and it was sighted by many people. And then that story vanished for quite a few years. And then it recently came back on YouTube through somebody else had shared it through their show. And then we brought copies of it back again. But there's, Rebecca, I have sent you the earliest one, and we can talk about that. And I'll send you one other, just so everybody can compare the day of arrival, which I have arrival day pictures. This is the actual day that it came through the actual wormhole. And the actual original capture going back all the way to 2015. I did manage to resurrect that out of old shots. STU. I'm going through the file again. La 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 la. And I've got hundreds, of course, of Texas Cube pictures. But I'm looking for the real early ones. And there's the long space tube. And sorry, it takes time to scroll through all of these photographs. Okay, there's the one I just posted. There's the one on the Egyptian hieroglyphs. There's the space with all the. By the way, Gillian captured a whole bunch of new Star Destroyers this week.
Yeah.
I hope she's listening.
Yeah.
Still scrolling. There's some more Star Destroyers.
Pretty much everybody that posts pictures at nighttime has those Star Destroyers in their pictures. You know what I mean? It's like that's common now.
Oh yeah, well there's so many of them up there.
It's like another Star Destroyer. You've seen them one.
Okay, there's the two we can compare off of.
Wow,
that's funny.
Okay, go back to StreamYard now. Yeah, there you go.
What they're doing
now,
on there? Like,
I will point out just where it says Montana Skywatcher above the word. Look, it vanished on me. It went scroll on me.
That. There they are. They're Star Destroyers.
Yeah, some of them, and the cube is in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
some of look for the triangle.
Wow.
I know, Thunder.
So anyway, if you go back to that first picture.
Yes. Okay. The first picture that you
I
sent
love
me
that one too.
Wow.
Yeah, the first one.
I got
Let's
that
talk about, once and for all, we'll talk about this deep space. This is way early before it even got to Earth. This was captured from Google Space. Okay, now the white blip in the middle, just above center left, is that white blip. That is the side orb in front of the cube. Okay, and now the little white dots right where it says Montana Skywatcher, those little white dots, those are the support craft, like Star Destroyers. That's how small they are compared to the size of the cube. We saw it coming in 2009. Now you go to that next picture, Rebecca, if you have it ready.
Yeah, I do. Let's see. Is this it? Nope. Sorry, I thought I had it already. I do. Here it is.
Well, that's one of them.
I took a picture like that already today. That
here
cube
you
thing.
Study the face.
There's little cubes everywhere, man.
The construction, what you're looking at, that is the Texas cube. There you go. There is the close-up in 2015 of the Texas cube coming out of the wormhole. Day one that it got here, officially over Texas. And we can go into details on that in shows to come as why it came there. But that's the difference. It's a small, full square, just like the Borg, but it's not the Borg. It's another intergalactic ship, and it offloaded those Star Destroyers and stuff like that. And we watched that happen in 2019 after they were hiding by the sun for the first little while. And they did some close passes, blah, blah, blah. We saw them here, we saw them there. But then they went and disappeared for a little while. 2018. Stuff, all that they did and they were hiding in front of the sun, and which is where the black dot scenario came in a lot of films over the years. And we went through that over and over with people, and who tried to debunk it, and blah blah blah. We went through that for a few years, and then they came out of hiding in 2019. And then we saw them transition to the Texas cube being on the left-hand side in front of Atu's moon, in between the asteroids and behind. And then the long box cube has been hiding right in front of the Saturn Jello moon, and sometimes in the ion tail, etc., and the asteroid trails and everything, hiding behind that debris on the other side. And then we've had sightings going back for many years ever since, and they've been there ever since. So these cubes are real, and these are driven ships that arrived. This is ET, Federation, whatever, factions. And they've been captured, and there's a couple other examples that they've been sighted for many years, 2015, 2017, 2019, and we're seeing them still today, 2024. Look at the shape. Look at the face.
Oh,
they match over and over
I love
and
this
over.
one.
I love that
Yeah,
one
it
too.
is.
Look at it. Gorgeous.
Wow.
When something matches year after year and you got hundreds of sightings of the exact
I
same
love-
thing, then guys, it's real.
Hear the official explanation for stuff like this. Like, what could they possibly come up with that would explain that?
You know, I actually, over time, I've sort of kind of stopped caring what their
Okay.
official explanation is.
Right.
You know, when we know
No,
what we know, what
I-
we know,
No,
Why
I do
bother?
know. I know.
you know,
No, I do know. I
why
totally-
bother worrying about what they say? you
Like
know?
the red. I don't know. You know what to come
Pac-Man.
up with, I guess.
Right.
But
Pac-Man.
yeah, totally. I think I had.
Yeah, the
No.
Pac-Man
Waka, waka,
sun.
waka, waka. Yeah,
Yeah.
long box cube again. You know, and they're trying to cover it up with the sea trails. And God, I remember probably 2023, 2022, sitting out in my yard, looking straight up, and I'm watching literally, the proximity of a Saturn Jello moon, and then I'm watching the long box cube go in front of me on the right hand side, just slightly below, and it's just plain as day. And I'm standing in my yard watching it, and over literally like a 45-minute period of time, I'm watching it cross all the way to cutting in front of the sun, just like this. And you see it and you see it and you see it, and you tell people and you warn them, and no one, I mean, absolutely zero comments ever come back on anything that anyone is willing to tag their name to, or I don't know what it is, but it just blows me away, because we know they're there. We talk about it every show. And do we ever get it? It's amazing. It's amazing. We have an extraterrestrial presence from intergalactic craft and multiple factions, not just one. And ships that are smaller than these massive cubes. And they're here, and they've been here. We've been sighting them for years. There are huge crafts everywhere, and people are sighting them for years now. And nobody's correlating all this information except by a singular sighting by Mr. BB333, et cetera, and he does a great job. A lot of people do a really good job, but they don't correlate anything together.
Right.
They only take one ship out of the bag, and we're trying to hand you the bag, and no one can eat just one, a potato chip. And we've got so much documentation, and we've taken the science because of the documentation. That's why we're doing the show.
Yeah, we can maybe look at my sun pictures with that thing. I can't believe
Uh-huh.
that I saw. Was it?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Let me see if I have it downloaded.
I saw there was tiny cubes on the right next to that as well. You can
Nice job pulling all that
what are
out.
those things?
She pulled cute pictures out of the hat. Yay! Thank you.
Well, yeah.
I didn't mean to go off that far.
Clever girl. She's
We
got
do
like
have-
a
we do have
full-on
an agenda
cube
of other
section.
pictures to get.
There's so many of them.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Too close by.
We've got oodles and oodles and oodles of information over the years, and it's just absolutely amazing what we've compiled in our brains. And there's just no way to share all of this information with people other than, you guys just weigh in and start listening to us and believing what we're telling you. There is a level, there's that huge step across the boundaries of what we think and what we're being shown. And once you see these things, you can't unsee them. And it's just that simple. And they're there, and they happen over and over and over again because we've been watching them for so many years. Back to the cough drop again.
All right, here.
And get that out of there. Yeah, blah, blah. Ricola.
Let's pull this down.
Yeah, it does not go well with Coca-Cola, I promise you.
Ew.
It is a little raspy. It's a little.
I wondered
it's
that
like cough
too. I
medicine.
wondered if it was.
Okay. I've got the caramel flavor, I've got the fizzy, and then I've got the cough drop. Okay. Cough medicine isn't so bad, but I'm not living off of, whatever they call that blue stuff. Anyway.
Sorry, people. Sorry. It's downloaded and everything. It's not where
Kind of quiet tonight for some things, and others it's great. And Jesus, and my scrolling keeps stalling on me, so I'm missing a lot of the comments, and I do apologize. Jeez, you guys.
Yeah.
If I scroll up it, then I don't see
what.
what new stuff pop in, so I have to drop it all the way to the bottom so I can keep watching it.
Hi, Irene.
Yeah, for Stuart Best. Night Shadows show. Okay, you can see the shadowing when you're up in the upper altitude. You're flying above the clouds, and if you see any clouds above you, yet you're flying above the clouds, how does that work? And the point is you're seeing atmospheric clouds around these passing planets that are very close and very large, and it's absolutely almost impossible to ponder the reality of what you're looking at. But when you eliminate all the other possibilities, the basic example is these are close passing planets, period. And we've watched it. Well, did somebody have a painting accident, or what am I looking at?
Here we go. We're going to watch Gillian's slideshow and pictures.
Okay. What is this, Gillian?
Watch this.
Oh, dots. Okay, dots. Snow.
Look at this. It was the other night.
For me.
There's a red one. There's a really red one, and it looks like it's got 3 little dots that look like it's Saturn and its moons. And it was so red. Yeah. Look at these things.
Yeah, don't get too close.
Yeah, look, I took
these. Big
nuts.
Triangle. You just see the bottom illuminated on the bottom, big triangle. That's the moon.
No, that's the sun setting.
The sun?
That's the sun setting tonight.
Okay.
There it goes.
Okay. Do I see an illumination on the upper right of the sun?
Yep.
See that little
algae thing up there.
Still watching. There's also an illumination. Whoa, hey, that's even better. There's an illumination. Go back to 2 pictures if you can, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Please. I do apologize.
Nah,
one more.
One.
No, we missed it. It's just where there's an illumination just over the roof edge on the lower left. Go forward again, and I'll go forward again, and I'll point it out if it does flash past it.
Me back up.
I'm trying to look at everything in the shot. Keep going.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Darkness over there on the right.
All the dots.
Let me know. I'll be on the lookout.
Yeah, I saved pretty much all of your pictures, Gillian. I'll look at them again. Okay, look over there on the left. Okay, we do see a lens flare over the roof edge on that. keep going.
There's the roof
It's
edge.
stalled on me. Okay.
See, we got a lapse
Okay,
here.
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking to the lower left of the sun,
Okay.
just above the roof, but I am also noticing there is a lens flare, so I don't want to make sure I mistake a lens flare.
Yeah.
Okay, it's hard to say, but I briefly did see more than I'm seeing here. And I'm not trying to create science. I'm trying to look for what I'm expecting to see, which isn't good either.
Look at that on top of the sun. Look.
Yeah, that's a small little blip.
What do you see?
What is that?
How it's
Oh, there's a bright individual blip, and that could actually even be a solar burst off the surface of the sun.
It was still crystal clear tonight, and it's not been crystal clear like that for ages.
Yeah, you have a high pressure system over the top of the UK, and then there's going to be a storm event that is going to, unfortunately. Yeah, there's another
Look
blip.
at that.
It could be Jupiter or Saturn on the far side in the orbit of our sun. I'd have to look up where Jupiter and Saturn currently are, but they have been working in from the right over the last 6 months or so. So it could entirely be on the far side of our solar system. Could be Jupiter or Saturn. One of them. You got to remember every once in a while. A bird.
Look at that. Is that what?
What's
That's
that?
a bird.
It's a bird.
Birdie.
One of them ocean type critters.
That's a bird.
Oh,
I love
seagulls.
the rings. I love the ring around the sun. That's so pretty.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah.
That's really outstanding.
Yeah, and I would comment on that if I didn't believe that. I still think that the suns are separating. I really do. And that is what I'm looking for evidence of. But we've had reports from the southern hemisphere that they can definitely see a smaller sun beside the larger.
See these guys.
From their point of view, compared to our out view up here in the northern hemisphere.
Are those cubies or what are those?
Well, they could easily be many, many star destroyers throughout our solar system at any distance between here and the sun. Could be. We know there's hundreds out there. It just depends on who's driving where, not if. So yeah, a lot of times I don't sweat or speculate. Don't sweat the small stuff. But yeah, there was. You definitely have some triangles where you also have some circles and dots, and I did look at your sun pictures and stuff, your material, and some of them were definitely triangle star destroyers, as you have been getting from your area. So, I did save most of your material today, Gillian. Thank you.
Yeah, it was wild catching those, just like randomly like that.
That's how you do it. You get them on the, sometimes you don't know what the camera's capturing.
Right.
Yeah, look at that.
But no matter where, you walk out your door, you're in the middle of planets now all the time. That orangish yellow is the edge of the side of a Saturn.
Look at that thing. Look at that.
The bottom of Nepacity. With the bottom at the center is the spiral asteroid. That's also the bottom of the planet Nepacity over the top center, with Saru behind it. That is the bottom of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon.
See, that thing like Jesus had, that golden thing.
Yeah.
That's the side edge of Atu's moon.
Okay. This one is, that one's Gillian.
That's the bottom of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon over the top at sunset from wherever it's
capped. There's that band again, y'all.
Yep.
See that? There's that same band we were just looking at. There it is, just like Jesus's captured.
Yeah. It's
Cool.
amazing
matches
how
the
the
secondary
patterns
drawing.
match.
Cool. All right.
Over and over again,
Right.
my friend.
Oh, that was
Yep.
the last one. Awesome, Gillian.
Thank you, Gillian.
Thank
Pleasure.
you. And speaking of, let's see, there's one other thing here in regards to Gillian, because Christopher sent me a link on something that he worked on. And
Yeah, show Christopher's
let's
work.
look at this. This is Christopher's work.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you,
What was
Christopher.
that?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's a video he made of Gillian's pictures, right? These are all Gillian's, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Making
There's
sure.
the night of the Northern Lights, as it
Oh,
happened, like
okay.
from when it started that evening's viewing to when it actually did the colors, and it was just
this-
you can.
Yes. That's right.
I just keep thinking I can't see it. You know, it's happened at least twice over the summer. Because of the sun and its activity. But I'm thinking the sun's gonna have to do something spectacular for me to get to see it, and I don't think that's such a good thing, probably, to have happen.
Right.
Here they come with all the little friends inside. Oh.
That's so cool. I would love to get to see this. Maybe it's been happening all over the U.S., actually, all over, but not.
Yeah, around the world.
I guess if I maybe
Yeah, and around the
drive
world.
out to the desert, or something, get away from the
Yeah.
city lights, maybe.
Yeah, there is, proximity light blindness in cities like you wouldn't believe.
To the green.
And I will point out that with the close passing planets, there is a transfer of electricity which does cause illumination, just like in a 4-foot office tube lighting, which is why we're seeing these spectacular auroras, because there's an electrical event going on. That's probably the side of a Saturn right there. And there's a lot going on, and I do not recall ever in my ever living history of seeing auroras like we're seeing now. There again is the side of his atom. And Nepesity, and bottom of Nepesity, and then Atu is right beside. You see the green and the purple. Nepesity beside it, Atu purple. In the dance, we talk about that over and over again. And there's, like the bottom of Uri or the bottom of Nepesity, etc. And there again is, bottom of Saturn, yellow moon, and the illuminations. They're right there. The patterns are over and over again, even at night.
There's a one I just took last night, and honestly, it's a Saturn and the 3 moons. Have you got that picture, Rebecca? I wanted to show Sam that one.
I do not have that. No.
It's in content stash, in that content stash.
Okay. I don't have it right off bat.
Yeah, where did it
I
go?
have no idea.
Oh, Andy's gone and put it there. This last one. Here. I'll post it back to content stash now.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
There.
I have a hard time. Content stash is busy. It's like busy. It's popular.
I know. I just plopped it in again there.
Okay. It's like you gotta stay on it.
Yeah, and I just keep bombing everybody with music.
Yeah.
Fine.
That's one of my favorite drop spots anymore, is going to content stash and dropping music. Yeah, this is what I'm playing,
If everybody's wondering what is a content stash, it's just a chat. Not a chat. It is like a messenger
chat room on Facebook that we over the years where
On Messenger,
apparently a lot of people gathered.
It's just all right.
It's where we were stashing our content prior to the show, and now it's become a regular thing where everybody keeps talking on, so we just keep posting on it. So one of our many, little
It is.
connections or arteries to the system.
Why don't you send it to me on Messenger directly? Because I don't have it yet.
You didn't get it yet.
No, it has not done anything.
Oh, then I just have to hang on. Yeah, I just have to get the big one.
What else is going on?
Oh yeah, and I did something, but
Well, it's getting dark in my area here.
Yeah.
I just looked at. Yeah, wow. I wonder. It's been definitely. My weather guy Sam said probably no more temps above 90 the rest of the year. That's amazing for
Right.
me.
Currently, there's a rotating sort of
normal?
tropical storm that's hitting Louisiana, and of course, it's
Yeah.
radiating a moisture band up towards you. And there's sort of a cap. There's a moving in rolling air wave from the cold system that just went through here in Montana and then moved over into Minnesota. It caused extreme weather this week, and then has moved up into Saskatchewan, et cetera, into Canada. And now that area of pushed drier air is mashing down the rotating tropical storm that is in the southern eastern half from Texas on in the United States, and that area of rotating low pressure tropical storm like Gulf of Mexico, which is half on land, half off the coast of Louisiana and Texas, is going to continue to rotate literally all the way until the middle of next week, like literally all the way till Saturday as well. And that's going to start finally moving to the east over Florida, etc. But there's a really odd moisture smash down going on between dry, cold air that just went through Montana. We had 39-degree temperatures in the morning up here in Montana, which, yeah, that's cold. And, 9 degrees or 5 degrees, 7 degrees above freezing and all of that. And wow, it's early. And we are not even
here, Rebecca, I sent it to you. Did you get them?
I did.
September. And so here we go. Fall is here, I think, and we've all talked about early fall, and we know it's pretty much coming. And hopefully I can put away my air conditioner here real soon. And the other day I did have to actually put in new furnace filters and then kick on the furnace for the year. So here we go up here in Montana. Ooh. So yeah, this and then
really
it's going
early
to,
for that.
East Coast flooding. Pennsylvania was flooding again. Now Europe is going to have a serious flood event this week as well, from Belgium all the way to Italy. Italy's going to they're going to have extreme thunderstorms and heavy rains, and they've had some freak storms went through France and through Germany and Holland and Belgium and all last week as well. They had massive flooding again, and of course that's all going to go farther east and affect people farther east. And so this crazy, insane weather is hitting all over the world. And we've been talking about landslides everywhere on the 2nd even. And, there's been many weeks going on since that. And, there's a huge typhoon that hit Japan this weekend, or Thursday and Friday. I forget exactly which day it was, but it was huge. And the pathway was unique as well. And weather and we've had the monsoonal thing that we have had, which is thank God, but we still have fires going on here in Montana. There's 12 new fires here just right around me, and it's really smoky here. I don't like it. Anyway, this is ongoing catastrophe after catastrophe around the world. And thank you.
Thank you, Tara. I loved it too. It was like
that.
can't believe how many times we're seeing the Northern Lights. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, well that's because we got proximity of close planets above us, and there's that space electricity thing going on. The one that Einstein didn't talk about.
Yep.
And once you take into account the angle of light and where Earth is, and we've had so many people over the years go, well, wouldn't we see them at night?
Awesome.
Well, we are.
Yep.
Look at this shot here. Example: the light is coming from the far left. It's sunset. We're looking due north. This is a passing planet here. That whole big blue thing in front of you is a passing planet, and asteroids underneath it. And we've been telling everybody this for a decade. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And yeah, look at that.
These are from Gillian. This one's from her also. Thanks again, Esri Colette.
Yeah, that's more of those 3-dot stars, right? Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Those stars
And
that have
then this
3
one.
sides to them. Yeah.
Hey,
You
Karen.
caught that last week too, didn't you, Jillian?
Mm-hmm.
Them ships.
Kind of weird.
Yes.
Oh, well, I imagine there's a shitload that goes on up there that we don't see.
Mhm.
We see just about everything that goes on. And, a lot of the times they'll say if we haven't seen it, it's not real.
Look
Because
at
we're,
it. It's
we're
red,
good at
though.
what we do. Because,
It's
we get.
red.
Well, yeah, that's, this atom over the top of us has caused a big, huge red effect.
It's
And
the
then
new
on the other
normal.
side of the spectrum, we're seeing an orange and yellow effect from this atom covering the top of the sun because it's illuminating through the base cloud of this atom. And then on occasion, we're seeing Yuri white out again as she goes over our heads. And then the purple effect from Natu's moon, which is now beyond light being facially illuminated. So therefore, we're seeing way more dark blue and purple. So no matter where you look, you're going to see a color effect of passing planets because we are underneath them and in the middle of them as they rotate and spiral past us in the coming years. And I think this is so damn close. It's just absolutely unbelievable. This may be the zenith. They may even get closer and worse in the next cycle. I don't know. But damn, this is the biggest we've ever seen them. This is the hugest, closest past of Isatum that we've ever seen out of all of the arrival cycle. Of course, now Isatum is small. Even though necessity is really small, she's been proximity in the tail passing of us as the rotation goes by us. We see a lot of close passes of necessity, but she's way smaller, and that's why she has a way different snorkel followed by rain bomb effect compared to the immense flame-like clouds of Saturn's yellow moon and its Saturn. So we haven't even seen the zenith of her close passings yet. So who knows what, we'll see all the way up through December, and we'll see what she does.
I
Right.
was trying to. Which one is the lead object? Is it there? I mean, is it in the very middle? And
Yeah, good question. We know if this is current, we know it is in this equation. We could be looking generically that the lead object could be the dark blue circle in the middle left, or it could be encased in clouds there in the upper left.
Yeah.
And then we also have to take into account that the long cube is in there someplace. So is the side orb, and so is the green asteroid. So
There's several.
looking at a really there's a lot going on. True.
Those little
Yeah.
sideways
Yeah,
lines.
there's a bunch of small stuff that we have not documented. And had I not seen it, but we do know for sure because where the light is coming from on the lower left hand side is where the sun is. So this is on the right hand side of the sun. And we know that Saturn's yellow moon is on the right-hand side. We know that the long box cube is there. And we also know that the lead asteroid is crossing into that out view. So it's there, I promise you.
Yeah.
The out view is so cool
There's
too.
so much here.
Right? Just like Sam said, we're right in the middle and they're above us, surrounding us. Like you can feel them all around you. It's just incredible.
Let's see. Hi, Marie from TikTok. Awesome. Good to see you. Good to have you with us. Very nice.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
we
you
are
for
live on
listening.
TikTok
Yep.
and we're live on Twitter, and so we're
Yeah,
got a fair size audience. So good to see you.
magic.
So I love that picture. Yeah, there's so much
Hermetic,
going on there. So that's awesome. I had not seen that one yet.
Yeah, there it is.
Cool.
And hold on, my phone is ringing. I'll mute for just a second, please.
Audrey, Rebecca, we can call your next new site, my next site, Rebecca's Side Orb site. Okay.
That's cool.
Side Orb site. There you go. I like it. I don't know how many
Robocall.
I had. Like, I think I have like seven groups on Facebook. I can't. So many I don't even know. I have a cat group. I have an off-topic group that I forgot about. And what else? And I don't know, several.
We've
3
got
or 4
groups all
Skype.
over the
do you-
place, and you just like, oh,
You
what's
have
that
this
one?
week's edition of Mitten video for us.
I can get you one. Yeah,
You
I
have
have. Yeah, I will. I'll have to
you
do that.
know, you gotta plug that cat's egg, you know.
I'll have to get her around. I'm surprised she's not
And this
coming
week's video, our
little mittens.
our internet mascot,
little mascot. She's actually perfect. I'll
Mittens,
get it.
the sky watching
Yeah,
cat,
you
you
see
know.
Mittens, yeah, Skywatcher cat, Mittens, Skywatcher
Yes.
cat.
She's our
Okay.
gas
I need to
station
go to
reporter.
bed soon. I want to see Mittens.
Okay. Okay. Oh, get it. Get
Gotta
it.
see Mittens.
gonna-
Where's baby Mittens?
Let's pull up a short clip. Let's see. I have a short clip here.
We throw you for a loop. I'm sorry.
Pics from
Yeah,
Tara.
I know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
You've got to know that we go sideways on some moments
Sidetrack.
just to sidebar.
Off topic we go.
Kitty cat.
Girl, watch
Meow.
that for a minute.
Hi, Tara.
I'll get
Hi,
mittens.
Tara. Whoa.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I looked at this, and I was really trying to judge the light. Now it locked up on me.
Oh,
There it is.
frustrating. It's doing a zzz thing here too. Guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to leave you. I've got early start tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right, good night,
Okay,
Jillian.
I didn't realize. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I'll get mittens ready for your next time you're here.
It's okay. You can play Mittens. I'll try to watch a wee bit when I go through because it helps me get
Yeah.
sleepy.
Okay. I will. There we go. Okay.
As if I'm not sleepy now.
Well, I
We'll talk
understand.
to you this
You'll be
week.
good to have you with us and good to see you again.
Hi. Good night, everybody.
All right, good night,
Okay. I'll
Jillian.
help you. I'll help you exit.
Help me exit. That's a good
Okay.
thing.
I gotta
Yep,
kick you
yep,
out.
Yep.
Okay.
Kick me
All
out.
right, bye-bye.
Kick me out the class, teacher. Kick me out the class.
There you go. Get out, Jillian.
Away with thee.
I knew it was going to happen.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, sorry. These are all from Tara. I think we all know that, but she's in Texas. Maybe it said that. I think it did. But
Yeah,
still.
you have to learn to, look at the illumination. Look at the dark areas that are going and moving in front of you in the upper left. Sort of cut off there. It's really diffused by something very large. It's probably Saru, very large right there.
Wow.
Hard call. I'd have to be there to actually watch it. The sun sets in the west. But that shadowy area into the upper left area is obviously planet. Now this is a hard call when you got the sun behind normal clouds. There again, that's the site of a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn
Cool.
in Fort Worth, Texas. Now, everything to the left on the left-hand side of the sun at sunset, but even though this is not fully sunset, would be Uri. And then again, this is probably Saturn's yellow moon coming in and literally cutting off the top of the sun again from her point of view, because she's far southerly than you are, Christopher, or I am
Right.
up here in Montana. And so her angle of outview is different. And here again is cutting off. There again, you're looking at a Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn in the clouded little banded area. In the upper corner and the upper right was very, very dark. Here again, you're looking over the top. The white clouded area would be Atu's moon with Uri and Saru in the left-hand side again. See that little edge of light there that's kind of pink, that's sort of shafty straight line? That's the edge of Uri.
Yeah.
There it is again on the left. There's that edge of Uri. And the asteroids overhead underneath Atu. Yuri is cutting into the light, which is why it looks like an oval or an egg shape. Because Yuri is actually cutting into the upper left-hand side of the sun. This again, you see a flaring, which means something is crossing in front of. However, I think there was actually planet Matim cutting in, and this could also be right here, planet Matim cutting in. See the central big circle on just in the upper left of the sun? Right there it is again. That is planet Matim. Wow, she's getting big. She's getting big. We haven't seen Matim in eons. I wonder if that's the skull, which should be in a weird place, but it's too small. That's Atu and the red asteroid coming in from the upper left. That's a Saturn yellow moon and probably the long box cube. And there again. Atu's moon in the way upper left corner. That's the bottom of Nepesi cutting in over the top of the sun. And the Ceru was at the horizon. The Ceru base core was at the horizon. This is the edge of Yuri cutting in. See the bubbly striped illuminated areas on the upper left. This is also the edge of Yuri in blue because the light angle changed. This is being cut off on the right-hand side. Light shining between the planets that are right there. Even though you can't see them, they're there. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Tara.
They're there. We can't argue with they're there.
No.
Oh, she said she was absent for a few, but had to come and look out for an obvious pat. Wow. I bet she's out taking pictures right now. I bet.
Cool.
Or not right now. Maybe she is right now. I don't know. It makes me wonder what my sky looks like even. It's so dark. Wow.
Yeah, I hate missing things, and yet, we get caught up in our world and doing the housework and the dishes and cooking dinner for the teenagers and going to Walmart for food and I forgot to buy pizzas. I have to go tomorrow. That kind of thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting things at
they got
Walmart.
their pizzas. I'm sure it's just about pizza time.
Pizza time.
Well, some of the prices are good, but some of them they nail you on, so you have to be careful what you're buying at Walmart. Oh God! Don't even get me started about the world markets right now.
Oh.
We are pilgrims in a strange foreign land, my friends. Pilgrims in a strange land. This is not the economy. Wow.
Okay, so back to Christoper now. I have some of his work that he has made this week. Yeah. He has been busy.
Am I going to be embarrassed?
I'm like, I don't even know what you're going to show.
I don't know. I saved a bunch of things. But
yeah, this morning was
I just know that, at least 1 or 2 videos a day. Yeah. So I was impressed.
I like your point of view, sir.
I woke up this morning to Yuri. I know it was Yuri because you can just see how it's risen above us now, and it's not like clipped by the horizon, and you can see all of the asteroids. It's just so different where I'm at, though, because it's like usually it's just this like round curve with these clouds beneath that, and then the asteroids are just, they're all there. It was just so cool to wake up to that. I gotta post those later on after we're finished. I didn't get around to it.
And we've been seeing that at dawn for a couple of months now, where you either got a really great vision of Atu and Atu's moon, or a lot of Yuri crossing in the light from the north to the northeast sky to the north to the in front of you, and where it's actually at that point in time, it is actually beyond Earth or beside Earth and above us at dawn. And it's just like, wow. And the side illumination is, you can't argue with what you're looking at, especially when you see the angled stripe and the tipped axis and all of this going on with, and then you look beyond you and there's Atu and Atu's moon up above you, and then all the asteroids, and there they all are. It's just like, Wow. And it's just over every day, over and over, depending on if you can see them or not. 'Cause you can't see them every day, but
Yeah, right. But
please do go on,
once you
Christopher.
see them, you can't unsee them. Like right here, you can faintly
That light
see
is being
all the
pinched off.
asteroids coming in on the left. It was really cool.
Saru cutting off the light. And she's huge. She's putting off a really weird horizontal base cloud illumination of yellow and orange skies, and it's really long, all the way, usually almost from one side of the picture to the other. And again, here you're looking at the top half of the sun being cut off. That's why it's doing that illuminated flare. Because in our out view, the bottom of Saru is partially in the way. It's not actually, cutting into the sun. It is in our out view. It's overhead, very large, and it's coming towards us. And she too is going to go overhead when Nibiru and Yuri and Atu and Isatum and Nepes, they all keep moving on as the coming days and years go by. And before you know it, I'm going to have to start drawing the monthly sight drawing with no longer the sun in it, but on our out view beyond Earth. That drawing point of view will have to change as they exit. And hopefully I'll be doing that. But it's been so hard to transition in between the two of us to tell everybody what's over the top of our heads, other than doing a weekly commentary that this is what it is described in the monthly sight drawing, but you have to in your head imagine that they're over the top of you and sometimes beyond you, behind you, from your point of out view. And that means always looking at this while you're looking at the sun, no matter what time of day it is, from dawn to noon to sunset. Your out view. And the planets are always on the same side. Currently, they do transition and change over time, but not immediately. Every day, planets are on the same side throughout the whole day. It's just that our out view changes off the rotating Earth. The sun doesn't move, we do. And you have to keep that in mind. And as we turn, and when nighttime falls, we turn away from the sun and we go into the dark side of planet Earth. And this is why we see these planets the way, like this is an example of it. The reason it's blue and slightly side illuminated is because we are looking at the dark side of them in front of us, between the sun and us. And that's why we see them with the shadowed dark area and side illuminations. And I can smell the oven. Boy, I got to clean that oven.
Oh no.
Well, we've already got such a huge smoke issue going on here with the fire that's just a few miles south of me here. And I sent Rebecca some of the videos. I don't know if she's going to show them or not tonight, but there's the it's got to look up the name of it again, but it's by St. Mary's Peak and the Bitterroot Chain. In Bitterroot Chain, the Sherrod Creek Fire and raw video wildfire near Stevensville on YouTube, and Sherrod Creek Fire near Stevensville burning, etc. on YouTube. There's many videos of it on YouTube. Sharott, Sherrod Creek Fire. Anyway,
you've been through the ringer.
You want to look up my area of neck of the woods, and it's only a few miles away. Yeah, a lot of fires around the world and the flooding, and oh god, it's horrible with everything's going on.
Right.
And I'm sure Jesus was saying that he had smoke, and I have not looked up California fires, and I have not looked up. There are quite a few Idaho fires still going on, and even a few newer ones is just to the west of us here, so and southwest of us. There's a lot. There's a lot. Okay, I'm sure Canada is still burning too, and people forget really quick. I mean, there was like 70 fires in Canada just this month.
Much.
So let's not forget, there's a lot of fires everywhere. Yes, guys, it's our point of view to get you guys this information that we've been proving year after year after year. I see Irene is here. Thank you for being here. Side of Yuri.
And
watching that planetary discharge,
right? Watching the time lapse that you guys played last week of Yuri, that is so incredible. I must have watched it for like 2 hours this morning, just playing it back, watching it rotate, putting it in reverse, playing it forward. It's so cool. Once you start to realize that you got your still photos, but how they actually move and how they move with the sun, just like Sam was talking about, and you place all of that together, it's just incredible.
This is the greatest show that ever was.
I mean, like,
I
get like,
it's the biggest secret of all
time.
time.
I talk about it. I can't help it.
Yeah, I get excited talking about it. I mean, I'm very probably overzealous would be probably the word to describe it. I go and I probably throw so much stuff at people they can't weed in between the cheeses. So yeah, I go too fast, I'm sure.
Nah.
Well, we've watched it for so many years now, and
everything you're putting out.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't cornered you at the convenience store, have I?
No, not yet.
Oh man, you gotta see the. I stopped and I asked a guy, just a random stranger, while I was talking to the cashier, who was actually a member, Leroy, here at one of the town pumps in Lolo, and we'll give him Leroy a plug. He's a good guy. And I was talking to him, and this next customer came up, and I said, if there was a square cube that came out of a wormhole above Earth and has parked above you for a few years now of an intergalactic exterior alien race, would you want to know? And that's what I said to this man. And he looked at me and said, I probably would.
Oh.
And he didn't have a lot beyond that to say. And that's part of what amazes me. Yeah, I was going to say, look at the faceplate and the ion trail of this Saturn yellow moon. And there again, see the ion tail going up to the upper right in August 2024. Can't argue with this. We're not making this shit up. We are not. It's happening over and over and over again. It's real. It's there. It's real. It's real. And it's going on and it's going on, and there it is again, and there it is again, and there it is again. And I'm not sure if that is Nibiru per se. I would probably say Saturn's yellow moon, because the Saturn's yellow moon is that big now. And Nibiru should be farther behind us to the right. Whereas Saru is getting very, very immense as well too. And within a matter of a week or two, she's gotten way bigger. And I've been noticing it on the submission shots from around the world. And it's just insane what we're going to see. It's going to be really cool as she starts to become way more elevated in out view, and then rises up and starts filling the sky with her color. And we can wave to all the Saruans and say, hi, how are you? And are you enjoying our commodities? And We hope
Right.
your economy does well till we see you 4,000 years from now. All of that. I am truly amazed at man's understanding of what we call history. And and I keep trying to, connect all the dots and, all of this and try to get a better ability to explain it to people. But it's it's cyclic.
Right.
And it happens over and over again, and we're still here. It might kick our ass, and it's going to, and it already is. I mean, we are seeing global migration going on right before our very eyes for many years now. And a lot of this does have to do with the wars. And if you look back through the crossings of the passing planets and other cycles of war in history, including 1250 BC and then 550 BC, and every segment of time that we're going through these transitions of civilization and everything, and global migration and destruction of long existent civilizations and transitions to new civilizations. I believe that we are seeing something like that right now. God forbid. No telling where we're going to go from here. It's already nasty. We know that there's so much more because of the global warming temperatures we have already. We know that there's going to be persistent flooding next year and the year after, period, because of the temperature exchange and the fact that the atmosphere can hold that 7% more water.
Right.
And if it's 2 degrees, then it's 14% more water.
Oh my gosh.
And then, sequentially 21%
I can't
more
imagine.
water. And then
Just
we're going to see a flood event, and we're going to see drought events in other areas. And we're already seeing the transition of our Earth overall spherical behavior patterns from the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere being a matched directional flow where it never did before in my grown-up history. And the activity on the South Pole and the jet stream that exists on the southern pole of planet Earth is amazing. And it's not anything I've ever seen before. And just ask all those folks down in Africa right now who are getting snow. And then there's massive flooding going on in Central Africa. And people should pay attention. I mean, massive flooding. And then we're also getting a huge gust of Sahara desert dust that's about to come across to the Caribbean this week as well. Incredible. And then that rotational flooding is going to actually cycle to the north up into southern Europe and cause more major flooding next week in southern Europe, which is weird. An anti-cyclonic rotational backflow of moisture from the southern hemisphere, literally like we've got going on now with the tropical flow that's coming across from Africa. It's hitting the northern plain of South America and then literally running up the Yucatan Peninsula all the way into Washington State and Idaho, which is monsoonal flow that we've never seen do this far north. But also, like Arizona a couple weeks ago, like a week or two ago, got like 3 inches of rain in a couple of hours, and they had mass flooding throughout the whole desert. So weather patterns, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Weather patterns have drastically started doing this angled, non-normal pathway in movements of moisture patterns that they're, just blowing off. And yet I never saw this before. And we see the flooding. And now you also do that on the other side of the world. From flooding in Africa that's actually going to move due north, which is weird. Because I watch the computer models. So anyway, this ain't the planet I grew up on. It's all different. It's all freaky and weird what's going on. And if you don't pay attention and you don't pre-plan, maybe you don't want to know. But I think I encourage people to comment. When you watch this a month from now or a week from now or tomorrow, if you come back to the show on YouTube, no kidding. Look at that. You should have made that a little bit bigger for the yellow moon. But anyway, do comment if you have questions. Even if you have doubts, you're allowed to mention that too. I mean, I'd love to hear that you have a conviction that you'd like to discuss. As long as you're not rude about it, we talk. That's what we do. And comments have dropped off on YouTube, so I hope they're not being removed. Speaking of which, I've still been waiting for mail from that gentleman that was sending
Really?
something, and I haven't gotten it. I checked even Saturday, which is today.
I think he was on the chat earlier.
Yeah, and I checked for his
That's
mail, and I still haven't got
crazy.
any.
You
I think he
haven't
mailed
got
it
his
like a
mail
month ago.
yet. That's crazy.
It was like a month ago. And there's been many a package store things that people have sent me that I've never gotten. It's happened over many times.
I think he's outside of the United States.
Okay,
I
well,
think so.
Right.
Maybe
And
that's why.
goes
I
through
know.
customs and gets
I know
rejected.
Jerry has mailed me things before. One thing, let me think about it. It's like one thing I never got, and then another thing took forever and ever and ever. It's things like
Yeah.
that. It said that it could not be delivered, and it sent it back to him, and he never received it back. That's what it was. It was weird.
Yeah, well, I'm amazed that letter
So-
from you got to me at all because you didn't include a box
I
number or a
know.
zip code.
That's
And it still got
that's
to
a
me. I'm amazed.
miracle. I know. They found you. They just found you by your name, basically.
right?
Yeah, well,
we know that.
Lolo
We
is
know-
pretty small,
yeah,
so
we
they managed to get it to Lolo, and then they worked it out from local,
Found you.
because they know me.
Commend them, whoever the worker is.
As a matter of fact, I don't know how well they know me, but one of the post guys, one of the guys that worked there is a pretty nice guy. And in case he's listening tonight, one of the guy goes, "Hey, you're that YouTuber, aren't you?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." And
Nice. Wow,
some people know, but mail.
that's cool.
And I'm sure that I get mail that it's addressed to Montana Skywatcher at my address sometimes, and so they know about it in the back room, I imagine, or from the government intervention searching all of my mail. I mean, whatever. A lot of my packages are open. There's this little rip in where they put the camera in pretty regularly.
Right.
So after all, I am such a villain. I am a horrible,
Right.
horrible villain. And I'm the bad guy. Remember, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Yeah, that orange yellow illumination, absolutely. That this part of what we're seeing, why our sunsets are so unusually brilliant rather than just light blue. Eight 17/2024, and there it was in Nevada. Dun dun dun. Still can't wait to get you out in front of the sphere there, Christopher. You got to
I'm
get a
working
film
on it.
shot of you in front of the sphere. Takes
Oh
time.
my
Just
I mean,
even
it's just,
a 20-second
God,
blurb,
man.
just a
I don't
20-second
do well in
blurb
the
that you
heat.
can
I've lived
use
here my whole
over and
life,
over
but I don't
again.
do good in the heat. And
Yeah,
it's weird. It's
no.
hotter at night than it is during the day, which I don't understand. But there you have it.
Well,
It's
I know Las Vegas, and every time I ever left the casino, I wanted to turn right back around and go back inside.
right.
Yeah, Vegas has a really weird vibe. I've been there quite a few times, and
Yeah.
those 3 nickels, man.
Mm-hmm.
One time I played 3 nickels, and I said to the guys when we got to Vegas late in the evening, we were driving through, but we stopped, got a motel room, and slept. And then I had 3 nickels in my pocket. Rather than put any money in the machine out of my wallet, and I went down there with 3 nickels, and a little while later, one of the guys is tapping on me on the shoulder, going, "Hey, dude, it's 7:00 in the morning. We're leaving." And I've got 8 buckets of nickels going, "Oh, okay."
Nice.
And so I had to, I actually walked out with, like $30 or $40 worth of nickels, after
Hey,
playing 3. And the whole
Turning
evening
3
shot by
nickels
me
into
so fast,
40
I didn't
bucks
even
worth
know
of
it.
nickels is pretty awesome.
Total gambler's lust. I absolutely shot through like 5 hours and didn't even know it. And it was like, whoa. And I've had worse times where I've actually done well at some of the games in Vegas, but I also know better than spending my money there, other than the couponed hotel rooms. And I won't stay at the Excalibur ever again. Anyway, I've stayed there like twice. I don't know if you even know about the Hacienda, but that used to be there where the Excalibur is now. And I years ago stayed at the Hacienda. It was an all right hotel. pretty decent gambling. Did well there on the blackjack, etc. Long gone. Well, I probably go to Vegas now and wouldn't even recognize it. It's been 2 decades since I've been there. So anyway,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've never been there.
No,
we have casinos here in Tulsa all over the place. Really, they're everywhere.
Well, you're better off because well, the problem with Las Vegas is you walk out of the nice air conditioned casinos into the real desert air, and you don't want to. Everything in your fiber on that first breath when you take your first 5 steps out that door tells you, okay, turn around, go back in. Yeah, it's like this way. It's like walking into the oven.
Or if you're outside, like in the heat, and then you go into the air conditioning. It's just as drastic either way you do it. So if you're outside in the heat and you go inside your air conditioned house, then it makes you kind of sick. It's just going from those temperatures. It's not fun.
Las Vegas at night is kind of cool when you walk into a really nice casino and you're sort of about having a drink or two. And that, that Saturday night feeling cool, walking into a nice lounge area, that is a really nice, intense thing until you find out how much it actually costs you. But anyway, there is a thing to Las Vegas that it has, this draw and the ambiance. And, I like Treasure Island a lot. I like to go to the shows and just sit there and drink beer and have people look at us, look like we were crazy and then the waitress would go, "That's okay, they're from Montana," because we don't drink, we weren't drinking from the beer glass, we were drinking it by the pitcher. And back in my, in my forestry days, because I used to work with, BLM, and we did everything like we were still at Spike Camp sometimes, where those guys that came out of the forest and caveman skills. And back in the beer drinking days, and I don't even like beer anymore, hardly, and I actually have to fight to drink one. But back then we used to drink pitcher after pitcher of beer. Now in Montana, in Missoula, we had the place called the Trading Post Saloon, and it was rated number 1 bar in the nation in 1980 by Playboy magazine. And I won't give you the details, but it was actually the cover story. And that thing, it was a cowboy bar, and oh my God, and we had a lot of celebrities, and a lot of concert celebrities would show up and play after the local concerts, and then they'd go into that bar and then hook up and play. That's part of why they got notoriety. But across the street from that bar, they had dollar pitchers and nickel beers. And you could stack up nickel beers, and we would go, and people almost got killed repetitively crossing that big highway street from one bar to the next. We used to, and then during happy hours here and then happy hour over there. And so, we from Montana did back in the day put away a lot of beer. And I do miss I'm totally off topic here, but I do miss the Aber Day Kegger. That's worth looking up. Aber Day Kegger on YouTube, Missoula, Montana. What a show. If you want a little nostalgic history, it's sort of a second Woodstock. But anyway, it's worth seeing what we did way back when. Anyway, got any more materials, or shall I keep talking about whatever? Because I'm out of Coke. Coca-Cola, not Coke. I drank enough coffee today.
That was perfect. Now she won't be still. For a split second, she was cute.
I missed it. Anyway.
I have a video to show you. And we also have a guest show up in the green room. So, cool. Yeah, we have a surprise guest. I can't spit it out. So let's go ahead and bring her on with us, because it's getting quiet in here. It's going to be Tara, everybody. Our good friend Tara. Yes, Tara in Texas. Here she is. Hey, that's a good name for a channel. Oh my God. Did you hear that, Tara?
Hey.
Tara in Texas.
Hey
girl, how are you? Good to see you.
My screen does this thing where it darkens this darn iPhone. I'm not used to it. And I've never my phone, so my screen's almost black. But
I see.
Sorry, I'm a hot
bad.
Literally, it's hot. We just The fire rainbow. I
No.
just sent you. Darn it! It was there for like 20
Oh,
minutes.
yeah?
Yes.
You did send me something. That's right. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm trying to figure out if I can I turn my camera out so y'all can see my sky?
You should be able to flip your camera around. Yeah. And then you can show us. Give us a show.
There we go. So I'm taking a time lapse. I've connected to those. Can y'all see?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
That's good. Okay. Make it big here. Okay.
I know I'm
There.
used about panning too fast, so I also don't want to blind you guys.
That big
Wow.
white thing is a
That's
lead
perfect.
asteroid.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
it was in front of the sun when I first got over here, so I've got a time lapse of it.
Wow.
Man.
Look at that face. See that really lacy white faceplate
Uh-huh.
of a Saturn's yellow moon?
Yeah.
A micro lacy it looked in the upper right. And it's actually crossing over the top of the sun
This right here.
from
Look at that.
your point of view.
Y'all see the-
remember we were saying it's
hold it
starting to
there.
cut across the sun again in the out view.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
right
the
there.
faceplate of the Saturn's
Wow.
yellow moon.
I thought it would be a
Hmm.
good time to pop on live.
Brought to
It's
you.
not
Yeah.
the best show I've gotten, but it's
Yeah.
a good one going on right now.
Pretty good.
And that dark cloud just to the left of the street light downplane. That's the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid right there.
Bottom?
Yeah. The dark one.
Yeah, that big darkish thing right there. One dark cloud there in the center above the car.
Oh, that one? Okay.
Looks like a football shape with the white stripe in the middle of it. That is the red asteroid and little sister. Little sister is the white stripe. And then above it, oddly, is the spiral asteroid coming in from the upper left.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
And then you've also got Pappy is on the lower left, right above Nibiru Holic on the picture, and it froze on me.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Poppy is behind. And then you got Lorraine is slightly behind the red asteroid. Lorraine and Poppy are there, which are two smaller asteroids, which are behind the red asteroid. And then oddly, the spiral asteroid is above it in this outshot, which is weird.
So let's see.
Out view,
So
angle of out view. But yeah, that lacy upper. Go ahead. Yeah,
Wow.
that lacy area right there is the faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon. That big circular, almost crab-like crab shell, soft shell crab.
uh,
That faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon. And you can see the microclouds are completely different than anything in the sky.
Yep.
And then the
I
ion pathway trail beside it, and then the blue behind it is Saturn itself.
here's where we're facing north. I'm sure you know that, but
And that white circle is either the green asteroid or the lead asteroid.
wow.
I would say green asteroid by the pock
Yeah.
marks in it. See the little dots?
Uh-huh.
That's the green asteroid right there,
That's
dead
cool.
center.
I
And see that little sort of hairdo at the bottom there with the wake?
yeah.
That is the bottom base cloud of its Saturn proper.
Sweet.
Wow.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Well, we got some more little bits and pieces over here. Like
Now to the right there, behind, way back behind on the lower right, is where Nibiru should be.
Yep.
that's what I was thinking.
Behind, because that's the right there. You're looking at its Saturn, so Nibiru should be behind that. As you're looking due, okay, currently, so you're looking
I'm
east,
heading
right?
East, like northeast, east.
Northeast. Okay. Yep. Right where Saturn is supposed to be is north,
we got
northeast. Going beyond us now.
Yeah, we got this
Yeah,
above.
so most of that is normal clouds.
That's normal clouds. Okay, what's the
Most
little
of that is normal clouds.
scribbly right there, straight above or straight ahead?
You were breaking up, so I didn't hear what you said.
Scribbly is straight ahead.
that could easily be Star Destroyers in front of the long box cube.
We got look at all the sea clouds. They're always on the
Wow.
horizon.
Yeah, at the bottom there,
Ah.
the white ones at the bottom are the normal top of the normal clouds. Those are the cumulus nimbus that run up to 35, 38,000 feet. Those are the normal clouds at the horizon there. Everything else above that, that is lighter clouds beyond the white. The lighter blue clouds are all upper space clouds, whereas the white in front of you are most normal. This is probably a base front coming in immediately in front of you, but beside that is the planets.
So here we are facing
Most of that is normal clouds right there.
south.
That is the bottom facing which direction? You broke up. So
South.
what direction?
Everybody, if you can see it. This is my lookout, y'all.
Cool.
Why?
What direction are you, Basin?
Look at that.
What'd you say?
Looks like north. What direction are you facing, Tara?
Facing south.
That's south?
That's south.
Uh-huh.
I
So
mean,
we've
she has
almost
a perfect
come
view.
Yes.
Time of day. Yeah, that would be the bottom of Uri.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not fair. No obstructions. Flat land.
My spot, y'all. It's
I know.
about a mile
Look
to
at
a
that.
mile from my apartment. And trust me, sometimes I miss stuff, and I go back and forth between my buildings, and I'm like, darn it, I should have gone over
That's
there.
the edge of Uri right there.
This is perfect.
The edge of Uri. And then Saru is the blue line behind it that's partially cutting into the sun. Behind Uri. Saru is behind Uri, but that right there is Uri, and then the edge of Saturn yellow moon is cutting in right there
My
on
rainbow.
the right hand side above the sun.
So-
Yeah, it's weird our out view because the Saturn is closer in to us than
Yeah.
Uri is now, which is weird.
My rainbow
And
cloud.
so our view is like they're mixing, and it's weird.
Mhm.
I mean, now y'all know why I was like, oh, gotta go over there.
Yeah. Look at that. I mean, I can feel him just
Yeah.
sitting here watching this. This is awesome.
It's definitely a picture day, a good
Yeah.
day for pictures and all that good stuff.
Some of our
And
new people are still, they hung out long enough to see this, that are learning.
I can't wait till they get a little bit smaller and they become a little bit easier to discern which is which.
because they're all just so together, smushed together.
Or two, because I've learned the hard way. I've learned when everything, but going by the map or maps and drawings. And,
Okay, I have to cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right.
y'all, I'm just kind of trying to go slow. Y'all tell me if you want me to hit up.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'm studying it as you move it around. I'm looking, but wow. You can definitely see a big curve above the sun, like I think we can see Saturn's moon.
Yeah. Sam said that's the faceplate.
I think
Perfectly right now.
y'all have been on.
Look at that.
And
Wow.
wow, look above it. Look above it. The dark. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's cool.
You can see it's incredible, Tara. Look at that. Oh my gosh.
But y'all
That is awesome.
have a hard
You
time.
know how you can see things better on video or through your camera even than you can just by looking at it.
When
Yeah,
you're
it's like
blinded
that.
by the light, and you're excited to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
I mean,
and when you pan to the left and then to the right and back again, you kind of get that three-dimensional, sphere shape happening.
I think the red, like I see some red seeping through. Would that be Isatum? Or is that?
It
y'all see
would
the
be.
red on the bottom?
Well, we've been talking about that in a lot of people's pictures. Lower right of our sun, a reddish, brownish red color. Yeah, Jesus was mentioning that earlier. So,
I mean, I see.
look at that.
I
Man.
see I see the color of Saru.
And yeah, keep going that direction because that's where Nibiru is, right? That dark.
So now
that's Nibiru.
North.
Nibiru is now to the far right. Just so everybody knows, it used to be hugging our sun, and now it's far over. So
what are the lines right
where Nibiru is?
Y'all see the line?
Yeah. Oh, Sam confirmed. Yeah, I do. Yeah, but that is what, northeast, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
Yeah, that's where it is. That's where Nibiru is.
And look, y'all.
I just still can't believe we're talking about this. This is crazy.
I know. Oh my gosh, that makes. I know when you stop and think about it, we're dead serious too.
Yes.
What? Yeah, I know.
Hey, check that asteroid out.
Am I dreaming?
Go look at those stars.
This is a This is a funny dream. That's funny.
Hey.
The sun.
Oh my god.
Is that just clouds in front of the
hilarious.
sun, y'all?
It's getting clipped a little bit by something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm back.
Hey Sam, we're still here. We're still admiring these clouds.
I heard you laughing in the other room. I didn't hear much other than that.
Y'all see it?
Well, we were talking about, how we're talking about Nibiru and this and that, and Chris made the comment about how what'd you say again about how it's actually real or something?
I just can't believe we're talking about this right now, basically, and it's just totally normal.
It's hard to believe.
Afternoon.
Go back
Check
to the
out
sun.
that planet.
Go back to the sun.
Look at those asteroids, right? It's just, it's amazing.
Yeah, go back to the sun.
Oh,
Do you see that? Do you see that other unusual center illumination where there's kind of a circle, funky cloud, like a pair of lips with a smile in front of the sun?
Yeah. Okay.
I think.
Does everybody see that? It looks like a pair of lips kissing the sun, where it's blocking the light on the sun.
I do.
That's the bottom of that's the necessity core covering the sun, and that's the illumination coming through necessity core.
Wow.
Because the core base cloud is below the planet, but the core cloud is blocking the sunlight.
Screenshot of that.
So we're seeing the light through the core, but separate and underneath planet Nepenthe, which is separate, dead center in front of the sun, as the August site drawing depicts. And Saru behind it.
That's what I thought.
That's why you're seeing an hourglass shape illumination of the sun.
Good night, Audrey.
And see the diffused gray lighting, but look what time of day it is. It is not sunset.
Nope, not yet.
It is over an hour away from sunset, and yet it's got an hourglass shape diffusion.
Yep. It seems like sun's been going down earlier than it should be by about 15. But I don't know if that's.
If you look at the left middle at the tree, between the telephone pole and the tree, drop down just a little bit, please.
There you go.
Okay, see where that tree is between the right from middle. There you got the tree, and then you got the telephone pole. Drop down just a little bit more so we can see it, because the name's in front. Okay, right there is the edge of Uri on the horizon.
Yeah,
just above that tree, off just left of center.
Yeah, you
see
can
the
see
edge
the
of dark
completely.
Uri standing just. See the curve? That's Uri standing there.
Wow.
I can see the Nepenthe lines up there now too. They just showed up.
Okay.
Above the two white cars. Yeah. The cut in of is Saturn and Saturn Yellow Moon is on the two white cars. Three, because one just went through it. It was also white. But above the two, you can see that shadowed area is Saturn and the Saturn Yellow Moon above.
So all that illumination.
That's why
may
the hourglass shaped lighting and all of that. Yeah, most of the sun is being blocked.
Right.
It's hourglass shaping illumination because it is being diffused and cut off.
So it's not just clouds, because it's so hard to tell sometimes if it's just clouds or if it's actually being blocked when it's like this. But it's way darker
But
than
look, look at the overall illumination at the horizon, on the cars, on the grass, on the telephone poles, on the trees. Look how dark the green is and how the leaves are not illuminated. And at that time of day, it should all still, if it was just clouds in front of you, you'd see a dark shadow in front of you, but then to the left of you or to the right of you should be illuminated. And it's not.
Yep.
Because the entire sun is being diffused.
Here, I'm going to paint up here real quick.
And we've been talking about that for 2 years, especially remember, Christopher, when we were talking about how the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon were cutting into the top of the sun and then moving to the left from the right, which we didn't see for a while now, but it's also doing it again now because of that same rotational. Now it's over the top of the head of it in front of us, so our out view over our heads is being affected. Whereas before it was early sighting, now it's becoming late to evening sighting, etc. The sightings have changed because it's way bigger, but it's the same thing. Our light is being diffused, cut off. You can tell when you see the flaring and the angled flaring. Just imagine putting a big ball in front of it and the light is shining around it and coming out and breaking out. Anytime you see a diffused or hourglass shape or a circle with a corner cut off with a flat line, you're looking, or a halo in a lot of cases, a stellar halo rather than a sundog. There is a difference. You have to learn. There again, there's those lines at the bottom of Isatum. Dark blue areas are overhead passing planets.
Yep, and see,
Earth normal sky is that right there, that light blue normal sky.
So
dark blue planet. You can see the big round thing right there. You can see the rounded edges of the damn thing right there.
I'm holding this straight above my head right now.
Okay.
Micro cloud. Those are clouds on another planet. They're not our clouds. You can see the breakup in the lines there.
Yes.
That's not normal. None of that is normal. You know, I'm going all the way back to the base of origin, you know, the origin where people are brand new at this.
Here, I got to show this real quick because it's real obvious now. The Nipicity that's the base cloud.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. A ring.
Y'all tell me if you want me
slightly
to go.
tipped axis. You're doing just fine.
I mean, it's awesome right now. I'm not making you dizzy, Sam?
Nope.
Okay, good.
You are panning slow enough. Thank you very much. I am not getting dizzy. I hadn't even noticed. I hadn't even thought about it.
Awesome.
Excellent on-site reporting. Thank you. You're doing a very nice job.
Well,
I'm just sitting here enjoying the fact. Okay, now right there you can see this big circle in the center just above that. Is that a tree? That's where the lead asteroid looks to be. It's also weird, your out view compared to ours. Because you're farther south than we are. And
yeah,
so
I'm about 600 above sea level. I'm pretty low.
Okay.
Well, but you're also on the equator, closer to the equator than I am.
True.
And I base a lot of what I see, of course, out of my view up here. And if I look south, I'm seeing what you see, but at a little bit different angle.
Right.
Here, walk over here a little bit.
See, she's not, I don't know how far. She's, a ways from me, but it's raining where I am.
Okay.
It's about 4 or 5 hours, I think, Rebecca.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe 3.
It's way more interesting than you are. Yeah.
But what is that? With that dark right there? Or is that what we talked about earlier?
Right.
Okay, we'll go over to the sun, reach over to the sun, and then come back.
There you go.
There's the sun. Okay, now come back. And we've got lead asteroid in front of is Saturn's yellow moon. Very large is Saturn's yellow moon with lead asteroid right there, just above where it says Nibiru Holic. That's lead asteroid in front of very large is Saturn's yellow moon right there.
I'm glad I'm taking time.
Lead asteroid is huge. And that's the reach around us, the ion tail right there, going up around. Very large, very blue is Saturn. Overhead is Saturn at this hour of the day. And oh, that pepperoni pizza is hot.
Oh, watch out.
Yeah, I just burned the roof of my mouth trying to chew fast.
Oh.
Oh man.
So I'm back around to the east side.
Yeehaw, east side. Okay, so that should be Nibiru and Nibiru and Isatum.
Wow.
That's interesting
Man.
right there.
Yeah, look at the
check that
transition
out.
between dark blue and light blue.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
It didn't seem like that was
That's
there a
normal.
few minutes
It
ago.
wasn't.
Right?
I know. Look at.
Come slightly left. Come
Slightly
slightly left.
Oh wow.
My
That's
left.
crazy.
There we go. That should be
A little more. Yeah, your left. A little more left.
Yeah.
Go slowly left. Okay, yeah, okay. That most of that is the bottom of Isatum.
Oh, wow.
And Nibiru is behind that over to the left, but middle right as well. And the light color sky is the true sky, but Nibiru is behind us now. On the opposite, over to your right, would be Nibiru.
I just can't believe they're passing over us like this now.
It looks the greenish blue to me. Like over on the other side of the horizon, it looks like
Mm-hmm.
baby blue, but I don't know if it comes through
up
on
here.
the same.
Saru is further to the left,
Farther to the left. Okay.
just above the sun.
It's peeking, peekaboo.
All centers.
Yeah. Saru is behind Nepesity, and Nepesity and Saru are both center above the sun. With the edge of Uri, unfortunately, cutting in from the left-hand side. So it's 1, 2, 3 stacked on the Uri, Saru, Nepesity spectrum. They're stacked over each other and in between each other.
Gotcha.
In the monthly drawing. That's Uri to the upper
Yeah, I think I see
left
Uri
of the sun.
coming down here.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there is the tan asteroid to the upper left angle of the street light. That's the tan asteroid and the salamander asteroid group to the side of Uri.
Yeah.
Over and you can see the asteroids right there coming in from the far left angle, going right in front of and underneath the bottom of Uri. Over and over again, and there they are. That is shit that we worry that's going to paste our ass back to the Stone Age, people. We don't think it's going to happen, but we do, we do contemplate the fact there's a lot of crap smaller that could come off of these things. Because the repetitive passes that we've seen since 2013 on, I was hugely fearful knowing this crap was on the way towards us. And then after 2013, I relaxed because we started seeing the patterns of the close passes of Uri and Atu, as well as the asteroids below them, and watching the discharging onto the planet rather than the crashing into the planet, which also furthered the electrical electrical solar system, non-gravitational way that Einstein explained it, but according to Hofman in 1978. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, you got planets. There be fish in the sea.
Right.
We'll go into pirate mode.
As Carol is, we're
Derby
playing,
whale.
we're playing nuts about the planets. I am.
All I got to do is,
It's clever.
you look for the dark blue areas in the micro clouds, the non-normal clouds that are way above our clouds,
Yeah, I
and
know. I've
the
never seen
shadowing and
that
the
light.
straight.
They're not ours. And the couple people in my life that won't see it, they're
The
like,
clouds can't deny.
That's the official way to spell
Plan
it.
nuts, yeah.
Plan nuts. Plan nuts.
Yes, Carol. Yeah, I've actually thought about starting up the show. Hi, how is everybody today? My name is Samuel Hofman, and I am batshit crazy. I've
Weird.
actually thought about doing that because yes, this whole damn thing, and here we're watching it happen year after year after year, and yes, it's
It is
batshit crazy. but
It's crazy.
it is happening.
Do you see either? Am I looking at the, or am I just seeing squares in the sky?
The Texas cube is where. Do you have a finger? Can you put your finger in front of the camera where you're pointing?
Cube over there. Well, it's kind of changing now, and then I see a cube over there above the sun. I don't know if that's not in the right place, right?
Yeah. Well, the long box is to the right of the sun. There's a kind of a square drag off going on there, yeah. And on that dark blue area, you could be looking at the Texas cube. Although it usually, remember, the Texas cube usually hides in behind the red asteroid.
Ah, okay.
Now that, of course, is right there. What you're looking at is Attu and Attu's moon and the red asteroid to the left of the light pole, or the tan asteroid, one of the two. And if you pan up to the top of that light pole, somewhere right in there, to the right of the light pole is where the Texas cube should be.
Well, I see
somewhere
something
right there,
but that's kind of low, right? Or maybe right there.
Right.
There.
Well, hard call. I'm not there. You are.
Hard. There's a lot going on in this sky right now.
Yeah, well, you got 3 or 4 planets in your out view, and then a whole bunch of other shit, and it's a whole handful of asteroids, and so yeah, but they're there over and 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 over. Oh, God, I don't know how many times I've said that, and I don't know how many shows now.
I'm glad you keep saying it.
I do apologize for repeating myself, everyone. But
that's good. That's a good thing because it takes a while.
Yeah.
You can't just
learn to look at the dark areas and the micro clouding. Everything that's tiny little circle clouds they're not ours. That's the atmosphere of these planets. Those dark blue areas are planets. That's a planet. Those micro clouds right there in the background, behind the white ones, those are clouds around that planet.
I love it. I love all the stripes and the little pitted clouds.
I won't bore you with details of which is which half the time, and I'm just trying to point out the micro clouds in comparison, and we see the repetitive patterns over and over and again. We've documented it for 14 years. By the way, after we go past the year, come April, we'll be at 15 years. So we're still here talking. And notice how right there, just above the sun, it's starting to base cloud into almost snorkel mode on the bottom of Nepesity there, just over the sun. See how it's sort of dropping down into almost snorkel mode with the bottom of the 3 rings, and then that fingered planet Nepesity in between the Attu's moon and in between Saturn's yellow moon, and there you're seeing a sort of core base cloud form, with the notorious rotational fingering, the bottom of the smaller planet Nepesity.
Wow.
So I'm going to go over here to show some more contrast to the sky.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I love that too. Oh, wow.
See up here?
Yeah.
Southwest.
Planet.
And
if you go down to the horizon, the light blue is real sky.
Yeah. And we're not crazy.
We're not crazy.
No.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you were able to have me on and I could do this. I know I missed a part of
me too.
Once,
of course.
Didn't you go on live?
The timing of this in our show is perfection.
Yeah.
Seriously. The clouds, the planets, yeah, right on time. We'll say that.
Being able to point out
for the show.
So
sorry, Jared.
I think that's one of our clouds, but it looks wispy, like ion tailish, but I star cloud. but we got the microclouds, and you can see the change in blues from like there to there. There's like 3 or 4 different shades in the sky right now.
Yep.
Easy. Oh, they're in all directions for sure. For sure.
Why, you know,
That's
try
so
to point out
cool.
the dark areas. Dark areas first.
Yep, I remember that you ingrained that good because I started noticing that probably first things. I really started paying attention. That Yuri over there. I think.
There's a backlit illumination. Sure.
It's
And
kind of
look
like
back to the sun.
multiple things in front of each other. You know, you see
Caught me
multiple.
chewing pizza again.
Atu's moon in front of Atu, in front of Yuri, in front of Saru, and then the Pissity over here. And I sat. They're all really close together.
They're chemtrail up there because every time now when there's a lot to be seen, they're up there like gangbusters. The second one I've seen, whereas I haven't seen more.
Well, it could be a normal, what we would refer to as contrail. You know, it's not long duration. It's very short, but yeah. That sea trail can't change the out view on that one. And you know, a lot of them are just wasting their time. Because you know, the funny thing is they start spraying and it may, hey, go, I gotta go look, see what you're covering up.
Uh-huh.
They sort of pre-announce it now, and we kind of
really.
chuckled about that for years. No.
What's that, Chris?
Yeah,
I don't think they're
too
really
big.
doing much of that anymore. It seems like.
Oh, yeah, I don't hardly see them
No, let's
spraying
hope not.
anymore. I
Yeah,
really don't.
I saw
Well, remember, it had 2 reasons that they were doing that.
Right.
They did it to block a lot of the light that was coming in from 2011 on, and our temperatures already skyrocketed. It's very
Look at the
expensive
Middle
to
East.
do it.
It's so bad
It's
there.
toxic. Oh, you know, and we are going to fry next year, and all of that. I'm still, very involved, wondering what kind of a winter we're either going to have a very drastic, dire winter, or we're going to have a very warm winter. One of the two. I don't know yet. It should be very interesting to see what all this is, and we do believe that the second sun is pretty prominent on why we got really hot this year. I mean, there was just a heat wave on the East Coast again, and flooding, and this whole thing that just went through last week for those poor folks who had to run their AC nonstop and pay your power bills.
$498
Yeah, so
power
we're not
bill
out
is
of the woods yet. Yeah, it's spooky. Yeah, that does look really cubey right there above the sun too.
Oh,
Yep.
look at that.
Yeah, it does look kind of cubey.
Kinda.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun,
Dun, dun. Of course, it's sort of the wrong. I don't think the Borg have a theme song, and I'd hate to misdirect on the Borg because all this is more Star Wars like going on. But people, intergalactic crafts are parked above Earth right now and have been for many years, collecting commodities, tributes to the gods. And the sooner you wake up and realize that, the sooner you got to weave through some of the internet disinformation, because we have proven this is quite real, and we wouldn't bring it up as topic had we not. We know they're here.
Right, and stop getting
We have
upset when
thousands of
we
sightings.
say Star Destroyers, because we only say that because they look exactly like
They look
these Star Destroyers. What else are we supposed to call them?
right.
I've had so many people get upset with me with some of the posts I post on TikTok. Star Destroyers? You're really saying this is a Star Destroyer? No, we're not literally saying you know, Star Wars
actual-
is here on planet Earth.
No, it's a different faction. And what blows me away is it's a blend mixture of the Borg cube and then the Star Wars destroyer and then the Empire orb. And then it's all a blend of the two different genres that we've been handed from Hollywood. And, you know, lo and behold, it's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. And yet over the years, we had no choice but to actually bring it up as topic because we kept seeing it. We kept seeing it. We kept seeing it. We went, no shit, people, this is real. And I mean, you know, had I not seen all of this by eye myself personally, by eye, I'm not saying on the internet, I watched all of these things occur by eye. And that's why we share what we share and why we share it. Because this is really happening. And I mean, you can call me, yes, batshit crazy, but it is really happening. It is. And that's why we do this, you know, Art Bell kind of show. And we are the new Art Bell times, you know, 10. Because we give examples. We don't just talk on a microphone over the radio.
I think the hardest thing is getting people to understand how close they are. They don't look like planets. That's the hardest thing to wrap your mind around. So yeah, when they're in
and they all have their own atmosphere.
Right, of course. Yeah, I posted like a few of my photos up, and somebody posts nothing but a big fat nothing burger or something like that, and it's just.
Sorry,
I'm not even gonna respond to comments like that anymore and try to.
Right, you learn not to.
You know, I just put down for more information. Come to the podcast, basically, and
one of my few personal page posts was when I caught like 3 different days what I think was Matem, and you guys, y'all, it's been a couple weeks ago, but somebody from my personal life was like, "That's a lens flare." I'm like, I caught an orb in a slightly different position, in whole and partially on different days.
Right.
And then here's my lens flare, and
just don't pay no mind to it.
Some people show them this, and
they
they're
want to believe you. Trust me.
Well, the Norway spiral orb has been sighted since 2009, and it's the longest running multiple sighting alien intergalactic craft that we've seen to date by Montana Skywatcher. And we even have, that video is in the startup of our show. And when the sightings match year after year, that including personal by eye sightings that I myself had, and that's exactly what the damn thing is. We watched it come through the Norway spiral, and Montana Skywatcher goes all the way back to 2009 when that occurred. And so, when you've got that many years stacked up of reoccurring exact matches, you cannot argue with it. It's just plain and simple. There it is. Oh my God, there it is. That thing is real. And when you personally see that damn blue light turn on and point at you, and then it stops and changes direction, which tells you it's not something like an asteroid, and it actually is a driven craft. You see it do that. You could never argue with it. And we have thousands of sightings going back all the way to 2009. They are here. They are here. They are here. And watch. You won't get any comments on the show on YouTube. Watch it. I dare you to comment on this show on YouTube tomorrow.
I don't know if the sun's gonna peek out at all anymore until before sunset.
Yeah, Saru is cutting off the top of it with Necessity in front of Saru.
Very cool, Sarah.
I'm glad, y'all. It's like,
yeah.
I'm so glad to be a part of this because I feel like it's important. I feel like people should know the truth of things, and know what to plan for, prepare for, not be worried and scared, not doom and gloom. But it's just anything this big shouldn't be hidden from us. It just shouldn't.
Right.
It's important about who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Right on. That's what it's all about.
And
what blows me away is that it's not being shared.
Yeah.
I don't, I'm sorry. I think they can handle this totally differently. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they sold us down time ago, and they can't go back on their lies for the last century, essentially, about UFOs and aliens. And
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's what I personally think is why. I don't know. What do y'all think?
Well, if people find out, if they find out about the treaty going back all the way to the 40s, 1947 on, and they find out just how sold down the river we actually are, there will be, some public hangings. So, yeah, that's not going to hit direct information. There's been they've been embedded with treaties and licensing and things that you don't even want to know about, nor could I even discuss here on this live feed. There's things going on that are, anyway, I'll shut up right there.
Yeah.
Well, I think
God, look at that. Look at the light blue, dark blue. You can argue with me.
Sorry, y'all.
That's a freaking planet. See the microclouding in the dark blue area? Those are clouds around a planet. See the big curve? Planet.
Yep.
See the light blue horizon? Normal sky.
Yep.
I mean, if anything, I do know, like, I had a
You
neighbor
can't
ask
argue with that.
No.
I had a neighbor ask me for the first time in a while what I was doing before I got in the car to head over here. And I was like, and I don't know him. And I went ahead and told him. It was one of the first times. Y'all be proud of me. Because I've had kids ask me, and I'm just like, oh, I just like watching the sky, because they're kids. And I was like, you're going to think I'm crazy. And I said something about noticing the sky.
Yeah, I say I'm looking at the passing planets.
And I told her, if you're heard of Nibiru, and she was like, no. And I said, you've heard of Planet X? And she said, yeah. And I said, well, I just real quickly said we have a whole binary twin solar system that's right outside our atmosphere. And if you'd like to know more, take a look at Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Right.
But she honestly, she didn't look at me too crazy. So.
You got away with it on less words then.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I have fought to find the proper way to approach this, and I probably come off a little overzealous.
Well, certain people in my life are very hung up on science, and this is a good question for you, Sam. I mean, I think I know the answer, but it's why don't you have like an officially trained scientist verifying this? Where's the mathematics and this and that, and it's mathematically impossible. And I don't know how to answer that because
we run off a basic of physics where we're dealing with gravity rather than electrical universe. And if you look up the Thunderbolts project, you'll see a lot of information. And I always recommend to people a movie out there by the Thunderbolts project called Symbols of an Alien Sky.
Oh yeah.
And they show you in a basis of information cross-referencing the fact, because people consider our skies and our planetary system to be static and always the same. And that's not what happens. We are on a cosmic rotation of a binary system that we're not being told about, that has been removed from our history by people who have a reason to hide it because it has to do with gold and money and greed.
Yep.
And control. And we are a controlled race. And if we find out that there are overlords above us, not just the overlords above us on our countries and our kings, if we find out there's even more important people than our kings and our countries, will lose power. So they don't want us to be looking at the demigods as the true bosses. So they don't want to lose power because they get all the money. And
I al-
people in power. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I also get, oh, it's impossible for that, all of our world leaders to keep it hidden. I get, that's one of the other things I get. They
There have been announcements by the Dutch government. There have been announcements to the people by the Norwegian and the Russian governments that this was occurring, and it was just one quick announcement, and then it dropped off. And if you know humans like I do, you will realize that they have a memory that lasts about 3 weeks,
shoot, that's me
and after that, they forget.
most of the time. That's the other thing. Normally, my ADD won't let me be so into this, but it's suckered me in, and I'm not letting go. Look at that, y'all. You see the rain over there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why your wind is changing too.
Uh-huh.
The light blue is the real sky. The dark blue is the passing planet.
What direction is that again?
I'm heading
micro-directional cloud.
southeast. I'm southeast right now.
That's southeast. Okay. That's got to be what? Attu?
That would be Attu.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Attu's moon.
Attu
If you go straight up, Attu's moon will be straight up over the top of you.
Almost always.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's Attu. And then straight up will be Attu's moon.
Look at it now.
Yeah, Attu's moon in front of Attu.
Oh, wow. How did it change so much?
Right?
Y'all, I'm
You
telling
just,
I'm
it was
tripping.
Yuri a few minutes ago. Like,
this is my spot, y'all. I'm telling y'all, when I told y'all at sunrise a couple weeks ago, I literally, like magic, watched the sky go from almost nothing. It was just kind of hazy to boom. Everything's there in my face.
Right.
Like in a blink of an eye. I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, it's really spooky how fast it comes and goes.
Oh, yeah.
and that's
really
because
is.
we're rotating. I mean, as we rotate, the planets are going beneath the horizon, and that's why we're seeing Attu's moon and Attu instead of Yuri now. That's how I see it.
We're moving. We're both rotating. We're both orbiting. So we're both moving in two different ways. That's what I try to get people to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't. I mean, that's ultimately right, Sam? That's why, it changes fast, and why, I see something one day and then, it heads over to you, Chris, or I don't know. I think it changes up too. Sometimes I see similar skies with people over in Europe, and sometimes I see similar skies within a couple days of people across the states. It's crazy.
Yeah. That, oh my God.
I all in my camera. Okay, I think I'm seeing things. Where's the skull supposed to be right now?
The skull is it's on the lower left-hand side of Attu, between Attu and Yuri. So it should be to your left and up.
Yeah.
Your left, beyond the light pole. That's right.
Oh.
Now go up a little bit.
See, that's what I thought I was seeing. I thought he was right there in the middle of the screen right now.
Should be somewhere right in that area over there, up to the upper left corner. Somewhere in the upper left corner is where that should be the side of Yuri.
Yeah. The whole sky. And Saru. When you say Saru is...
And then, of course, Attu's moon is in front. Yuri is behind it. Nepacity is behind Attu and Attu's moon in this view. The Saturn yellow moon is to the right.
You can see Saru's blue green.
Right there.
You can see the difference in blue above it. Here, let me stick in a little bit. See, like right there, there to there.
Yeah, the bottom green blue, and it goes literally from the right side to the left side. Keep going on to the other side. At the bottom base, keep going at the horizon. See that axis tip
Yes.
coming of the light sky, just off the horizon, where you see the trees and the pole. Go back to the right now. See that yellow area of horizon?
Yes.
See that yellow line right there? That's the edge tip of the bottom of Saru. And notice how
Wow.
it's hourglass bell flaring off the cutoff
Yep.
of Saru and Uri and Atu and Atu's moon and the asteroids in front of it, all on the left-hand side. Well, that did change quick again. It's still
Yeah.
moving. But that area, you could see that cutoff line of Saru cutting into the top of the sun.
Wow.
Hello, son.
And the shadowing of the cut in from the right and the cut in from the left. This is so cool. See, I don't have to go outside and film. It gets done for me.
Right?
In Texas. And yeah, we get a y'all, we get to say y'all when we say that then too. Yeah, Saru, Uri, Atu's moon, all on the left-hand side. Hi, Rebecca. You're now we're staring at you. Hello.
Hi. Just reading a comment from Carolyn. Hey. Well,
Yeah, I figured I'd let you know what we were seeing.
thanks. Last time that happened, I was like touching up my makeup, so at least
That
you
was
didn't
awesome.
catch me doing that.
Yeah, there you go.
You never know what's going to happen. Surprise! I don't know what happened to Sarah, but
I think it was the end of the video.
yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No, it was live link. Well, duh. Earth the brain.
She's live. She's live.
Yeah, we
Here
lost
she
the
is.
live link.
Yeah.
I got dropped
Oh
off.
boy, you got
That was weird.
Boy, it was weird. That was weird. They caught me sitting here looking at my phone. You never know what's going to cut over to me, I guess.
Now, welcome to the live broadcast.
Man, this show has been that way since the very start. Anyway, it's been great. So, wow, it keeps changing every time we look at it.
So, Rebecca, I can stay on for a longer life. It's up to y'all.
I'm cool. I mean, wow. Look at that. That's Nibiru again. Back. Well, I think
Yeah, that's
over. And
You're right.
yeah. Look at that. Man, I've been seeing it there really well here lately. Just like that. Just like that.
It's like royal blue. Shadow.
Yep.
Right.
Deep royal blue.
Like I've never
Yes,
seen
people, these planets are real. I don't know any other way to tell you. And do a bad opera. But in 2029 or 2030, they're going to be going, oh yeah, these people watched this all happen and we missed it. It's like, okay. There they are, the microclouds of these close passing planets, and they're there. You can't argue with it. All you got to do is look at the light blue horizon, and it should be the same light blue above us. And it's not.
I was just thinking about your drawings again. I mean, I'm just like get so excited because I think about how accurate they are, and I'm just like, if only people, like that one guy named Donald from TikTok. I mean, he was like such an easy person to, just show the way, and I'm like, if only so many more people were like Donald, that'd be great. It's like he didn't give me any hesitation. Really, is nice.
Well,
Yeah, and I try to think of ways that we could promote that, and I can't really physically do that in any other way than what I've been doing. And it's literally up to you guys, the experts, and everybody else, our listeners out there, to further this information, to show you that it all fits and it all matches, and it's all highly documented and highly organized and time proven. I mean, my God, the years that we've been showing all of this information is beyond, and I guess, I have to go through your school of hard knocks and earn your stripes or whatever, but it truly is time that this information was to get out.
Yes.
Way past time in my book.
Well, just having a few people on in the chat earlier knew was like super exciting for me because I don't think I've really noticed that a whole lot till tonight.
Yeah, we've had a bigger crowd since the show started today. You know what I'm saying? Just consistently, today's crowd listening has been bigger. It's show 77 is catching on now.
Everywhere you look, you're looking at planet, unless you're looking at the horizon. Look at the lower area, just above the landmass in the picture of what she's filming. That's the real sky. Everything else is planet 360 around her. And you can see the illumination, how it's now starting now that we're at sunset. You can see the light shining up to the bottom of these planets. That's what that illumination bubbly is going on. Those little white dots are it shining on the bottom of what's showing to that angle of light on the bottom of these close passing planets.
Man.
I'm tempted to go see what's
And
happening
the
outside.
dark blue
I'll be right
shows you
back and
the-
see what's going on.
Should.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I made him jealous. It's totally addicting.
Yes, you did.
Well, then you can put Tara back up again. If you'd like.
Mittens is in my gun.
Back
Don't look at the main white clouds. Look at the secondary upper micro clouds. Dark blue area. That is the planet and the atmosphere around it. You can see the edge in the light blue, and then the contrast into the dark blue. And the clouds are only around the dark blue, not in the light blue. Because it's around a shadowed, dark, orbital body above Earth, coming back to the main sky on the left. That yellow area is our normal sky. Everything else is two planets. You got that's the faceplate of Saturn's yellow moon, and is Saturn right there. Hello, kitty.
Here she is.
Oh, Mippins.
I know it.
She got big this week. She got big
She's
this
growing
just this
fast.
week.
She's got to grow into
Big.
her color though. She got a little pink color.
Saw that.
It's the tightest it will go, but she'll grow into it. But yeah, look how tall. She's the tallest cat I've ever had. She's got
Yeah.
long wings.
Long body.
Yeah. Big cat.
Overhead passing planets, people. Quite a few of them. We're looking at several of them bunched up right in front of us right here. And
I'm so stoked that I
shadowing, see, away from the sun, it gets darker because you're looking at the shadow behind the planet in front of and next to the sun.
Like I said, the timing of this beautiful sunset and our show could not be any more ideal.
I don't
Right on time.
perfect timing.
And you being available to, bring it
Central
to us.
time.
That's pretty pivotal.
That white
Wow,
cloud
look at that.
arc, that's ours, right?
Yep.
Because it just looks weird because it's behind.
Yeah, you just learn the difference between cumulus nimbus and rounded, cotton ball clouds. And you look at the horizon and you see the normal at the horizon cumulus nimbus clouds and realize that they rise up to the top of our generic atmosphere. And then after that, clouds becomes thinner in the, in the higher ionospheric clouds, but they're thinner and much see-througher.
So
But that you're looking, when you look at the horizon line, so everything at the horizon that's cumulus nimbus is our clouds. That's our weather. Everything above that is stellar or upper stellar or actually in space.
the very bright white one that I'm facing right now, like not on the horizon, but above. Is that the base of something, or is that ours?
Yeah, there's a connective cloud between Uri and Attu that stretches off across the sky. And that is a generic representation. There is space clouds between planets as well. and they do reach between bodies.
Gotcha. Really?
And it's in space. Yeah, it's separate. Yeah, we've been talking about that since like 2012, 13. Because when they were first coming in, we could see these representative illuminated clouds below the separation between Atu and Uri, and then even between Nepesity and his Saturn, which was odd because they're on separate branches. Yet at the time, when approach happened, they were much closer together just because of outview. And so, yeah, we've seen directive collections of space clouds around this solar system. Whereas, I mean, even the asteroids below Uri and Atu, from a distance, look like space clouds, even though little do we come to find out over the years that there were actually millions of asteroids mixed in with all that debris and gases. So, you know, it's all point of view. They are quite real. And, you know, this is why I get, you know, so emotionally attached to this entirely and drastically try to warn people. But look what that blob right there in the upper left on what you're showing and what's coming in, that is part of the 180-day close path cycle. And that is going over the top of us right there, all that white and blue and stuff. Those are asteroids that you're looking at right there. Above your street light to the left. That's a whole shitload of very, very large asteroids underneath the bottom of Uri. And there they are. That is literally the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the bottom of Uri. And that shit discharges and creates huge freaking storms.
Yep, I see them there.
This is the September 180-day cycle that I am concerned about. I've been concerned about all summer long because that stuff causes extreme storms. And I've got numerous drawings of it over the years. And there's an exact example of here it is again. Look what's coming in from the upper left. And you'll see it over and over and over again, guys. This shit's real. That's not just clouds. Look at the pathway that it's leading all the way across the sky, where the trail as it orbits underneath that massive planet right there. You can see the edge of the planet is here, and if you go to the right again, you'll see the other edge of the planet. That illumination is the setting sun of our normal clouds. Everything above that is, then you see the illumination here and the shadowing. That is Uri and the shit orbiting around it. Huge gas giant. Micro cloud bottom and stripes. Look at that cut-in. And there's two, because you can see Starro at the edge behind it. And you can see Uri moving in, changing as we speak.
Is it Chris's turn? What you got going on over there?
It's nothing like what you got going on.
Oh, darn. Okay.
I think Atu's moon is out there, and it's just like a lot of, I think it might rain soon too, so.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
This is actually,
yeah.
But like.
Look at that. Oh my God, look at that. That is, a Saturn Jello moon right there, just like the extra site drawing this month right there. Ta-da.
That's heading, that's
big, huge, cloudy Saturn Jello moon with the blue area is a Saturn at the lower area, but the Saturn Jello moon is very large and right there and blistery.
Look, see, what's tripping me out right now is those clouds on the very bottom that are ours.
Yeah.
And that
the clouds on the bottom are ours, but that's the angle of light right now coming from underneath Saru on it behind you or wherever the sun is, because the light is being cast down in weird angles of illumination. I saw some on YouTube this week, was just unbelievable. Because Saru is in the way, we're getting straight across sunsets at sunset rather than overall illuminated sunsets at sunset. So the light is focaled in and more flat, like a horizontal plane of unbelievable illumination, which is causing that right there with that flat line. See that flat line at the top of the sun there? That's shining on the bottom of planet Saru.
Incredible.
That's why that line is there. That's cutting in the straight. We got a straight shaft of light, which is why it looks weird, very yellow and orangey, and all shining underneath these planets.
Well, Christopher sent me pictures from his sky, and I do see some similarities. Now, it's not as
Right.
it's not as quite as showy as this as Terra's, but I can see how it's the same objects out there.
Right.
Different angle, different view.
My sun's about to go down. I mean, sometimes it gets more interesting after the sunset, but I could use a break holding my phone up. So
Okay. You
I
guys
hear
want me
that.
to go outside, or
huh?
you guys want me to go
Yeah,
outside?
go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Sure.
why not? Let me make sure I got.
Hang out for a bit if that's okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my phone's charged. I can go outside for a few minutes. Last time, it was
Thank
so
you.
hot out, the phone just kind of crashed on me. So if it cuts out,
Oh yeah, mine does.
just remember, Rebecca, if my phone cuts out on you, you know.
Okay. I got you.
I think that's what happened last time. Poor Rebecca. Okay, I'll go outside here.
That's show business.
I know, right?
Yeah. That's how it is in show business.
And they say never work with animals.
It's windy.
And we got mittens of all. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tara.
You know, we have to have our tight mascot.
I do know how it is to hold your arm up for an hour or
Oh yeah.
more.
You know what?
Yeah,
I
you've
was
been
so
out there for
excited
quite
it
a
was above me.
It's
quite a
hard.
while.
And able to show it live. That it took a while to phase me.
Yeah. It's like no pain, no gain. No. Yeah.
Yeah, you are a little
Okay.
gray, aren't you, Christopher?
Let's
You
see.
do look like you have
Yeah,
rain coming.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's kind of gray. Yes. Look at that. Yeah, it was raining here. It was. I think it cleared off.
Yeah, it is
Well, you know,
hot.
rain
Oh.
for Las Vegas would be a good thing.
Yeah, we haven't had
You guys
rain
need
for
the water.
probably a month now at least. We don't get much.
I will take a look at the
Watch
jet
out, Tara.
stream over your area
Sorry.
real quick.
I set off my alarm.
Oh, is that your alarm?
Yes.
I thought it was some disgruntled member of the.
No. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, Chris.
Okay.
We're out here.
Yeah, there's a lower rotational low over California and Nevada right now, so you're pretty much in a heat dome. And
That's nasty.
the monsoonal flow will affect you in the clouds. Maybe you will get some rain. That'd be very nice. I know we need more.
For a minute.
I think we had like 10 or 12 new fire starts this week
Oh.
here in Montana, and that's not a good thing. And it's nasty outside. And you know, I'd like to get to mowing my lawn. Every time I've tried to mow my lawn, I haven't been able to. One thing or another stopped me. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly to view here. You don't have much of an open. You have a lot of moisture in those clouds.
Yeah.
If you'd like, Christopher, you can just go back in because there isn't much of a view there.
Yeah, there's not much going on. I mean, I thought I saw.
The purple's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, but you know.
Yeah, you got
Like, there
purple
was a big
above you.
rectangle out here a few minutes ago. Now I can't see it. So.
I'm sorry.
Oh, why?
Yeah, it's pretty.
Sorry.
You're gonna. Hey, I hope you get rain. I hope you get rain.
Yeah, we'll see.
You know, we need to terraform the desert to something nice and green for everybody too that's out there living in the desert. And, apparently, Arizona got a real good soaking this last couple of weeks, and good for them. Their ponds are filled. Their grass is green. They're getting a regrowth in August, which is very interesting. For this late in the year, they're all green. You know, now all we have to do is get you the Cheyenne rain dance, and then you can, get your Shaman drums and hang drum out and call in that rain.
I'm back. All right. Sorry. Exit. All right. I took a video of my stuff.
There you go.
It's kind of weird too. I mean, it's like right where the yellow moon is. It's really a gold glow in the sky. You'll see, but it's cloudy.
Okay, now I'm gonna go out and look too. I'll be right back.
Look what you started, Tara.
Yeah, look at Tara. Hers is number one still.
Right?
Let's see. Let me get mine
Got
uploaded.
shadows going on. Look at that. The rays.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Like I know. It's so perfect.
I had to snap a couple. So y'all are recording
Yeah.
it.
Yes. That is true. It's being recorded as we speak. The good and the bad.
Right?
Yeah, you know.
I'm happy to be able to contribute. So cool. Like, and I'm always out here by myself, and I get behind photos or sending it to you. I don't know how you keep up with as much as you do. You're like,
oh wow,
miracle worker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's constant. I mean, it's a lot, but over time, I've just gotten better at being organized enough to hold it together. You know what I mean?
You got a system down?
No. It's minimal. It's minimal, but it's
Now,
like,
look at that orange.
Mostly.
I forgot about the smoke in my area. I can't see anything but smoke. It's concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no good, Sam.
Well, I knew we were gonna have fires. We got some rain, so it's it's not as dry as it could be. But the Bitterroot Range, it's pretty spooky. A lot of nice forest up there going poof tonight. Yeah, when have we ever in our entire lifetime seen skies like this? We never have. Let alone the fact that we know what we're looking at. Oh boy.
That's my sky. So that's like Uri, south right there, a south. It doesn't show up on camera as much as it does in real life. Anyway, it was really yellow looking right there in that area. So yeah, it's poor. Yeah, mine comes in last place. Okay, we'll get the second place trophy that Christoper.
Right.
Tara's number. She wins first place tonight in the sunset.
It was just in the cards, y'all. That was.
I know.
Give a live lesson.
Look at it, Ben. Look at that. Wow, what a progression it's been since you started too.
Yeah.
Huh.
One of the y'all, seriously, the coolest guys at least. I know I've probably seen better, but it was probably before I knew what I was looking at.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man.
Wow.
And for anybody still, watching in the comments, I'm sorry. I did not mean to.
That's right, Carol Ann. Texas, they don't play around.
Mm.
Go big or go home. That's all that Texas stuff. Yep.
That's true. That is true. There's a lot of people here and from here or been here or lived here at certain times. It's funny. I mean,
right. Yeah, let's get that real pink.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
True, getting over there.
Yeah, I just want to see what it looks like after the sun sets for about 5 or 10 minutes. See how it illuminates afterwards.
Sometimes,
unless the sun's already set.
for like 30, 45 minutes is still,
Yeah.
things are catching the light.
Mhm.
Pushing it up. It's freaky.
Wow.
Man. Ooh, what? Those little black stringy things, I've seen those off and on for years, and I'm like, what is that? What is that, Sam? That's concerning a little bit. That does not look anything natural or normal, but there it is. What is that?
I think that's just the blue through blue.
Yeah, something's really dark up there then. Peeking through, very dark. Yeah, you're right. That makes more sense, Tara. Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Still, it's very dark.
Look.
Wow.
There it is. Man, this gets better and better. I can't believe it.
Get my
You
fingers
already
out.
got first place, Tara. Now you're showing off.
I mean, come on, people.
Yeah.
Happen normally.
I know. That's right, Carol Ann. There it is. She's getting it. Man. That one spot. That's right. We've been seeing it nonstop, especially over on Facebook, on our Facebook group. People have been posting this over and over. Something is there causing that.
Wow, that is incredible.
Right. An asteroid, maybe?
Yeah.
That I would say an asteroid.
I don't want to. Like, I do have my not as good like my other Android phone. It has certain benefits to that camera versus this one. Darn it, I'm getting me a nice digital camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's. Hey, Tara. Carol Ann asked for you to. She wants you to pan upward.
Oh, she wants me to go up.
Okay. There you go.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to any comments because I got the screen turned away.
I know, you're right. I'll take care of it. I'll be your secretary.
Wow.
Instead of kind of trying to go away now.
That is incredible. Look at that.
Yes. Wow. Man. That is so perfect.
This is I'm so excited.
Right? Is your heart like beating out of your chest or what?
All the times I've been over here going,
Man.
oh, and yakking through videos.
Yeah. Look how red it's getting. Cool. Orange.
It's like glowing.
Wow.
Yeah. It's getting redder.
Whoa.
Look at that. That is so cool.
Go home.
Wow. Did he say, are you here, Sam? What asteroid is that? Which one is that?
I don't know.
I mean, it looks like the lead object,
It's an object.
but the placement's kind of different.
Yeah.
Usually it's further to the right.
Right.
Usually.
That one seems a little too small, right?
To center.
The OC,
right? Yeah. Maybe it's the red asteroid. I bet.
Could be.
It's the red asteroid. Maybe.
Or the one in
red
front of the red asteroid.
Maybe a sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
No.
there's the little black one and then the one to the left.
Yeah. Wow. Look at all them. Dang. Yeah. There's those black squigglies again.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was thinking, but I have seen squigglies like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? There's just
When
some
I first
crazy
started
stuff out
taking
there.
pictures, I got these squiggly cloud things. They're like attaching to other clouds.
What the?
I didn't know
Yeah.
what was going on. Never
Weird.
seen anything like that before.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's getting cooler. Right now it looks better. I think I'm panned out. There we go.
Yeah.
So are you at like a park or?
I'm by a local junior college, and there's a small, like, little man-made lake, fishing lake.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
And on the other side of it, I can get some even better sunset views. This is
Nice.
Huh.
y'all
That's ideal.
Right. I would just hang out there all day.
feel here.
Yeah.
My daughter
Me
has
too.
got the car, and I have literally run in all directions with this tail, getting out of the way of trees and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Right. It's perfect. Wow. I wish I had something that clear.
Yeah.
Like, I just
That's close.
moved here about 5-6 months before I met
Okay.
you guys and learned this truth.
Uh-huh.
I forget how I decided to come over here one day, but I'm tired of running through the building trying to
Yeah.
glimpses. Although I do have a sunset vantage from my back porch.
Okay.
I was made to be a part of it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Absolutely.
That's my.
I hear ya. I do.
And with open arms.
There's a huge shortage of open areas around me, so it's unfortunate, but I'll have to go track them down. Yeah.
I'm driving, and like, oh, I'm gonna pull over, especially if I'm on the freeway. And I pull over, and lo and behold, I go down, and I'm below stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you can see it perfect from the highway, but I'm not stopping on the highway. So even on the road or emergency lane, it's too dangerous. People like their speed around here. They go fast, 75, 80. You're going too slow if you're going 70.
Look at that. Like, you can see the texture of that other planet. So
Saturn's yellow moon.
Yep.
That's the
Oh,
Saturn's yellow moon, very large, very over the top of us.
Sure enough.
And then she goes to the
Wow,
left,
look
and then
at
you see the sun. You'll see all that white area is Saturn's yellow moon. And then you'll notice that we start to turn green as we get closer to above the sun. That's the core of Nepesi, where that green was there briefly.
Right.
And then above the street light is where Attu and Attu's moon in front of Uri all is.
Yeah.
The white in the background, all that white on the left-hand side is passing planet. And all the real sky is yellow-orange at the horizon. Everything else is planet above us, being illuminated still white, while we are being shed into darkness and orange and yellow, because it is now past sunset from the camera point of view.
Right. It should be getting dark out.
Oh, yeah. I'm telling y'all, 30, 45 minutes before it's totally dark, if not almost an hour.
And that's because the bottom of that planet area, all of that white area is the illuminated bottom of the planet.
It's pretty awesome. Straight above me. Still.
Yeah, there it is. Still there.
See, that's been there like almost the whole time. It seems like, I'm sure it's shifted, but
Oh, yeah, it's rotating and moving.
Yeah.
There's several of them right there. That big rounded area right there illuminated. And then there's a lighter blue. And then there's even a lighter orange light, gray. But those are all planets until you get to the horizontal yellow sky and the white sky. That's the real sky. Everything else is close passing planet.
Or moon.
Wow.
Or asteroid.
Or moon, yeah, or asteroid, yeah, exactly right.
Or
Yes.
station, you know. Goodness.
Otherworldly. Yeah.
We can pull out the celestial object. Right. Oh God, I cringed every time I ever read that.
Oh.
Oh God,
boy.
I wanted to go after Dr. You Know Who and
Oh.
if she was even a real doctor, and I don't want to defame her if she
Albert.
actually is, but she did a science I never heard of. But I wasn't going to say it, but thank you for saying that.
Okay.
And so we get all these people and they go, yeah, it's a celestial object. I went, oh my God. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if y'all
But you
can see
can't
it
see planet,
a little bit.
planet, moon, or asteroid. And there you're seeing, and it's it's just like the site drawing. We know that that Saru and Yuri are cutting off the sun and Nepesity, etc. And watching it happen, it's just matching everything we know is happening. So yet again, here we are. More examples, and you cannot argue with it because it just keeps happening.
How many things did we get
Right.
into tonight? Like 5, 6?
Easy. You got almost the whole system.
Yeah.
And you can
I
see
was
the
gonna
rounded
say-
edges of them.
Yes.
And the darkness and the background micro clouding behind our clouds. And then remember, everything above the horizontal cumulus nimbus, like the white ones here on the example on the lower right, those are normal clouds. But everything above that, with the exception of some of these gray ones right here,
That are lower.
everything above that, those micro small clouds way back there up in the upper stuff around that dark blue area, that dark blue area is an overhead planet with the small micro clouds around it. Now, most of these or some of these gray clouds are normal atmosphere, especially at the horizon level. You can see the rounding cotton ball cumulus nimbus. But everything way, way up there with dark, squiggly little lines and odd illumination, which is not where the sun is, shows you overhead passing planet and asteroids and moons.
Yeah.
And celestial objects.
Oh, and aliens
And aliens. Other creatures.
and intergalactic craft and space cubes, shipping containers, and weird shit that we haven't identified yet. And don't forget the wormhole generations that we've been watching for years happen in front of live cameras,
Am I the
where we
only
see the ship created, open up the hole, and fly through it, or something comes out of it.
Yeah.
I go outside and I just look up sometimes and I just think about who and what's up there and just,
Right?
like
That's when you should wave, because I'm sure they have better technology than we do when it comes to cameras. So
I'm like,
Why
When
not?
you're in
Always
this
wave.
big open field, are you taking your shoes off and grounding? Like,
I haven't enough. I've also been going outside and getting to know the tree in front of my apartment.
there you
Like-
go.
yep, it's the world around us. It's way bigger than we can even imagine. And
Oh,
if
tiny. I mean,
you ever
like
ever
right-
had ET standing in front of you telling you the truth about what Earth really is, it's kind of spooky that we don't
yeah, I can imagine.
throw by the 5-gallon bucket on some folks, but yeah, there's so much going on.
Okay, you guys, I think I'm gonna go ahead and sign
Yeah.
unless there's anything else you want me to show you real quick. I probably have another 10, 15.
No, thank you very much for sharing that with us. That's wonderful.
It's
I mean,
been
it's
awesome.
very enlightening. It all fits. It's the same thing we
This
see every
guy-
day, but awesome. Thank you. The transition was very insane. Wonderful.
Wow. Look at
It was
it.
rad, man. It was totally rad. Totally awesome.
It's still so
You know, we'll
illuminated.
just go,
I know, like I say
yeah.
that, but
Hello,
I'm like,
Yuri.
Yeah, maybe like take some pictures in like 30, 45 minutes. Just a couple
Well-
and see what it looks like.
I know my sky. Like I've got about 10 minutes, and then my
Okay.
phone won't pick it up anymore. So we're almost to the end. I
Awesome.
don't.
Thank you for what you do.
I don't.
Thank
Yeah.
you for joining.
Yeah,
Nibiru-aholic, you.
I am a Nibiru.
She's a diehard. Yeah.
I'll get around one more time, y'all.
Okay. It was one more fix.
Yep.
Ooh, can't get enough. Oh. Okay, Chris. Yeah.
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 You know, and we sit here year after year, week after week, day after day, hour by hour, minute by minute, second by second, trying to warn people about what is going on. And here's, a very stark example of, and yeah, it does look just like clouds, but look, that illumination right there, that is the side of Uri and the asteroid that we are completely trying to warn you about right there. That's the Salamander asteroid group, the Tan asteroid at the bottom of Uri that electrically discharges and causes these freaking storms intermittently throughout the history of the many years that we've been watching this occur. So this is the shit that we warn you about right there in front of your face. All of that white area behind that street light is dangerous. And we have to pay attention to that. Have to. And there it is, your illumination. You can see the sun's way down. The real sky is way out there in the orange yellow at the horizon. Everything else is planets.
Which is most of it.
The light shows you.
All right, I'm signing off. Love y'all.
Okay, Tara. Love you too. Good to have
Good night.
you again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Here, I'll say bye.
Okay. Bye, Tara.
Oh,
See you next time. Okay.
Good job.
let me see if I can figure out. Out of
You
here.
want me to help you? I'll help you. I'll help
Take
you.
me off.
Okay. Bye-bye, Tara.
Bye.
Yeah. Well, that was a cool surprise. All right. There. She's
I hope Christopher's ordering DoorDash for us or something. I'm sorry, I'm being silly and hungry.
Chinese. Yeah.
Yeah. I want rotisserie chicken too. That's a joke because Rebecca feeds her cats sometimes rotisserie chicken.
I
And
actually do. Yes.
our deli out here in Lolo is never open when I want them to be open, and they close far too early. And then they go, "We can't keep help at work at that hour." And it's like, what? Hey, raise their pay. You'll get people at work there. Yeah. Micro greed in our stores today. Of course, the store out here in Lowell is notoriously greedy. Anyway, so where are we at? We are at 5 hours, 13 minutes, 49 seconds. And then Christopher comes back.
There it is. Speaking of Christopher. No. We're at 5 hours, 14 minutes. What do you think, Sam? What do you think?
Well, it's 84 degrees here under smoky, smelly skies. I don't have any information I want to go over unless you've got something we can go on about, or we can wrap it up or do whatever.
I can wrap it up.
If you're ready to, we can do that.
Right. I mean, I've crossed out most of my topics. Most of the topics.
I think this is a good spot to end.
I think so.
Ended it for us pretty good.
What last week didn't we do like 9 hours last week or
I
something?
don't
like
know.
that?
I don't remember. Was it 9?
It was
No,
9 hours.
No.
I still haven't gotten through the whole thing.
How come I can't remember?
You could post our addresses where folks could send a small donation, please. Put up my PO box. We got to hit that at least once a show or two, because we do rely on donations in order to keep this going, because we do have equipment costs and fees every month.
Address, they wanted to send a check.
Oh.
Yeah, and as well, you can
middle of the show.
Yeah.
For you personal people who wish to send me one to my PO box and stuff, I do take personal checks or money orders or whatever, or euros, which I'm having a little trouble dealing with, but I do take euros and sterling and you name it. Yeah. So, We do rely on donations, and I hate to go there, but I mean, I know it's tight times for everybody, but we do rely on donations to continue because we have equipment to replace constantly.
Yeah, Chris.
And monthly
9
rental fees and
hours,
all of that.
3 minutes. 9 hours, 3 minutes. Okay, I clicked the donate. Here it is, Sam. Here it is. Write to Sam. Send him a card.
Right.
Yeah. Drop $2 in, to let me know you care and you're
Right.
thinking about me. Ask me your question, and I won't, publicly repeat it if you ask me not to or whatever. And if you write me a card, 90% chance you're gonna get one back. Or higher.
Right.
I do return your mail.
Sometimes he puts little trinkets in there, like his golden cards. That's
And while supplies last, we're gonna
Right.
we're gonna go to the next generation. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna get yet. Been waiting. Haven't been writing a lot, and donations have dropped off since I started doing the show. But the economy did die as well, so I haven't been holding my breath. And then if you want to send Rebecca, because she pays for stuff all the time too. Here's her donations. Ways that you can add a few dollars to the coffers to keep this citizen science broadcast going on a weekly basis for all you folks. And we do survive on your donations, and thank you very much.
awesome. Thank you, Sam.
And
Thank
I
you.
hope we eurned your subscription and all of that. Like,
Carolyn.
comment,
Watch that show.
hit the notification
The
button,
9-hour show.
subscribe.
Sometimes. Yeah, you win.
Yeah,
You win. Nobody
I'm
else.
not getting
does
through
that.
me talking all the time. I get a little embarrassed by myself sometimes, and I go, okay, I'm not coming back to this for a while. But I do watch them too. I also try to read the comments of last week's show before this week's show, and I've noticed the comments have fallen off. So please, people, please do make some more comments tomorrow on the YouTube channel. We got to add subscribers to the YouTube channel for Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Rebecca, and get her views up, so her monetization and her silver plaque will happen. And
There
I
you
can't
go.
wait till you get that on the wall behind you.
That'd be fun.
You earned it long ago, and you should have had it by now.
Right.
Yeah. And
Time.
our views are oddly low. And
I just can't
we
believe that Jesus was saying the numbers were coming off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But did he say that at the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
That's just odd.
Well, we have surprising view counts, but then if you go back to like my Sam Hofman on YouTube, I have 8 and 10 and 15,000 views on some of my old videos that I haven't done. I haven't had access to my own YouTube account for many years, and so I've never been able to even comment back to people on YouTube at all or add any more. I had it created in London in the first place, and they made that account for me, and it worked for a while. And then all of a sudden, my access to it was removed. And it's like, okay. And then at the same time, my Skype stopped working, and then my my encrypted channel stopped working, and so and then I wasn't able to upload anymore, and so I stopped making 15-minute videos and things like that, and they would take like 4 days to post it. And you finally get to the end of the fourth day, and then it tells you your posting failed. I was like, what? This is high speed internet. Are you kidding me? And so this is why we ended up doing what we're doing, and why why you're looking at it still of me.
What year was that?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff where you double posting. What with me when they changed? That was about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
I can't remember when Skype booted me. Or what happened was Skype just stopped working, and I was using it for a long time. We were talking to people on Skype, no problem. Everything worked great. Hi, this is me. I'm waving. You can see me on the camera. You can hear me on the microphone. No problem. Everything worked. And then all of a sudden it stopped. I was like, what? And I tried to reload it, and it would. And now, anytime I try to sign up for anything, it tells me that my email address doesn't exist. And yet, you're talking to me on my email address right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, what do I tell
Right.
you? You know, I mean, what do you mean my email account doesn't exist? This is the same one I've had for 20 years, you know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, hello? Earth to what planet?
Yeah, I had my identity stolen like maybe 2.5 years ago, and I don't know what happened. These people got into, you know, where my direct deposit comes from, and
Wow.
they somehow took my account out of there and put their own into it. Luckily, the company contacted me and said, "Hey, did you change your account number?" I said no. It took them like 10 months to figure out what happened. These people tried to, you know, hold the account ransom. It was wild.
That's why you got to have a Visa account. Visa
Right. Yeah.
is the
So I
best.
learned all about like internet
Yeah, have a Visa
security. I had
debit
no
card,
clue what I
and
was doing.
see, that's where I had to stop doing any banking records on any of the computers I was using. And that's why Montana Skywatcher computer that is right in front of me right now has absolutely no personal banking information, no credit card numbers. I don't order anything from Amazon, none of that. I can't, because that happened to me twice also, where I got nailed for $800 one time and like $1,100 the second time, where they just emptied my account. And then fortunately, being that it's a Visa account and the bank that I do have, and I love my bank, they were Johnny on the spot and had me back up and running within 7 days.
Nice.
But yeah, having your account frozen because some asshole got into it and stole everything you have, it's not fun. And you have to worry, if you're a homeowner, you have to worry about somebody stealing your home now too. And so we live in a very weird world. And I personally, I can't imagine stealing money from somebody that you don't know, and or an elderly person or anything like that. That's me. And yet there's an entire multi-billion-dollar industry going on about that right now that's still getting away scot-free. I even watched some of that information on YouTube by Scammer Payback and all of that. That's a good site in case you're looking. Scammer Payback. Anyway, give them a shout out. We are in a very strange world. We've got a lot of information, and we've also got a lot of deception and a lot of bullshit. And I have a post I show regularly once in a while, and this is I'm not trying to slam anybody. This is more a joke than don't write me letters about this. But the universe is simple, sir. We have protons, neutrons, and morons in it. So, we have people that are into science and reality and actually work on a normal cognitive, contemplative thought of science. And then we have a bunch of people out there that don't give a shit. And then we have a bunch of people that are actually run by fear. And if you're running your information, your basis, and your judgment out of fear, then you're really goofing up right now. So you have to come back to science, or you either do science or you don't give a shit. But don't run off of fear, because that's not going to work for you at all. You're going to be led in the complete wrong direction, and that's where scammers scam.
A lot of people are addicted to fear.
True, very true.
Like
ding, 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 ding. You win a cookie. Yeah, you're very right. A lot of people are addicted to fear, and they've learned that from the internet, because they're reaching that site. It's like, oh my God, I found out this information about so and so, and I mean they're eating babies in London in a basement. They're draining, and then you're going down that fear-based wormhole of macabre, dark, deep state, QAnon crazed, alien Jewish space lasers, and you go off into that world, and forget it, man. You lost
levels changed to orange from yellow or something, or
I mean, go back and watch Andromeda Strain from 1970s or Soylent Green. Okay, let's go there. Wow. This is why I always encourage people to stay current with the information. And if you only dip your toe in the pond every 6 months, then how are you going to understand what's currently happening? Then I imagine you're going to get torn into the macabre fear factor and be lost. And well, so and so said this about so and so, and we had a discussion about with Irene here recently last week, where she was worried about something she's seen on the internet. And I assure you that, the lizard race is not here and hiding within our populace in some sort of changeling, shape-shifting thing that's going on. Because from what I know of the lizard race, they are very, very forward and would not want to even hide their faces. They would be just themselves. Maybe I'm wrong.
I was going to say, I saw the video that Irene was talking about the day after our last show, and Pelosi was saying she did.
That was strange.
Did you see that, Chris? Okay, so yes. She did refer to her and somebody being reptilian.
Well, did you know that we all have a reptilian brain? All of it. The basis core where our spine attaches to our brain is a reptilian brain. And then we have grown genetically altered evolutionary lobes that have been created around our brain, from our medulla oblongata in the back of our skull, which is our motor function, all the way to our frontal frontal and parietal lobes, and all of this that form what we are, who we are, how we think, our side A, side B, and of the human brain, and our God spot and the pineal gland and all of that. That's all evolved creations and lobes of genetic growth. I do not believe for once. Well, Nancy Pelosi is quite annoying now that she's quite older now, and she's a little pissed off. And you can see it. I saw her latest interview. I have not seen the video you are talking about. Would you send me a copy of it? If you could on PM, send me a link to it, because I looked and didn't find it. And then I'll view it, and then we can talk about it next week on the show if you'd like to. I do not believe that they are intermixed in our society, although I will tell you, from what I understand, there are other races that may be already mixed inside of our walking population here on planet Earth for some time now. I did know some information about something. I can't go into detail on it here. Yeah. But it's been quite a while, so it should be pretty prevalent already. So anyway, guys, they're now that they're in our populace and they're parked over our heads. So I wouldn't worry about Nancy Pelosi per se. She's kind of elderly and slowing down, and the more credit you give her, the more power you give them. So sometimes you got to not mention certain people. Good.
Do what, Chris?
She's picking those stock options.
Well,
good, though.
Well, we all know that the Congress is playing insider trading, and they've been getting away with it for decades, and we're creating millionaires, not congressmen, and they no longer write their own bills anymore. We need to change that. We also need to change tenure. We also need to take away all of this money for them and make it a voluntary scenario where you spend at max 10 years at it, and then you find somebody else. You don't leave them, you don't leave the fox in charge of the hen house forever. You've got to change people, and you don't, definitely for the Supreme Court, don't make it longer than 12 years, lifetime of, because look what the corruption that we already know that the Supreme Court has been bought. And we've had examples of that with the latest rulings where they're swinging political decisions rather than logical Supreme Court neutrality, which we expect, which obviously does not exist. And the fact that the whole political system is based on millions of dollars of money shouldn't be. It should be equal time. We own many, many TV stations, public PBS stations, and we could make equal time for equal candidates on those public stations. Therefore, they would not have to pay for all of this by the millions, and renting this and renting that and paying this people and printing that information and flying here and flying there, and have everybody paid for all of this and that. And some people who didn't pay, even though they have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bills laying around from state to state to state, and they knew who they are. Anyway, if we did it on a national television situation where we actually ran on a political channel, where all of that information could give equal time to equal candidates, we wouldn't have to pay for promotion or attack ads. It would drop the political rhetoric. It would make it a little more nationalized, although it wouldn't cost hundreds of millions of dollars to perform. Therefore, those same funds could go to political action committees where they could actually make a difference in their personal communities as to accessibility and reaching out there and getting everybody the opportunity to vote, rather than hampering it on the state value, which is going on in Georgia right now, Tennessee, Texas, et cetera, and other states. And they're trying to stop the ability for people to vote. And they've unfortunately added greater powers to negate individual votes from single-minded election officials. So anyway, do check into your voting this year, and everyone vote this year. Everyone. Right. You have to vote because it's a very serious, drastic vote this year. We are voting on our future and our kids' future and our freedoms and our choices. And we can't be driven by fear. We have to be driven by logic. Hello, Kitty.
Another cat. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
I just want to tell Esri Colette.
No, I could go political, and I do apologize. Go ahead and say that what you were saying. I'm sorry.
It's all right. That's okay. But Esri Colette has been a generous donator, and I just want to tell him
thank you.
So,
awesome. It all adds up, and
really,
we've got a month to pay for it next month and this month, and it just keeps. God, we blew through another damn month. Wow.
Tara said
Really?
It's still not completely dark outside. Just FYI, just so you know.
Yeah, it's still light here. I'm in, of course, in Montana, so it's an hour different. Yeah, it's kind of, I can see light outside my closed window.
Yeah.
But I get to play Star Wars, so
yes.
I'm happy.
Good. Oh wow, we have a other sticker. Hi, thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
Very cool.
Right, I appreciate that, and we appreciate your live, viewing.
Yeah, really, very much.
That was so nice. That was a big part of the show, so
yeah,
worked out perfect.
We sometimes walk away
right there. It was awesome.
At the end of the show. I wonder sometimes what we've actually shown people and how much we actually proved or shared with them.
Right.
So that was a really good example of that. Thank you.
Was it JB? JB, I don't know if they're still here. Was it JB in the comment? Yeah, JB. I know early in the show, they were just having like an eye-opening experience. Like it was all starting to sink in for them.
The epiphany zone.
That person is, thinking about things.
We hope that, and in the comments section, if you think we can do our show better or different, or you see something that you want to see that we don't show you, let us know. And we've been doing this long enough that we take our criticism very easily. We're not offended that often. If anything, it's some of the crazy stuff we do end up having a real good chuckle over. So by all means, write us, no matter what you want to say.
Yeah, we can handle it. We're adults.
Grain of salt, we can handle. We've been doing this a while, and then of course we'll see you again next Saturday. And,
of course, yes. Same time, same place, all that good stuff.
That channel.
It will feel like tomorrow.
I'm a product of the 60s. Yeah, same time, same bat channel. Yeah. Maybe back when Batman was on weekly. And we had 3 channels you could choose from on the TV.
Yeah. We had 4 when I was little. 4. Yeah, so and you know how to have to turn the knob and all those good things.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
I do remember that.
You have to get up and actually turn the TV, and
Yeah.
on a big old brass thing with wheels, and it's about 3 feet wide and 2 feet thick, and
Isn't it funny?
Yeah.
with the graviteers on top of this, with the graviteers on top of the set, and and then you walk up and smack it to fix it.
Or the big wooden box living room.
Oh yeah,
TV
the big model.
Knockers on it, and oh god, those things were bad.
Yeah, big TVs. I finally got rid of some of those TVs I had from 1980. I had 3 of them stacked up in the house here until I almost got evicted, and then I finally got rid of them. I had them for 30 years, and they, I didn't even dare plug them in. They're so full of dust, and I was like, zap, blow up the whole house, And yet I still kept those TVs. I don't know why.
Well,
Anyway,
you know they don't
enough
make
with
stuff like they
gossiping.
used
Yes,
to.
thank you,
So
Carol Ann. No, nothing works like that anymore. No, Christ, we keep going through TV so fast, it's scary.
Made to break. It's
And
made to.
you got one that lasts 5 years, you're lucky.
right.
So
Yeah.
we already know.
Yeah, my last big TV lasted a year and a half. So I'm not buying those big ones no more.
No.
But I have to admit, it was during COVID. It was the only TV in the store, so I had to have a TV.
Right.
Can't do my homework without my YouTube TV. Well, here, smart TVs. I hated when they came out. I hated smart TVs. Now I couldn't do it without one. It's like I watch way more YouTube than I do local air anymore, or DVD. And unfortunately, there's no new movies on DVD, and I don't like that. I want to buy my copy, not wait to find a copy of it.
No, you gotta rent it.
Yeah, they want money, and I can't do that. I have no cell phone to type that into my TV.
Or you go to rent it, and it only gives you the option to buy it for $49 or something on the on the table or whatever. It's
well, Disney has gotten really tight. It used to be you could actually watch Disney on Air TV, and you don't even get that anymore. And golden era is gone. It's pay for everything.
You just go rent a movie for the weekend. I just miss those days. Go get a VHS tape and.
Yep.
Man.
What the heck? I can't even remember the name of those places. What they were. There was that one national chain that just closed, and it's like gone out of my memory.
Blockbuster.
Yeah, Blockbuster. It was on the tip of my tongue, and I couldn't think of it. Yeah. The end of an era VHS tapes. I still have a few left. I used to have cases of them. I did get rid of a lot of them.
Yeah.
And remember, I did record the Weather Channel through the 80s and 90s.
I held on to them forever and ever and slowly got rid of them. But we had tons.
I had hundreds of them. And then, of course, after about 10 years, the plastic and the videotape itself fails and dies and won't even play. So I ended up having all that Weather Channel, stuff that I would rewatch it when I came home. But then never watch it again. And I had all dated, going 80s and 90s all the way through 97. And then I stopped recording the Weather Channel. And then I brought them all the way out here. I had them in storage for years. And I brought them all the way out here to Lolo after that moving out of that house. Because I used to live in East Missoula.
Dedication.
And then I sat here and I looked at these hundreds of tapes. And I went, what am I going to do with these things? And back then, they were $5 to $7 to $10 per tape, and then because I bought tapes all the time, and then I ended up just tossing them. But I did learn huge amounts about meteorology in the process. So
me too.
Back when now you can't even get the Weather Channel for free. You have to pay for that too. Jim Cantori and all of that. You have to pay these guys. Like you watch on ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, or Fox. Like, oh boy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember that too, Jared. Because we used to, before anybody had a VCR, you had to rent a VCR. Most people didn't have them for so long.
Big home bag that think 15 pounds.
That was such a
all
cool
the wires.
day. Go get a player for the weekend and a movie or two. That was fun. And you had to hook it all up, and you're watching a movie in your living room. What? That's crazy.
And then all your friends would come over, and everybody'd make popcorn and bring beer, and I remember that.
It was.
Star Wars came out. Star Wars 2 is out. Yay! We waited 5 years for this sucker. By the time we got to Star Wars 7, we're going, oh, thank God, and what a journey. That was 20 years, they had us in limbo, and now there's way more coming out, and a lot of it's, fan made or whatever, and it's confusing, but, I still love the hell out of it. And yes, people, we kind of live in a Star Wars. There's many factions up there, and they kind of do live in sort of a Star Wars. It's not what we think it is. I'm sure it might be, but there's a way bigger solar system up there than we humans, us little Earth fleas, way more than us factory workers, us biotools, way more than we know. And oh boy, have we been misled since the 1400s. Wow. or
Mm.
even 550 BC, or 1250 BC. It just depends on how far you want to back wine. Let's wine through the millennia. Mew, mew. We've been misled about the Earth's past and future.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Swallow. It takes a lot to actually really you have to open up to this much larger thing going on, and including the fact that this is cyclic and these planets go by every 3,000, 654 to 4,000 years, and we go through climate change and transition and climate migration and tectonic breakup and volcanoes and bad weather and flooding and drought and planetary tipping and all, moving of the magnetic North Pole and the inner Earth core and electric this and electric space that and asteroids and you name it. And here we are again. And that's what we're watching. And, no scientist is handing this out. I don't know why. Of course, they have jobs and they get paid and their boss will get mad at them if they do. We don't have that. We're our own bosses. Knock on wood, and I hope we don't get fired tomorrow.
You would think as much as this information trickles out, which it does, eventually somebody else will, be hopping on to back this up and support it. I don't know who or what, but I don't know. You would think.
Well, we've had hints of it over the years. We've had repeated people say they were going to do that and tried. And then, because when the egos don't mix on the same page, same idea grouping, you run into problems. And we've had attempts at philanthropy, but we're still looking for a philanthropy scenario. And if we have free autonomy and can continue to do things, we could do it better. But for now, we're just going to keep doing what we love and sharing it every week. And where it goes, the best thing we can do is just keep doing it.
Right.
And not worry about whether or not it goes anywhere. But we, and that way we're laying it out in documentation for ourselves for the future as well, regardless of where it goes. It is laying down a scientific research documentary that we work with. And now, because we've got all these examples that other people send in, we've got them laid down in a timeline as well. That 2 years from now, we can go back to show number 62 or show 25 and say, hey, remember when this happened? It was this kind of event. And God, hey, I'd forgotten about that. And, wow, we missed this. And oh, holy cow, I can see it so much better now, blah, blah, blah. And that's why this is also equally important, whether we get notoriety or not. We are recording this. It's going in the cloud. And here we have copies and examples of all this information in ways that we could never document on paper. It's that simple. We do it because we gotta.
I see a message from Anissa about a PayPal link, and synchrony. I don't know what synchrony is. I do not know what synchrony is, and that's But what you could do, as I say, if you could email me, send me an email to that email address, and then I'll email you back with the link that I have, and we'll see what we can figure out. That's, I figure, the best way. So you send me an email, and then I'll respond back, and we'll figure something out, okay? Because I'm not sure what synchrony is. I'm not familiar with that. It's a bank. Oh, okay. PayPal has a link. Right. PayPal has a link to my bank. So.
Walgreens.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what happened to Western Union. I have not seen our local Western Union moved or something. I have to actually look it up.
That's right.
So, everything in the last 10 years has changed, and there are shops opening and shops closing. A lot of stuff, unfortunately, has closed over the years because, since the C virus. And I have found that the government is not even functioning anymore because, since they came back, somehow everybody has figured out they can try to do the same job with less employees. And I don't get that theory because they found out they could during the C virus. So now they're not paying people to do it. And broken is acceptable. Anyway, I digress into public whining, but oh God, what a week I had. And shit is broken and I don't understand why. Why can't you do your job? And, I'm not trying to pull a Karen, but yeah, I kind of pull a Karen. Wow. So everybody buck up, little camper, be smiley, be happy, work your way forward. And 5 hours, 46, I guess we'll finally shut up and call it an evening and look forward to seeing you next week.
Perfect. Yep. All right. Well, then that's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to wrap it up here. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for coming and watching us, and we'll see you guys next weekend.
Yeah, keep sending in your stuff. We want to see it. We want to see it. We want to see it. Can't wait.
Well, it was great talking to you guys today.
All right.
All right. Hand is on the X. Good night, everybody.
All right. See everyone in the group, and talk to you guys next weekend.
Perfect. Bye. I'm Chris. See you later. Bye.